We're going to get started in a few minutes, folks, so if you could grab your coffee and start finding a chair, appreciate that. I'd like to get started on time. We are live streaming this and want to respect the folks that are out there in their home offices and couches and in their cars, wherever they happen to be.
Testing.
Well, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Please find your seats. Good morning. Get everybody settled in. Can everyone hear me out there okay? Yay. All right, all the way to the back. Thank you. Well, welcome to the Westside Oregon Post-Fire Research and Monitoring Symposium. My name is Cheryl Friesen. I work for the Forest Service in Region 6 as a science liaison. I'm part of the Region 6 Ecology Program. I'm based on the mighty Willamette National Forest, and I also serve the PNW Research Station. So I'm kind of a science liaison for all. So welcome. I will be facilitating this event for you over the next couple of days. If you have any needs or issues, please let me know, or Sarah Wall, who's been helping me with all the logistics for this workshop. Sarah, you want to stand up and wave? You've all been in communication with Sarah via email. Thank you. So yeah, just let us know. We want to make this a quality experience for everyone. We are having a few issues with live streaming right now, so hopefully we will get that fixed. Hopefully we'll get that fixed soon. We think we've pulled together an amazing agenda for you over the next 2.5 days. Frankly, we were astounded by the response to this event, with over 380 people registering to attend in person for some or part or all of this workshop, and another 400 that were registered online to sit in on things virtually. So obviously we have found a topic that is of interest to a very large and diverse, varied group of people who are challenged right now with this new normal of fires in the west side of Oregon. Just to note, this isn't going to be a one and done, right? This is a conversation that's going to need to continue. There will be other events, other offerings. You've probably seen a million webinars coming out already, which is great. But give us some feedback, help us form the upcoming offerings to help get you the information that you need. A few logistics for those of you in the room and an overview of the agenda. There will be refreshments out in the lobby all day long, thanks to several very generous donors who are all recognized on sheets of paper. You heard me say that, everyone that gave us money. You are recognized out there, and thank you very much for your generous support. From 5 to 7 tonight, we're going to have a social with the poster session. We really encourage you to stick around and attend that poster session. We have over 40 posters that are going to be out there in the lobby that will be staffed with the presenters later this afternoon, as well as 3 or 4 demonstration projects. So I really encourage you to, after the day of all of this, please stick around for a couple hours and take in the posters. They will also be up probably during breaks and lunch if you want to catch it then. Tonight we're going to have a special event titled Following Fire, A Resilient Forest and Uncertain Future. This is a photographic essay that was done by a renowned photographer, David Bales, be narrated by him and Dr. Fred Swanson, who's a retired geologist from the PNW station. And it explores the art-science interface in burn landscapes, particularly the Holiday Farm fire. So I really encourage you to return tomorrow night at 7 for that experience. And I believe David's giving away 25 of his books to the first people that show up when they come back at 7. So logistics aside, there are 2 overarching messages that I'd like to leave you with before I turn this over to our opening speakers. The first is going to be obvious to you, I think, throughout the symposium, and that is the idea of all lands, all hands. This picture, can we dim the lights a little bit, you guys? I think this picture, which is just a slice of the Holiday Farm fire outside of Eugene, Oregon, is a stunning example of the challenges we face in our west side landscapes. In this one picture, you will find towns, rural residential, private property, U.S. Forest Service land, small woodland owners, industrial timberland, ODOT and county right-of-ways, municipal electric and water systems, ceded tribal lands, BLM lands just downriver, county parks, state scenic byways and rivers, and more and more and more. These are very complex landscapes, and I think that all lands, again, is just a real key theme that you're going to be hearing about throughout this workshop. Now overlay that with with a very large group of agencies, institutions, tribes that are investing time and energy into understanding the complex aftermath of these Western Oregon wildfires. So I think this symposium will give you a sampling of the discoveries that have been unfolding by all of these groups on these complex landscapes. But again, keep in mind that we need to be looking across all lands and all hands. We need to work as a community in order to persevere in this new normal that we have here facing us in Western Oregon. The second message I would like to impart to you as a science liaison-y kind of geek gal is the concept of science delivery versus science communication. Science delivery can feel like this. And you may feel like this by noon on Thursday. It can feel like a fire hose of information coming at you. You will probably be feeling overwhelmed because you're going to be bombarded with facts and figures over the next 2.5 days. And that's science delivery. That's the way it works. We go blah, and we send it all out into the universe. My hope is that you will take advantage of the breaks, the social events, and networking to transform the facts and figures into real conversations and shared discoveries. Because that is how science becomes impactful, and that's going to be my challenge to you over the next 2.5 days. Grab onto those facts and figures, but transform them into information and conversations that you can carry back with you to your everyday lives. Did it go? Okay. So with that, welcome again. I'm going to turn this over to a couple of keynote speakers that are going to open the event for us. Jessica Halofsky is the director of the Climate Hub for the Pacific Northwest and the director of the Western Wildland Environmental Threat Assessment Center. WETEC, I got it right, a mouthful. She's going to be joined by James Marquis, who is the director of, he has another mouthful of a title here. I'll make sure I get it right. He's a branch chief. He's a chief of the Ecological Effects Branch of the U.S. EPA. So help me welcome Jessica and Jim.
All right, thanks for having us. I really appreciate everyone showing up. This is a dream come true from a couple years ago of talking with the other agencies and how can we be smarter about approaching wildfire. So it's a truly overwhelming response. And I'm going to start off talking about, well, our presentation is two parts. One, how we got to where we are, and two, what we're doing about it. Jessica will handle the more important part of what we're doing about it. And if you have any questions about climate and forests, talk to Jessica about that too. She's got dozens of publications in this area, so I'm just happy to be up here and participating. What I'm showing here is a figure from colleagues in EPA, and that's presenting areas that are exceeding the amount of particulate matter on a daily basis. You can see it's centered in the West Coast and in the Southeast. In the West Coast, that's almost entirely from wildfire. In the Southeast, it's almost entirely from prescribed burns for agricultural reasons. So my agency is responsible for implementing the Clean Air Act. And we've made tremendous gains from the 70s till now. Well, up until recently, we've made tremendous gains. In the last few years, wildfires basically reversed the gains we've made from the Clean Air Act. And we just have a lot more particulate matter in the air now. This trend shows, and this trend stops at in 2019, but on the x-axis, we're looking at the prevalence of large wildfires in western states. On the y-axis is thousands of square miles. You can see this is a logarithmic curve. So in 2020, we're way, way past what we experienced up until then. In 2021, this is not even on the chart. That was 11 7 million burned acres, 11,000 square miles of burned area in western states. So this is not a really reassuring trend, and that's one of the reasons why we're all here today, why you're here today, I'm sure. What I want to show in this video, hopefully I can, is more locally, this is what we were experiencing in the Labor Day fires. So around September 7th and 8th, these fires either started or exploded in 2020. And this was, for a while, the worst air quality in the world. That really galvanized a lot of awareness about the importance of wildfire in this really wet forest that traditionally didn't burn. That's changing. What it helped do with our senior leadership in Oregon was to spur the impetus for approaching wildfire in a more systematic manner. What I have circled down here is the Interagency Monitoring and Research Group, and that's basically who we are. And so Kate Brown had the foresight to say, let's put resources on this. Jessica's going to talk about this in much more detail. But what I'm going to say is what we were doing locally at the Pacific Ecological Systems Division, which is just across the street from the university, is that we just started reaching out to colleagues, like who's doing what, in particular for my area in air quality. And so we talked to our colleagues in EPA Region 10 in Seattle. We're working with our colleagues in the Department of Environmental Quality and Oregon Health Authority here in Portland, and on down south. And so this insert is the wildfires from 2020. You can see it's basically from Portland to Eugene. And from Eugene on up, from the Oregon Institute of Technology with their smoke center to University of Oregon Smoke Center with some generous funding from Senators Wyden and Oregon leadership. We're working closely with the Forest Service, and we're really plugging in with the universities and all the interest groups, which affects us all. Fire doesn't respect any boundaries, certainly not institutional, so it's going to take all of us collectively to address this massively growing threat to our human health and well-being in the environment. And part of this leadership group that we've put together for our interagency research group, we signed memoranda of understanding among a dozen agencies, which is to say that we've all agreed to make it as easy as possible for us to share data, to work with one another, to overcome traditional boundaries of agencies aren't super free with sharing information. So we're trying to break over that boundary so we can all be more effective about it. And this interagency team is the leadership team, which basically is charting a future, arranging for agreements like this, arranging for funding like this, and the science team that's more boots on the ground, who's doing what, how can we go about it smarter, and Jessica's going to talk about the specific initiatives we've implemented to make this a more fire-resilient community and a hopefully more hopeful future for all of us. So with that, I'm going to introduce Jessica, hand it over to Jessica. She's been introduced, so thanks very much for your time.
Great. So I want to tell you more about the science team that was put together as a part of this, the Governor's Post-Fire Research and Monitoring Task Force. So the overall goal of this team was to promote collaboration. So it was facilitated by the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station. We had a really strong participation from a lot of different agencies, organizations, tribal nations. So we've been actually meeting monthly since the spring of 2021 to bi-monthly, having conversations about who's doing what and trying to just promote those connections and collaborations. But we did decide that to bring the collaboration up to the next level, we wanted a couple different products and this symposium to further promote collaboration. And so these are all of the agencies and organizations, or at least a sampling of them, that have been involved in this science team. And it quickly became apparent that we needed to know who was doing what where in terms of post-fire research and monitoring. So that brought us to the development of what we call a post-fire catalog. And so this is an interactive web map, and it documents different types of research and monitoring activities in the 2020 fires and then afterwards in Oregon. So it includes monitoring data in a lot of different areas: air, soil, water, biology, and says it gives information on where the scientific information is being collected, who is collecting it, what indicators are measured, and also where the information is going to be stored and potentially accessed. And so Sarah Wall, who has already been introduced, is leading the development of this catalog. She's going to have a demo out during the poster session. We have a lot of great information in here so far, but would love to get more projects in there. So get in touch with Sarah if you'd like to have your project added to the catalog. So we're also developing what we're calling a post-fire playbook. And the idea here is that if an event like this happens again, we want to have information compiled to help people more easily coordinate in the post-fire research and monitoring world. This playbook will include priorities, examples of research conducted by different entities and monitoring work, and document different resources and also points of contact so that you'll know who to get in touch with if you want to be in touch with a certain agency or entity after fire. So that is currently in development. So the third main product from our group was this symposium. And I did want to make you aware that we're going to have a couple different opportunities to compile the information from this symposium. One is going to be an EPA report, and you can add your abstract and presentation to that report. So everyone will have the opportunity to do that if you would like to. The other thing is we're going to organize a special issue of the journal Northwest Science. And so anybody interested in submitting a manuscript to that will be welcome to, and we'll be sure to get in touch with you all after this event to learn more about how to contribute to these different products. So I really, as Cheryl said, we're just overwhelmed with the response to this event. It's really great to have you all here and in person and in virtual land. And this symposium is really a great opportunity to think creatively about what we do in this new era where we have more droughts, more large fire events. And research and monitoring are really critical to make sure that we can inform our management, provide those guiding principles and frameworks. We need to make sure we're investing resources effectively and protecting our communities. And this is a really diverse and large group in the room, and it shows the interest in this topic, also our capacity to respond to this issue. And so I really encourage you all to make new connections, meet some new people over the next few days, and really help to think about how to strategize to take bold action to really address the issues we face. So with that, we will get the talk started. And one more slide, actually. I wanted to thank all of the agencies, universities, groups who provided support for this event. You can see it's a long and diverse list. We did have an organizing committee for this symposium. So that included Erin Borisenko, Angie Elam, Sarah Wall, Cheryl Friesen, and who am I forgetting? And myself, of course. But I especially want to thank Sarah and Cheryl for their very hard work. This event would not have been possible without their efforts. So round of applause for our organizing group. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica and Jim. It has been an honor to be part of the governor's scientific task force over the last couple of years. I ended up actually coordinating a whole lot of the post-fire response in Western Oregon right after losing my own house to the Holiday Farm fire. So this has been quite a journey for a lot of reasons to end up here in front of you today. So moving on, there is a change to the agenda. Fires in Western Oregon might be the new normal, but another new normal is COVID. Our tribal partner who was scheduled to speak for us this morning came down with COVID, as well as the backup person. So this happened late yesterday, and we've made some adjustments. Fortunately, we knew Andrew Merschel, who was going to give a flash talk later this morning, and we've bumped him up here to the front of the agenda, which actually I think is a lot more appropriate and gives him more time. He has a story to tell about 800 years of fire here in Western Oregon. I've seen his talk a couple of times. I think it's personally kind of riveting, takes you back and forward and back and forward. And I told you earlier, science delivery, you might feel like you're in a fire hose, so hold on to your socks. It's going to start, but I think Andrew is a really good person to start it with. So Andrew is a postdoc with the PNW Research Station, also working with Oregon State University. So help me welcome Andrew.
Well, I want to start by saying thank you guys all for joining me today, and I want to talk about why I wanted to be part of this symposium. I think we have an opportunity to learn a lot more about the fire regime in Douglas fir forests in Western Oregon and Washington. I think a lot of what I hear about the fire regime is that it's an infrequent, high-severity fire regime. The reason why I think we're focused on that is because these are very extensive forests. They cover a huge area, and these forests develop over many centuries. So in our lifetimes, it's really hard to get a full and robust picture of the complete fire regime. And our ideas about the fire regime are often dominated by our large, infrequent, high-severity fires that are really seared in our minds. So for example, the Tillamook burn, the Yakult burn, and then of course the 2020 fires. So what I'm going to do today is try and provide us with a richer understanding of the variability present in fire regimes in West Side forests by taking you back through some tree ring data. So beyond these high-severity events that are infrequent in part of the regime, these forests have centuries worth of information about fire and forest development that I think we should incorporate into our understanding. So I want to start off by talking about the enormous amount of vertical and horizontal diversity that's found in our old-growth Douglas fir forests. So this is a stand on the Willamette National Forest at about 4,500 feet of elevation. It's sort of a classic picture of diverse late seral habitat in the Douglas fir zone. And so we have our pioneer cohort of old-growth Douglas fir with the really complex canopies reaching up tall and making that upper canopy layer. We have secondary cohorts of western hemlock and Douglas fir in the stand. We have our deadwood, our snags, and our logs. And then we have these horizontal canopy gaps. So my question and what I'm addressing here today is how did this type of structure develop over time? And how does it vary across the region? So is there one recipe, or are there many different recipes that old-growth forests can follow to develop? And how does fire fit into that? So you've probably all seen this figure. I want to start by saying it's been tremendously important to conservation and protection of old-growth forest habitats in the Pacific Northwest. And it's basically saying that our old-growth structure and composition, this vertical and horizontal complexity that's found in our old-growth stands, is a function of time. So we have a high-severity fire. After that high-severity fire, a Douglas fir cohort initiates. Those Douglas fir trees grow up and they start competing with each other. We go through a stem exclusion phase. Trees start to die. We start to get understory reinitiation. And this process continues until we develop that very diverse, rich old-growth forest structure. What you don't see in here is interruptions by low and moderate severity fire as this happens over several centuries. This model is correct. It absolutely occurs in the Pacific Northwest, but I think there's a wide variety of fire regimes and successional processes that also should be included in our models for Douglas fir forests. So I've been sort of teased about this, and people say, you know, people don't all think that it's high severity fire and infrequent fire that dominates this region historically, but I actually see examples of it all the time in abstracts, papers, and the models we're using for fire regimes. So this is a paper by Stevens et al. From 2020. It's a really good paper. They had a novel approach to mapping fire regimes. What they did is they took the major conifers across the western U.S. and they gave them fire resistance scores. So they looked at their adaptive traits to fire. And then they mapped those fire resistance scores across the Pacific Northwest. And they got really hung up on this finding that the forests in western Oregon, western Washington, and the Coast Range have really high fire resistance scores, but the fire regime model is saying that it's an infrequent high severity fire regime. So they're resistant forests, yet they have adaptations that don't apply to the fire regime model that's being mapped. So the model is stating that the fire return interval is 300 to 500 years, and that the stand replacement portion of fire is 94%. So it sort of makes us wonder why we have this tree species that's the backbone of forest in the Pacific Northwest that is tremendously fire resistant. It develops very fire resistant bark, it self-prunes. Why does it have all these adaptations to low and moderate severity fire if it's not part of what it does? I kind of like to think of Douglas fir in our region in the Pacific Northwest as the Swiss Army knife of species in terms of adaptations to fire. It can do it all. It can survive a frequent low severity fire regime, a moderately frequent mixed severity fire regime, or it does well with high severity infrequent fire, right? So that sort of implies that this region we're working in has a large mixture of different fire regimes rather than one. Sorry about that. So now I'm going to move into our current research. What I'm showing you here is a map of fire reconstruction sites that we've developed over the past 6 years. These sites started in the Umpqua National Forest in the lower fork of the middle fork of the Willamette River, and then we extended them through the West Side Fire Project all the way up into the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. So we're sort of covering the Western Cascades. More recently, we've put in a gridded sample on the Elliott State Forest, and we've moved into the Coast Range. I want to talk a little bit more about where we're sampling today. And so this is a figure showing you temperature and precipitation. So it's showing you the environmental space for places where climate's been sampled across Western North America. This next figure here shows you a density of temperature and precipitation regimes in Western North America. So this is basically the climate space for fire in Western North America. This next group of triangles on the slide is showing you previously published fire histories across that climate space. And so these are from the North American Fire Science Network. And what you see is that most of our fire science today comes out of areas that are relatively hot and dry. We haven't done a lot of fire research where we're actually getting fire years and understanding fire regimes in the moist forests. And so this is where our current sample sits. And what I'm trying to display here is that we're really in new territory for understanding fire regimes with dendroecology and reconstructing fires from fire scars. This is totally new, so as we learn more, I think it's expected that we're going to challenge some of what we've thought in the past. Okay, now I'm going to jump right into how we do this work and results. This is just a photos of Sky, Anna, and Micah in the field. What we do is we identify a clear cut that's next to an existing old growth stand. We go into that clear cut and we blow the tops off the stumps. We remove cross sections from the stumps, and then we take them back to the lab and finish them. This is just a photo showing you an example of cross sections collected at one site on the Santiam River, and you can see that these samples at this particular site contain lots of fire and really good records of historical fires. So for example, that's a fire scar, that's a fire scar. Anywhere you see pitch and a crack on these samples is a fire scar. I want to also emphasize that we are 100% sure that each one of the injuries we're calling a fire scar on these trees is an injury from fire. Trees have all sorts of injuries, but a fire scar is quite distinctive. Fire scars form when a fire burns across a base of the tree. It doesn't physically burn the tree, it heats through the bark, and it kills the cambium just on one portion of the tree bole. And so that's what happened here. The cambium was killed by heating, and you see this very characteristic clean wound that just is arranged along one cell layer there. You also see the curl over on top of that wound. That's like a scab where the tree is healing over the fire scar. And last, you see this very distinctive resin that's much darker that occurs just where the cambium was killed. So we're only using direct evidence of fire to reconstruct fire. We cross-date every single ring on every single tree so we can apply the exact year of fire to each one of these injuries. And that allows us to look at things like fire frequency, fire extent, and how fires are related to climate. So it's a whole new world for understanding fire. I'm now going to move into some results at individual sites, and my goal here is going to be to just show you the variability in fire history that we're finding. Before I do that, I want to explain what I'm going to show on graphs. Each tree that we've sampled is going to have a circle representing its pith date or establishment year. Each fire scar is going to be represented by a triangle, and each tree is going to get its own timeline that extends from its earliest year out to its outermost year that we've sampled. So this is an example of that data for one site on the Willamette National Forest. This site burned at high severity around 1775. A new cohort of Douglas fir established, and then it reburned in 1812. So that's an example for one site. I'm going to move into a site now that's in the silver fir zone. It's at about 5,000 feet. This is relatively high, cool, and wet among the places we've been studying. And here's the fire and development history for this stand. So we focused sampling on Douglas fir in this first effort, and what you can see is that there's a stand replacement or high severity fire around the year 1275. So late 13th century, this burned at high severity, a Douglas fir cohort established, and we only find evidence of one fire in 1493. So this stand really fits the model of infrequent high severity fire. So we definitely find that, but there's a lot of other histories that we find out there. Next, moving on to something at the opposite end of the spectrum. This is a site that's just east of Detroit. It burned at high severity in the 2020 fires. They did some roadside salvage, and that gave us an opportunity to sample very fresh stumps and develop a fire record at this site. So how did old growth develop in this setting versus the last setting? So this is the development history for this site 71. I want to point out to start that this has 3 different cohorts of Douglas fir that have established over time. The first established right around 1640, probably after a stand replacing fire. There's then several reburns of this site within its first 100 years of development. Another cohort established. There's more fires and a third cohort established. One thing you'll notice right away is the rate of fire at this site is quite high. So this is a site that had frequent or chronic fire historically. It's quite different than the last site I presented. Showing you a little bit more variability, I'm going to go to the site in the western hemlock zone that I started out talking about its vertical and horizontal complexity and how did it arrive over time, and here's the record for that. So this site experienced high severity fire sometime after 1550. The pioneer cohort of Douglas fir established, and then within about its first 100 years of development, it burned another 3 times. So that's one behavior that we see quite commonly. After a high severity fire, you often see reburns during the early development of the stand. What I want to point out here is this sort of erratic pattern or interval of fire over time. So we experienced that third fire, and then we have about a 150-year period with no fire. So we go from having lots of fire to no fire for a century and a half. So we have erratic fire return intervals in these sites, and we think that may be a function of how the fire environment or local microclimate changes as these forests develop. So they're more flammable when they're young. As you develop a mature forest canopy, they become less flammable. Another note here, we see a pretty common pattern where we see more fire in this period, a gap without fire, and then fire again in the 1800s. So this site burned again in 1812 and 1849. So that was a tour of 3 sites to just give you guys a little bit of an idea of the variability in fire history that we're seeing. And now I'm going to really scale that up to the Willamette National Forest. So the dots here on the page are showing you 24 sites where we've created fire records on the Willamette. And the point of showing you these, sorry, it's the fire hose of information, but it's to show you the tremendous variability in historical fire regimes that occur within a relatively small area in our west side Douglas fir forests. Okay, so here's our 24 sites. For example, site 92 is one site, site 82 is one site, and they're all lined up here. You can see that we have sites that burn really frequently historically, and we have sites with very little evidence of fire for several centuries. So we have tremendous variability in historical fire. We have lots of different age classes. What we're not seeing is one uniform picture of infrequent high severity fire. Instead, we're seeing lots of different fire regimes in this region. This brings me to some work by Alan Tepley, so I think he was onto this. Alan created lots of stand development histories by coring trees, and he noticed that there were very distinct tree development patterns in different sites, and he hypothesized that was attached to different patterns of fire. So we had sites that clearly developed from infrequent stand replacement fire, chronic fire, and this sort of moderately frequent with non-stand replacing fire being a really important part of the development. The important conclusion here is that we have different old growth types as a function of fire in the region, and that's not only true for old growth. If we think about early seral forest, mid-seral forest, all the way to old growth, fire is doing something to create different structures, different compositions along the way. So it's important to have an understanding of the variety and variability that's out there. I'm going to finish just by stepping into the Coast Range here. What we're finding, this finding that there's a lot of diversity in the fire regime isn't just on the Willamette where we have lots of lightning. We're seeing it in the Mount Hood, other areas, and now in the Oregon Coast Range. So this is a total of 9 sites sampled on the Elliott State Forest and around the Elliott State Forest. And what I want you to see here is the diversity in stand ages that we're picking up, and also the enormous amount of fire that we're actually seeing in a place that's relatively close to the ocean. So we've long thought about these forests in many cases as places where fire is an occasional visitor, but we need to remember that these are seasonally dry forests. They are temperate rain forests. That means they have lots of fuel production. Fuel is not limiting, but they always have a dry season. So they have sort of the perfect recipe to burn, and they did burn quite frequently historically in many cases. I'm going to wrap up with some takeaways. First is that complex habitat and old growth structure is possible not because of the absence of fire, but probably because of non-stand replacing fire in parts of the region. And I say parts because the high severity infrequent fire regime is part of the recipe, but in some cases our old growth is a product of fire. Another way to think about this is it's not just time since fire, it's time and fire that develops these forests. Next point, we have non-deterministic succession. That means that you may have a stand develop one way because it's affected by fire and climate in one instance on a site, and in its next iteration after high severity fire, it may go a different way because the pattern of fire might change over the centuries. Related to that, there are many old growth development pathways, so there's not just one. I have some photos here displaying some different ones with very different endpoints. One on the Umpqua National Forest showing chronic fire. Another one here showing the pattern of frequent fire early in development followed by a reburn in the 1800s. The canopy of hemlock here in the understory is the result of a burn in 1849. So the way this stand got its multi-layered structure is actually through fire. Lastly, a picture of a forest that's been developing for 130 years and has not had fire in it yet. Last point, I think really important as we're thinking about the 2020 fires, fire frequency is non-stationary and reburns are common. So we can't really apply a fire return interval in these forests because it varies over time. Specifically, we see more frequent fire when forests are young. If we think about microclimate in early seral environments on the west side, you're going to have higher temperatures, lower humidity, higher wind speed and fuels that are flashier and more flammable. And so it makes sense that we might see reburns in our 2020 fires in early seral forests. So fire frequency is not stationary over time. And beyond the tree ring work, we have lots of examples of this. So the Tillamook fire, big east wind event, is followed by lots of reburns afterwards. Same thing with the Yakult fire. You have your initial high severity event, and as the new forest developed, there's lots of smaller reburns within that fire perimeter. I'd like to finish up by thanking everybody who's worked really hard in the field and the lab, acknowledging our support from the Forest Service and also from the College of Forestry. That's all I have. Okay, happy to take a few questions. I'll try and repeat them into the microphone, or you guys can grab a microphone.
Did you see any possible other explanatory variables as to why some areas seem to have more frequency than others? I mean, was there anything you explored there?
Yeah, that's the phase that we're in right now. The question is, are you seeing patterns to these different fire regimes and where they sit on the landscape? I've definitely seen patterns, but we haven't finished that part of the analysis, so I don't want to go too far. But I kind of alluded to the patterns we are seeing when you're at lower elevations next to major river corridors. You often find that pattern of frequent or chronic fire. As you move into the silver fir zone, it operates in the way you expect, where you see a lot less fire up in that area. But I think the point is to remember that these forests are extending from 1,500 feet to 5,000 feet, and there's tremendous variability in the fire environment over that range. So yes, that's our next step for this work. Garrett?
Really good stuff, Andrew. I'm just curious, how do you think about the role of indigenous burning if there's more frequent fire in the valley bottom? And what does that mean for contemporary cultural burning?
I think it means we're going to need to engage. Okay, so the question is how does indigenous burning in the lower valleys fit into our understanding of fire regimes in the Western Cascades and what we do going forward? I think it's not just isolated to those lower river valleys. We've also seen sites up in the Western Hemlock Zone that appeared to have been frequently burned and tended by cultural burning. We don't know very much right now is the answer. We're just sort of uncovering the evidence through tree rings today. I think the important step is to engage and learn more about traditional burning and where it would be helpful, and start building those relationships, because you know, this is kind of sterile tree ring science and we don't know a lot yet.
The slide where you showed the injuries to the cambium,
Mm-hmm.
indicating several fires on one tree. In that slide, they were all on the same side of the tree. Is that something you commonly notice? And what side is that on? Does it have to do with aspect or slope, or why is that injury commonly on the same side of the tree if it is?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question's about the morphology of fire scars on these trees. They tend to form along one axis. I think that's because the bark is weakened there, and you'll also have resin on that part of the tree. So when a fire comes along, it'll burn that resin, heat through the weak part, and the scars will just stack up there. So we call those recorder trees. When you're on a steep slope, they tend to be on the uphill side of the tree because the fire burns upward and it sort of makes a funnel there. But we've been recording the direction of fire scars, and we found that it's really erratic. So it seems like fire came from different directions and it had different amounts of fuel on the trees, and I think it really matters where the first scar forms, and the later scars will form in that same spot. Kenny? That's a great question. I did that analysis for the fire history data out of the, oh, sorry. How is fire related to climate, I think is Kenny's question here. I did that analysis for the data from the Umpqua National Forest, and I was really surprised to find that there were not strong fire-climate relationships in the Umpqua National Forest. If you do this work on the east side in dry forests, you find that fires are absolutely related to climate. You have a hot, dry year, that's when you have big fire events. We're not really seeing that with our west side fire studies. If you look at fire synchronicity across all those sites, you see very little of it. So what we're sort of thinking that means is that historically on the west side you had lots of smaller fires, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 acre fires that were putting the low and moderate severity fire into these forest systems, and then the bigger stand replacing fires that are harder to catch with our sampling are outside of that. We're able to get, sorry, excuse me. Were we able to use any other species for fire scars? We were able to get good fire scars out of incense cedar, western red cedar, sugar pine. Occasionally you can get one out of a hemlock, but it kind of isn't worth your time because you can develop a much better record out of the other species. So they will form fire scars, but the species are harder to cross-state and they fall apart, so we really just focus on Douglas fir. One more question. So the question is how does our ability to reconstruct fire change as we move into the higher elevation systems where the species that we rely on for fire history may not be present? I think that thus far we've always stuck to areas where we had Douglas fir, even if they were pretty rare to make these fire records. I do suspect that in the silver fir zone and parts of the western hemlock zone that are wetter, we're missing evidence of fire. It's certainly easier to do this at lower elevations than it is at higher elevations. You have less rot, you have better recording trees. The process of fire scarring sort of depends on fires coming through, so we could be missing some of the fire events at higher elevations for sure. Thanks, everyone.
If I could ask you a favor, when you ask a question, if you could stand up and speak loudly, or come to the microphones that are scattered in the room, trying to get the speakers to repeat the questions so everyone can hear, and also folks out in the live stream land can know what we're talking about, which is kind of important. I noted earlier that this is not going to be a one-off workshop. There will be follow-up events, and I think some focus on traditional ecological knowledge, how humans have influenced these landscapes all back through history is probably something we really need to focus on doing next in whatever sorts of forums that we put on as a group. So moving on, climate change. A couple of questions have already come up. So we will be focusing on how climate change might be influencing this new normal for us as we go into the next couple of speakers before break. We have Alex Dye, who is a student here at Oregon State University, and they'll be talking about climate change, how it modifies future burn probability, size, and frequency of wildfires in the Oregon West Cascades. So help me welcome Alex. Where are you, Alex? Yep, come on up.
Yeah, well, pleasure to be here today with all of you at this symposium. It's kind of nifty that Andrew got shifted right in front of me because now we're going to go from the past straight into the future. So some of the same themes apply, however, mostly a lot of the variability and uncertainty with reconstructing something that we don't know about, like Andrew was doing in the past. Those things are going to apply in this talk as well. And so what I'm going to talk about is the mid-21st century in the future, so about 30, 40 years from now, and looking at how if we take several different projections, climate model projections of the future climate and feed those into a fire simulation model, how could that change the fire regime that we're seeing today. And those things are changing fast. We've seen it in the last several years, the last several decades. So what could that look like in the future? And so when you saw that this was going to be talking about the future, I hope you weren't expecting me to predict the future for you. I'm not a fortune teller, so I don't know what the future is going to be. If I was, that would be fantastic. But since I'm not, we have to do science, and we have to figure it out by looking at different versions of the future and what could happen and why and what that means for us and for our plans regarding fire. So we don't have a crystal ball. Instead, we have a bunch of different model projections of the future that tell us, based on various research teams' best science, what they expect the future could be in 30, 40, 50 more years. And depending on what model, we can look at futures that are extremely more hot and extremely more dry, anywhere down to a little bit cooler and a little bit wetter, or a little bit cooler and wetter in the winter, extremely hot and dry in the autumn, and any combination of those in between. And so in this case, we're wanting to take these different climate projections of the future in the mid-21st century and compare them to the contemporary fire regime, which in this case, we're considering 1992 to 2020. And so that's a really tiny slice of the contemporary fire regime, especially in comparison to the 800 years that Andrew was just talking about. But it's also the period where we have really robust records of point locations of ignitions, of weather, and spatial patternings of fire, et cetera. So we take a bunch of these different climate versions of the future. In this study, I'm going to take 12 of them, and these are projected by things called GCMs, which are our global climate model that projects climate in the future and based on our understanding of the global climate system. And we can come up with these different projections. And I'm going to take 12 different of those and feed them into a fire simulation model. And in this case, I'm using the model that's called FSIM, which is often used for evaluating present-day management and suppression and highly valued resource type scenarios. So we're going to just change the climate input into this model and see what could happen if we get this variety of climate in the future. So instead of a single crystal ball, unfortunately, it's going to be a lot more complicated with that, and we're going to have 12 crystal balls. All of them have some different type of climate associated with them into the future. Hot, wet, cool, dry, any combination of these. Fortunately, though, because like I had mentioned earlier, many of these GCM models have been tested and calibrated to contemporary and or historical conditions, and some of those are known to perform better than others, especially for the western Pacific Northwest. And so there may be some kind of if it performs really well to the present day conditions, maybe that gives us a little bit more confidence in what's happening in the future. So that's why some of these balls are a little bit bigger than others. Maybe there's some situations that we could give more weight to. But still, there's really no specific likelihood assigned to any of these individual climate scenarios. And keep that in mind as we go through. So I do got to go and be a little bit boring for a second and just tell you about the climate, the fire model that's being applied here. This one is called FSIM, and there's a lot of things that we have to keep constant in order to do an experiment like this. And so FSIM will take in it takes in fuels. For that we use land fire. It takes in historical ignitions. And from this, we get a spatial points database for the last 30 years. And it'll do it'll take that spatial probability of where those ignitions occurred. And then most importantly, for our experiment here, it will take climate and weather, and specifically ERC, which is energy release component, and that is a combo humidity, precipitation, temperature. That's been shown to be really robust relationship across the western U.S. in terms of its relationship with fire occurrence and spread. And it'll take those items and put it into a fire spread algorithm and then output things like burn probability, fire frequency, fire size, and fire seasonality. And so important in this experiment that I'm discussing today, there's a lot of things in here that could change. There's a lot of inputs here, and we're only changing climate. We're only changing these ERCs. Because and you'll see how much variability comes up when we just use ERC. And if we changed everything that mattered, we would be left with probably 12 crystal balls that were just shattered all over the room with nothing to, it'd be really, really difficult to unpack that. Okay, so objective statement, reiterate, we're gonna feed FSIM with climate, specifically ERC, from 12 different global climate models that we've selected for this study for the Western PNW region. And I've done this for 5 ecoregions. We've got the Olympics and the Washington North Cascades, Washington West Cascades, Oregon Coast Range, and the Washington West Cascades. And we're going to produce some components of how the future fire regime could change in the future relative to today. These are these burn probabilities, fire size, and frequency. And I also have seasonality, but I'm not going to have time to get to it. But I have slides at the end, so if you're interested in what months fire might occur in the future, you can ask that as a question, and I'll pull it up. All right, here's our 5 ecoregions. And what I'm showing on this slide, you got on the y-axis, your projected change in percent burn probability. So that's the change in burn probability from as a percentage of the contemporary, and that contemporary record is 92 to 2020. So everything from 92 up until post Labor Day fires is what we're evaluating changes relative to. And burn probability is to unpack that term a little bit more, it's a percentage. So if you see a burn probability of 0.05, for example, that would be a 5% chance of that pixel or that region burning in any given year. In other words, that's about 1 burn every 20 years. And so what I'm going to do here is just leave this slide up and cycle through our 5 ecoregions. Key things to look at here is each of these points, each of these dots is a result from a global climate model that I put into FSIM. And so look at how much variability there is there in these points. These are just 12 of these simulation models. And you have variability that's 5-10-fold even per ecoregion, which is huge. And I think that's one of the points I want to emphasize here is it's the name of the game is complexity and uncertainty. We can take medians of each of these or means of each of these, and that's what those horizontal black lines indicate the median of all 12 of the results. But the spread around those medians is just humongous, and we have a lot of uncertainty into what the future holds. However, bracketing like this it's just extremely useful because it gives us a sense of the complexity that we can see in the future. And if we know that this is our range, we can adopt a little bit of a mindset of resiliency to prepare for systems that can handle anything within these ranges, anything from a whole lot more fire to less fire to a relatively small change. And so that's one thing I want everyone to keep in mind as we go through this figure is that just the range in these dots is huge, and I think that's the whole point. And that's, I think, what one of the take-homes is through here. Maps, we have, these are burn probability maps. So for what I'm going to be showing here is that the historical. So this is just what we mapped based on the last 30 years. So this is the relative that we're comparing against, and then the future over the mid-21st century time period. And so that future map on the right is equivalent to that horizontal median line in the box plot. So this would be the median of all 12 of the simulation outputs results. So starting with the Olympics, which is a completely interesting one because of it's the lowest fire frequency and fire size and burn probability of any of these 5 ecoregions, but has humongous percent change. So the fire regimes in the future could be entirely different than they are now, is what that's being said there. Washington North Cascades, this is another one that just has extremely high percent change, as you can see through the box plot, and also extremely high variability, anywhere from an over 1,000% change to even a negative change. And so some of these scenarios, some of these climate scenarios, like I was saying, are actually not projecting hotter and drier. And so it's interesting to see what that kind of a scenario could do to fire. And like I was mentioning earlier, these some of the different GCMs, maybe there's a little bit more confidence in how they replicate contemporary conditions. That's what those star points versus the solid points are. This is just based off of a study in 2013 for the Pacific Northwest that ranks some of these in terms of their replicability of historical conditions. And so, interestingly, a lot of those ones that fall in the top half of those rankings are near the top of this box plot, indicating huge changes in burn probability. Here's down at the Washington West Cascades. And so in these maps, really anything yellowish green and higher is considered relatively high. And then the Oregon Coast Range. And finally, Oregon West Cascades. And you can see here, this is clearly where we have the highest simulated burn probabilities, but in terms of percent changes, it's of the 5 PNW ecoregions, it's lower down. The percent changes are not quite as large. We can also take fire size and fire counts out of this. And so on this figure, what you're seeing is on the y-axis, the number of fires per year, and on the x-axis, average fire size. And these are based on the fire model simulations. So with a single simulation of the fire model, we're basically replicating 10,000 versions of the same year, and then calculating these statistics such as how many fires are simulated in each year, what's the average size of those. And so you've got the average number per year on the left, and then the average size on the right. And so I'm going to just populate this graph with each of those 5 ecoregions so you can see how they compare to each other. Again, each of these points is an individual simulation result based on a different climate change projection. So keep in mind that just how that variability plays out, and then that star point is the contemporary conditions that's being compared to. So here's the Olympics, and then Washington North Cascades. This is interesting because a lot of the future change is occurring in terms of fire frequency. A lot of the dots are above the star point on the y-axis. You have Washington West Cascades. And then Coast Range, another interesting one with the more flatness of the curve, which shows that a lot of the changes seem to be happening in terms of fire size, changes in fire size rather than frequency. Oregon West Cascades. And then finally, put them all together to see how they look together. So quite a big spread in what we're seeing with possible changes to fire size and frequency in the western PNW. So climate, and again, this experiment, climate only, but there's a lot else that we know is going to change in the future, and we don't, you know, this, during the first speaker, we saw that slide where he had mentioned that 2021 was, you know, 11,000 something like 11,000 acres burned, and so every year that goes by, the work is just getting more and more obsolete even. So things are changing, and climate is changing as well. But there's a lot else that we haven't even looked at. So fuels, we know fuels are going to change. It's not going to remain the same landscape forever in the future. There's going to be vegetation climate feedbacks. And you're also going to have vegetation fire feedbacks. So those are going to, you know, change up everything we see here and contribute to more variability. You have changes in ignition patterns. Like we know the ignition patterns that we've seen from 92 to 2020 are not going to be how it's always going to be in the future. It's convenient to keep them that way to isolate how climate alone could impact, you know, the fire regime in the future, but we know it's not going to be the case. There's going to be changes, could be changes in population patterns and how that relates to where fires are getting ignited. There could be changes in lightning emissions related to climate also, or infrastructure. New roads and a lot of the human-caused fires are related to different patterns of human infrastructure. Management techniques, how forests are decided to be managed and for fire or other things other than fire, all that could change how fire is working in the future. So here we're looking at climate, but we know it's going to be more than climate. And there's a lot of work to do in unpacking the true variability and getting a sense of what's behind all of those crystal balls. Okay, I'm going to wrap that up and can take about 5 minutes of questions? Yeah, 5 minutes of questions. Yeah, so he asked if it's the change in number of large fires is what we're seeing, and so yes, I am not simulating anything under 240 hectares. So all of these statistics are 240 hectare fires and above.
How many acres is that?
100. Yes, so Becky asked if I could unpack the variability in climate in the future, because I had said that not all of them were hot and dry, but nearly all of the climate models do project warmer temperatures. And yes, that's correct. Most of the models do project warmer temperatures, but there's more to just heat in terms of what produces ERC and then translating into fire, as well as when that warming occurs. For example, a quadrupling of January temperatures might not have quite the same impact as a quadrupling of August temperatures, for example. And also when those changes in temperatures coincide with increases or decreases in precipitation or humidity, for example. So some of these models that are cooler and wetter actually might be warmer and drier in August, and a lot of that what we're saying is cooler and wetter is happening in months that aren't quite as important to fire. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. So you reported results on a 30-year time frame. Makes sense. I'm all for it. I guess I'm wondering, did you look at year-to-year variability or any sense of what a really rough year would look like versus a really easy year in that 30-year period? Is that something we can get at from data?
Okay, so Thomas asked if I was looking at any year-to-year variability, and also follow up with what would a really rough year look like versus a normal year. One clarification about the model is we don't simulate chronologically. So it's not 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, et cetera. It is 10,000 versions of the exact same year. So it's 10,000 versions of what could happen in that same year with this statistical distribution of climate and fire things that we feed it. However, it is possible to pull out one of those iterations of the simulations to see like what would be the worst version of this year. Haven't done that yet, but yeah. Okay, in the back. Right. So what's that? Yeah. Could you? Yeah. I think what I heard was, is there any incorporation of fire vegetation feedbacks in the model?
Yeah, I understand that there can't be at this time.
Right.
But I'm wondering, since you presented it by ecoregion, if you can speak to what you might expect for those probabilities with that fire feedback actually accounted for. That's asking a lot of you, I know. You did have that crystal ball.
Right. Yeah. Well, my crystal ball shatters when it comes to fuels. But yes, it's an extremely valid question and something that we are all thinking about. It is in some ways a little bit ridiculous to not even consider fuels or to even consider that the fire's going to burn and then the landscape's not going to be the same after that. And we're in this framework to do this experiment this way. We're stuck with this. We want to look at just what is going to happen to climate, and that climate is always going to be dealing with the same fuelscape, which, like you mentioned, and is just not going to be the same. It's going to change, and it's going to change following fire and following climate. So I wish I could answer that question a lot better than I can. Well, thank you.
So again, all hands, all lands. There might be a talk that will come later that might help you understand with that fuel component. We'll see. Or it will be a future topic for discussion. So hold that thought. Moving on, continuing on the climate change sort of theme here this morning. Crystal Raymond is with the University of Washington. She's going to talk about forest fires in the Western Cascadia, evaluating climatic drivers to inform climate adaptive management responses. So help me welcome Crystal, everyone.
Great. Thank you. I'm Crystal Raymond with the Climate Impacts Group, and I want to acknowledge some co-authors on this. And research has been a great collaborative effort with Nick Bond and Karen Bambaco from the Office of the Washington State Climatologist, Josh Holofsky and Dan Donato from Washington Department of Natural Resources, and Brian Harvey from CEFS at UW. So this research came out of a workshop that was held in 2018, focused on West Side Fire. This was sponsored by the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center and the Climate Impacts Group with the Tulalip tribes. And we wanted to get a group of people together to focus on West Side Fire, so pretty similar to this symposium. This was back in 2018. And I think we had really could have had no idea of how much this topic would have grown in the interest that people would have in this topic in just 5 years. In part driven by the Labor Day fires, but also just an increasing interest in understanding how to take this information about wildfire in this region and climate change and what to do about this, both in terms of thinking about the ecological implications, managing forests, but also in the wildland-urban interface in terms of protecting communities and emergency response. So in this 2018 workshop, and I encourage you to check out this summary paper of the workshop, we really brought people together from really different backgrounds: emergency response, land use planning, ecological management of landscapes, to say what are some of the key research questions and information needs that needed to be addressed on West Side Fire. And for this project, some particular partners that we've worked with are the Tulalip tribe, the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, the North Cascades National Park, and the Puget Sound Climate Preparedness Collaborative, which is kind of a group that represents some of those wildland-urban interface land use planning and emergency response aspects of the question. And so I'm going to focus on two aspects of this question that came out of this research agenda, particularly focused on the climate-fire relationships. So we were asking the question, what have been the real climate or weather drivers of West Side Fire historically? And that was something that we wanted to pursue for this research, to really say, could we pinpoint what are the key variables that really drive fire in this region? And then looking ahead, how do we expect that to change with climate change? And so in this case, looking at some regional climate model simulations that we hope would better capture some of the variability in climate in this region in particular. So I'm going to talk about two different statistical approaches that we've used to look at climate-fire relationships in this region. And so this research is a little bit of a kind of a statistical analog to what you just heard from Alex. So what we want to do is first figure out, what are those key drivers of fire in this region? What are the particular weather variables that are most important that we can pull out? And so we did this in two different statistical approaches, and I'll go into just a little bit of detail about these statistical approaches. But generally, I want to make the point that we looked at these two different approaches in order to see if we get similar results. So kind of tackling the problem in a few different ways. Do we come up with the same variables that matter in the same sorts of relationships? And so the two approaches we used were general additive models. The response variable that we were looking at is acreage burned on the west side, and looking at a number of different environmental variables in each model. And then we used a random forest approach with 100 regression type decision trees. And what we see is that using these very different statistical approaches, we did come up with very similar relationships and thresholds for the critical environmental variables. So to say what sort of fires we were looking at for this, so we had about 27 fires. So one of the common problems in looking at climate fire relationships in this region in particular is the lack of data. So there are many papers that have looked at climate fire relationships across the West, and typically this particular region for Western Cascadia, we're talking about kind of this region in Western Washington, Northwestern Oregon. We really have a limited set of fires in the contemporary record in order to do this sort of analysis. And often we find that this region gets lumped into bigger regions in the West in order to get at fire-climate relationships. And really the goal here was to drill down specifically on the variables that matter for this particular region. But given the limited set of contemporary fires that can be pretty challenging to do. But we used about 27 fires, 1,000 acres or larger, from this area, focusing just on that west side component of the fires. And we also wanted to really look at what is the key weather and climate drivers for particularly when the area burns in those fires. So we also narrowed it down a little bit more to look specifically at the days when the most area is burned in those fires. And so one of the ways that we did this was to use some MODIS fire progression maps. So as a lot of you are probably aware, that one of the challenges we have at understanding the fire-climate relationships on the west side is that often these fires can get ignited very early in the season, June, July, and then often west side fires will just kind of sit in place and not really take off. And then it can be, you know, several months towards the end of the fire season where you really start to get temperature, wind, or dryness conditions that enable these fires to take off. And so we really wanted to drill down on that particular day when a large amount of the fire burned. So we used the MODIS progression maps for each of our 27 fires to basically identify the day of the greatest amount of area burned. And we used that as the response variable. And then we kind of threw the kitchen sink at it in terms of looking at all of the different sort of weather and climate variables that would be, could be particularly important for understanding how much area burned in those fires. So we grouped these in 4 different areas. So we looked at a number of different variables related to precipitation, knowing sort of short-term, long-term precipitation through the season could be important. Looking at wind, so a number of recent papers have really emphasized the importance of wind, and particularly east winds in fire on the west side. So we had a few variables related to that, wind speed, the east wind component. We looked at temperature itself, short-term, long-term lags of temperature. And then we also looked at a number of variables that we kind of lumped together and called thermodynamic variables, which were sort of the combinations of temperature, precipitation, dryness, so things like ERC, vapor pressure deficit, and EDDI, the evaporative demand drought index, and kind of said, went through a sort of a systematic approach of looking at these variables individually to say how much did they explain that pattern of area burn that we were seeing in the west side. The majority of the variables came from GridMet. We did find for wind that the better source of wind data that we use for this is actually a regional climate model simulation, the WRF model, developed by PNNL that simulates about 1980 to 2020, kind of the historical climate over that period using the WRF regional weather model. And that's where we got the wind speed and east wind component. And so what we found, kind of the take home from the general additive models, so these are basically regression models that allow for nonlinear relationships among the variables. And we found that wind speed, in fact, just wind speed itself and not necessarily the east wind component, and a couple of different aspects of temperature turned out to be the variables that explained the most variation in area burned. And so we evaluated these models in terms of the variance explained, so how much of that variability in area burned, as well as AIC, which basically meant, you know, kind of penalizes if the model is too complex. So going with fairly simple models here that explain a lot of the variability in that area burned. And so wind speed, not surprisingly, turned out to be the variable that explained most of the variation in area burn. So that's one thing that we've heard a lot about in the last few years from the literature is how critical wind is to wildfires in this region. But it wasn't only wind. We also found that adding several other variables did explain more of the variability in area burned. And so the 2 that kind of stood out on top were the 7-day maximum temperature, so 7 days prior to that day with the most area burned, and the 60-day maximum temperature. So despite looking at some more integrative variables related to fuel moisture, fuel dryness like ERC, we actually found that temperature turned out to be kind of the simplest and one of the best predictors. And a lot of these models were quite similar in terms of how much variance explained, but temperature actually turns out to be a pretty convenient and useful variable in terms of looking at thresholds moving forward. And so this is without interaction. And so basically what this plot shows, this is a contour heat map plot showing wind speed and maximum temperature. And the steeper the lines, the stronger the relationship. Increasing wind speed, more area burned, increasing temperature, the 7-day maximum temperature, more area burned. And we really see this kind of in this upper end of this plot where you get tighter lines and see with these variables increasing a much greater amount of area burned. Oops. Uh-oh, I might have hit the key you're really not supposed to hit. All right. Okay, with interaction, so looking at those models without allowing those two variables to interact, so I don't want to get too much into the details, but I do want to say we did then allow these variables to interact. So basically, in short, what that means is looking at the combination of temperature and wind speed in the model. We found that when these variables do interact, you explain much more of the variability in area burned. And so you can see that differently in this plot, particularly in this area. When you're at higher wind speeds, temperature explains much more of the variability. So when you're at low wind speeds, actually temperature didn't explain that much of the variability in area burned, but once you get to higher wind speeds, then the difference within the area burned actually then does relate to temperature. And when you have higher temperatures, then that was associated with more area burned. So the interaction of these two variables actually explained about 85% of the area burned from that record. So fairly good models. Okay, and so what we wanted to do was then say, if we could pull out the particular environmental variables that matter most for understanding area burned, then and determine thresholds associated with those, then moving forward, looking at the regional climate model simulations, we could say, how does the likelihood of crossing those thresholds change in the future with climate change? And so from these models, we pulled out these particular thresholds. The first set of thresholds being when you really start to see fires happening on the west side. So including our smaller fires, 1,000 acres, 10,000 acres, 20,000 acres, we really don't see fires unless we get over these particular wind thresholds. So about 9 miles per hour, 7-day maximum temperature of 18 degrees, and 60-day maximum temperature of 17 degrees. So that's when you really start to get fire. And then we had this second threshold to say, when does area burn really ramp up on the west side? What thresholds matter there? And this is really those big fires like the Labor Day fires. What sort of thresholds are we crossing when we see those very large fires? And that threshold is about 25 mile per hour winds and 24 degrees C for both the 7-day and 60-day temperature. So these thresholds then allow us to kind of query the regional climate model simulations and say, okay, how often do you cross those thresholds in the future? And particularly what we want to look at is the combination. So when do you get both the temperature and the winds that give you that climate setup for having wildfire on the west side? This is just one other plot to mention the random forest technique. So what I want to say here, mostly in emphasizing these, is this shows the strength of the relationship. And again, we saw very similar thresholds. So, sorry, these are in meters per second, but here is kind of this particular threshold where you really see this relationship ramp up with area burned. So this is equivalent to that 9 miles per hour, but about around the 25 miles per hour. So that's where you really see a pretty dramatic increase in area burned. So about 25 miles per hour, or 11 meters per second in the wind speed. And similarly for the temperature, here's where we see that 24-degree relationship where you really see these big fires in the area burned ramp up. So the point of showing these plots is to say that, again, this very different statistical approach yield very similar thresholds and relationships. Okay, and then I'll just finish up by talking a little bit about where we're at with the future projections and how we're looking at whether or not we'd expect to see crossing these thresholds change in the future. And so we used 12 regional climate model simulations. So this is the WRF model driven by the global circulation models. And from those, not surprisingly, of course, you see the number of days above 24 degrees C, that threshold. The 7-day and 16-day maximum temperatures, you see those increase, not surprisingly, right? Getting warmer. Many more days per year where you cross that threshold. And we see that, throughout the region, there's a little bit of spatial variability, but quite a few number of days where that particular temperature criteria is crossed. Wind turned out to be a little bit more complicated, and so what we've had to do is kind of dig into a different approach to look at crossing of this wind threshold to see how much that changes in the regional climate models. And so basically we found that these regional climate models, which we anticipated would be better at capturing things like winds in this region because of the finer scale of the models. In this case, we actually found that there's a lack of windiness in general in the regional climate model, so a pretty negative bias in the wind in these models. And so when we're trying to look at crossing a particular threshold, like the 9 miles per hour or the 25 miles per hour, we're not able to do that because in general the winds are much less than would be expected in the regional climate models. And so what we're doing now is kind of taking a different approach to get at this wind and crossing that wind threshold potential in the future. And so what we've been working on with Nick and Karen from the Office of Washington State Climatologists is really digging into the sea level pressure patterns that result in that windiness. So recognizing that typically when we get those really windy days, something like 25 miles per hour or more in this region, we usually have a pretty big difference in the sea level pressure. And so we have selected Eugene and OMAC to kind of the difference in the sea level pressure across this region. So that's the kind of setup that tends to result in these really windy days like we saw in the Labor Day fires and creates those kind of regional high windy days. So using this now as a kind of more reliable indicator to get at how much more frequently we'd expect to see those high wind days so that we can look at that in combination with the temperature. And so to show kind of what this looks like in the historical record, so this is looking at that pressure difference between OMAC and Eugene, a positive pressure difference generally resulting in these windier days, and two particular thresholds that stand out here. So when we cross 200, difference in the sea level pressure, or 800 being these extremely windy days, east winds throughout the region. For example, here is where that delta of over 800 for the Labor Day fires. And so we're taking this as an indicator. It's something that we're hoping is more easy to pull out from the regional climate model simulations. And then we can look at the frequency of crossing this threshold moving forward rather than the wind speeds themselves. So with that, I'll just conclude. So key messages that I want to leave you with. So wind in our analysis did stand out as a major driver of area burned in the west side, but it wasn't the only one. And looking at a host of other environmental variables, temperature, the 7-day and 60-day maximum temperature stood out as explaining additional variance in the area burned. Regional climate models obviously suggest an increase in the number of days that we cross those temperature thresholds. But it turns out that wind is a lot more challenging to assess from these regional climate models. But this sea level pressure difference across the region is proving to be a good indicator of getting at the potential of crossing those wind thresholds in the future. So with that, I can take any questions.
I guess what comes
so if I can repeat the question. So I think the question is sort of recognizing that there's a few large fires in the small sample set, and are there other ways besides sort of the influence of those fires on understanding the potential for large fire spread?
Do all the large fires look like the 2021 Labor Day fires, or do they look different from each other?
Yeah. So most of the large fires are those Labor Day fires, given the record that we have. We do see variation so there is some variation within those that is included in the model. And so it turns out there are other factors that can result in the large fire spread. I mean, I think we spent some time thinking about breaking this up into kind of small fires and large fires. And so I think what we see is, generally to get those really big ones, right, you need to have the wind event, but there's still variation within that. And then you do still have a lot of these smaller fires, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 acres, that happen without the windiness, right? We do get these smaller fires, and those fires can be consequential. Those fires do have, impacts on communities, impacts for response. And so, we do see that there's a relationship with temperature there that explains some of the variation in those fires as well. So I'm not sure if that's answering your question. I mean, I generally, you don't see these really large fires without having the major wind speeds, but it doesn't explain all of it either. You do see fires when the winds were there and they didn't get large. And so it just says that that some of these other environmental factors do play into the amount of area burn that you're actually getting. Great. Take another question. Yeah, that's a great question. And so in terms of looking at the frequency of crossing these thresholds in the future, we have played around with looking at, the entire year, looking at just the fire season, June through September, or, looking May through October, recognizing that potential expansion of the fire season. I think we're still kind of, I think we'll look at it both ways, right? So we want to know, particularly in the fire season, how much more frequently do we see these thresholds cross, but also looking further out, recognizing that as temperature warms, right, you can cross those higher temperature thresholds much more in the shoulder of the fire season, and then say, okay, do you see the setup for these wind patterns also happening at that time? So I think we want to look at it both ways in order to see, whether there is the potential for the expansion of that fire season. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. So we're going to take a 20-minute break, come back at 10:30. We'll continue to layer on this complexity of these landscapes that were already complex just because of what they are versus the complex history, and now we're talking about the complex future, and I don't know about you, but there's just an awful lot of complexity and unpredictability, so it's time to take a coffee break. If you could be back at 10:30, and remember, I'm challenging you to have some dialogue, try to find ways to take these facts and figures and make them useful to you. So see you back here at 10:30. complexity, looking at climate and weather and how it affects these landscapes. Coming up next is Jeremy Freed with Sebastian Busby and Angel Kleck, all with the U.S. Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station. They're going to be talking about FIA, and they will tell you what that stands for when they come up here, but remeasurements within the 2020 Labor Day fire and what that has revealed about fire weather effects over a forest structure, air associated with mapped burn severity products, and statistical, turn the page, it's a long title, Jeremy, statistical estimates of live to dead carbon pool conversions. So help me welcome Jeremy, everybody.
A long title, but we were trying to be fully descriptive of the content, truth in advertising and all. I'll be presenting the first part of this and then hand it off to Sebastian, sharing our preliminary analysis of the first tranche of post-fire monitoring data from the FIA plot network collected within the 2020 Labor Day fires. Because we haven't yet received funding to support analysis of the data, Sebastian and Angel took time from their funded projects to develop the rapid and preliminary assessment and analysis findings that we'll be sharing with you today. By burning through 261 FIA plots that represent all forests, these fires provide an unparalleled opportunity to learn about West Side Fire. The FIA monitoring network offers a very large and spatially balanced forest sample without regard to owner, forest type, management, and disturbance history. Protocols are largely consistent over space and time. We fully reconcile changes to area and to individual trees. As this map shows, all lands are sampled and plots aren't installed on the non-forest except on national forests. Region 6 uses a spatial intensification except within designated wilderness, which explains the variation in the density of green dots on this map. Owing to their roots in timber inventory, our protocols include lots of measurements on trees, some of which are needed to compute biomass and volume. However, we also collect ecosystem attributes such as on understory vegetation and down wood. We sample larger trees on larger plot sizes so that it's less likely that we'll miss their presence. And the footprint graphic illustrates that plots are sometimes divided into what FIA calls conditions. Those are mapped to account for major differences such as ownership, size class, and forest type within the plot area. These conditions become the analysis unit in our reporting. The FIRS protocol and 44-page field guide supplement have been refined with help from Rocky Mountain Research Station scientist Terry Jane. Sorry about that, I went a little too fast. Over several iterations. We start with the standard FIA remeasurement protocols, then add items that clarify the status of trees and the land that they grew on. For example, is there evidence that the tree was alive immediately before the fire? Another example was there fire suppression activity that could confound the interpretation of attributes that we rely on to understand the impact of fire on soils. We assess the status of tree crowns and of the percent cover of soil surface substrates by char class to derive post-fire indices for these key ecosystem components that describe what the fire left behind. This is not changing very fast. Is it changing? Not yet. All the fires smoldered, as the fires smoldered, we assembled a wonderful group of partners with an interest in this data, a co-production effort that raised just enough funds to accomplish the data collection for the study. By the end of 2 years post-fire, all but 11 plots were successfully visited. The holdouts were typically unreachable owing to hazardous conditions. There were more plots on Region 6 and BLM lands due to the spatial intensification I just mentioned. However, much of the forest land within these 6 fires is private. Most forest areas federally controlled and with older stands common. Privately owned forests have no old forest in this sample. These fires changed how people think about fire in West Side Forest. Was it just because they were large? The Labor Day fires were 25 times larger than the mean annual area burned over the previous quarter century. But size is not the only difference. Comparing the proportion of area at each MTBS rating, it appears that the Labor Day fires had much less area in unburned and low severity and much more in high severity, most likely due to extreme fire weather. We're mostly interested in how forest structure and composition, that is to say fuels, affects fire outcomes, but we can't get to that understanding without accounting for weather. Anyone living in the vicinity of these fires will recall that these fires blew up very suddenly on Labor Day night under an extreme weather event of the hottest, driest, and strongest winds most of us have ever seen in Western Oregon. Daily average, not gust, sustained wind speeds of as high as 26 miles per hour were observed on September 8th. 2 days later, the winds were no longer a factor and fire growth had slowed to a crawl. Knowing the time that fire encountered a plot so that appropriate weather can be linked to it is a lot harder than you might think. We pursued several what ultimately turned out to be dead ends that relied on satellite-based infrared sensors with, unfortunately, temporal or spatial resolution inadequate to the task. Eventually, we found a promising approach. And perimeters of active fires are periodically mapped with airborne infrared to provide operational support for suppression. But the periods are often long. There were only 3 such periods over 82 hours on this fire, shown by the blue lines in the map on the left. These are archived on the National Interagency Fire Center FTP site and inconsistent as to attribution, even as to the time of collection. They're also undocumented, which isn't surprising given that their purpose is to support operational activities, not researcher convenience. Given how quickly winds change, this temporal resolution was inadequate to our needs. We divided each perimeter mapping interval, some of which were as long as a day or two, into 4 time periods of equal length. We then took the data from the weather research forecasting model and calculated a mean wind speed and direction over each of those 4 periods. And Angel then used that information to locate a perimeter that was in between the mapped perimeters. In fact, she located 3 of those perimeters to divide up the time between those perimeters into 4 equal time periods. Plots falling between an inner and outer perimeter, whether mapped or interpolated, were assigned a fire arrival time midway between those perimeter timestamps. And finally, hourly modeled weather from the WRF model for that plot location at that assigned time was assigned to the plot for analysis. These in the next few slides show violin plots, basically a combination of mean with confidence intervals, the median, and a frequency distribution. We assessed survival on all trees that were live at the pre-fire FIA visit and immediately before the fire. When the winds exceeded 2.25 meters per second, which is about 5 miles per hour, most stands saw no survival of trees under 10 inches. That's got to be pretty hard on plantations. Larger trees fared better, but under extreme weather, the survival rate, even among the largest trees, was usually under 20%, and most frequently close to 0. With the lightest winds, large tree survival averaged 80%, but even small tree survival approached 50% under those conditions. With extreme winds, the most common outcomes were either very low survival or nearly complete survival, with intermediate levels of mortality less common. Survival did not differ among the 3 wind speed classes that are greater than 2.25 meters per second, so we grouped those as a moderate to strong wind class for the rest of the analysis. Considering all wind speeds, survival in older stands looks to be no better than in young stands. Only under light winds do the results correspond with conventional wisdom. However, older stands aren't statistically different, perhaps because these fires didn't deliver a very large sample of burning under light winds. It was interesting to us that under strong winds, stands 60 to 120 years old achieved greater survival than did stands older than 120 years, based on a fairly large sample. The fire does not see ownership. It only sees the differences in stand structure that different ownerships convey onto the forest landscape by their management choices, including the choice not to manage. At wind speeds above 5 miles per hour, fire is an equal opportunity tree killer. When winds are light, national forests do achieve a greater survival proportion compared to private forests. The sample size on state forests is very small and non-existent for light wind days. Outcomes vary quite a bit and are strongly bimodal within each public ownership. Consistent with what we saw in the stand age graphic, young, even-age stands aren't resistant at any wind speed. Both even-age and uneven-age stands of mid-size and large trees are resistant when winds are light. However, we need to keep in mind that that resistance outcome only applies to the 16% of the forest that burned under light winds in these fires. Even at light winds, the confidence intervals mostly overlap, except that 9 to 20-inch even-age stands do significantly better than those that are less than 9 inches. Because these are FI plots, they can be used with the stratification that's part of the FI design to estimate totals, means, or in this case, carbon density, along with sampling errors, shown in gray, for any desired subpopulation, such as the 2 ownerships and 3 age classes in this simplified table. For young stands, live tree carbon density before the fire did not depend on ownership. However, after the fire it did. Depending on age class, fire kill rates appeared to be greater on private land, but there's no question that on private lands, a large fraction, more than half, of the fire-killed wood left the forest as salvage in just the first 12 months post-fire. The stories are similar for 60 to 120-year-old stands, though there are much fewer of them on private forest. Which is why the sampling error is identical to the mean. In that case, I think there's only one plot on private forest that had salvage. Essentially, a third of the private forest saw salvage operations in the months after the fire was extinguished, and in most of those operations, all trees were harvested. On national forests, most frequently less than 10% of the carbon was harvested, perhaps because some of those were roadside safety hazard operations, not operations targeted as formal salvage to retain some value and lay the ground for the next stand. And the losses in the older stands on national forests are really pretty staggering. Accepting ODF and its small sample size, the overall pattern is greater retention of live tree carbon on public lands for every age class, at least in the 2 age classes that occur on private lands. Perhaps some trees tagged as salvage dead by crews were live post-fire. It can be very hard to tell looking at a stump as to whether it was live or dead. That could explain some of the lower live tree carbon retention on private lands. Of course, much of what shows as post-fire live on public forests in 2021 is probably not alive today due to delayed mortality, which we just haven't yet assessed. Considering all owners combined, the immediate live carbon retention rate is remarkably consistent across age classes at around 38%. Huge quantities of carbon left the live tree pool on all ownerships as a result of these fires, some becoming immediate emissions, but most converting into the leaky bucket, also known as dead wood. That pool will decay and emit slowly over the coming years and decades unless a reburn happens first. Approximately equivalent climate benefits can be realized from trees that stave off mortality and survive, and those that are salvaged and converted to long-lived wood products or to energy generation if such energy displaces fossil fuel emissions. Let's pessimistically assume that half of the salvaged wood is utilized rather than pile burned or otherwise converted to an emission without energy capture. The fraction of carbon transfers from live to emitting pools is then overwhelmingly dominated by public lands where sizable areas of older stands contain such high carbon densities before these fires. Public lands also contain proportionally less of the young forest that proved not to be fire resistant. Oregon tracks and projects statewide emissions profiles. The goal is to get us on the yellow escalator down to 0. But in 2020, there were still 65 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent in anthropogenic emissions statewide. Compare this to the 70 million metric tons that we estimate left the live tree pool that same year from these fires. Moreover, we track the changes in the down wood, litter, and duff carbon pools between the pre- and post-fire measurements. There were substantial losses, particularly from the duff and litter layers and mostly from federal lands. This translates to an additional 10 million metric tons of CO2e, and in this case, the emissions reached the atmosphere immediately in 2020, not slowly over time as dead wood decays. Keep in mind that this does not count the immediate emissions from combustion of snags and foliage, which we have yet to calculate. In this photo enlargement, you can see what's wrong. These forests don't typically have trees with elevated root crowns and roots running atop the soil. The so-called DBH nails in these trees were 6 to 6.5 feet above the ground, not the 4.5 feet that they were supposed to be. While taking measurements on this plot, Sebastian and I assumed that a thick duff and litter layer would explain this, but no, duff and litter together were only 2.5 inches at the pre-fire visit. This soil likely collapsed by at least 1.5 feet as the fire consumed the organic carbon within. I'd be surprised if those emissions didn't exceed those from the 2.5 inches of duff and litter that went up in smoke. This is not captured in the FI protocol, but we would do well to start assessing soil drop on burn plots by recording the distance from ground to DBH nails. Now I'm going to pass it on to Sebastian.
Thanks, Jeremy. So there's a lot of different post-fire responses we can quantify with FIA data. In addition to mortality and carbon, we can also look at fire impacts to crowns. So to characterize fire impacts to forest canopies and the ecological legacies associated with them, post-fire measurements of forest crown and canopy conditions were classified into a crown PFI, or post-fire index, following a classification system developed by Terry Jane. Crown PFI includes 6 classes and 2 superclasses, moving from crowns that are primarily alive to those that are heavily scorched and reduced to standing bulls, and the superclasses include canopies with live material versus entirely dead material. These classes and superclasses help capture the degree of canopy fuel combustion, and thus what is left to fall to the ground post-fire that influences processes like erosion, fuel and woody debris loading, carbon deposition. When looking at the distribution of crown PFI, we see that nearly all of the forest ends up in the alive crown PFI superclass when winds are light. Under moderate strong winds, nearly half ends up in a dead PFI class, though complete consumption of all foliage is comparatively less common, and that's represented by that transition class. To characterize fire effects to soils, we also borrowed and applied a post-fire soil condition classification system from Terry Jane as well. Soil PFI classes involve thresholds of organic soil cover with a plurality of bare soil char intensity. The first point to characterize here is that pre-fire, 98% of the forest area exhibited organic matter cover greater than 85%. Post-fire, most of the area has shifted to greater than 0 but less than 40% organic matter cover, indicating significant changes to soils from fire effects. Unlike tree mortality and crown PFI responses, wind speed appears to be less influential on the distribution of soil PFI. We see similar distributions under light and stronger winds. Another utility of this data set is empirical validation, which can be used for the evaluation of remotely sensed burn severity products. The Burned Area Evaluation and Recovery Soil Burn Severity Product, or BARE SBS, is a remotely sensed burn severity product commonly used for evaluation of post-fire soil conditions and thus post-fire management at local watershed and landscape scales. When comparing soil PFI classifications to BARE SBS classifications, the major takeaway is that BARE classes track a wide range of observed organic matter cover percent and thus may not track fire effects particularly well. Part of the problem here is that BARE SBS, like many other burn severity products, is based off of quantifying changes in the spectral signature of vegetation and not necessarily soils themselves. Fire effects to vegetation can be correlated with soils, but not necessarily. We also evaluated how well thematic monitoring trends in burn severity, or MTBS classes, another popular remote sensing burn severity product focusing on quantifying vegetation change, tracked with observed tree mortality seen in FIA plots. We see that while field observed tree mortality falls within sort of the expected ranges we typically associate with low, moderate, and high severity fire, many plots do fall outside of those ranges. This is particularly true for the moderate severity class, where 50% of observations fall outside of the expected range. A large proportion of FIA plots classified as unburned by MTBS also experience low to high levels of tree mortality, which begs the question of whether remote sensing or MTBS data can really determine the presence of fire effects. Analyses and post-fire management actions based off of classified BARE and MTBS products should be aware that classifications related to fire effects may only be accurate moderately well. These data can also be used to help inform and answer policy and management relevant questions. A hot topic right now with major uncertainty is whether mesic westside forests can be actively managed for greater fire resistance under varying weather conditions. We conducted some preliminary modeling work using machine learning models and FI data to ask if and how forest structure might alter the probability of high severity fire, being defined here as greater than 75% tree mortality volume, while accounting for wind speed and topography. We subset the data specifically to Douglas fir stands less than 120 years old, in other words, stands that are eligible for and likely to actually be actively managed in this landscape. Preliminary models indicate that while wind speed was the most influential factor driving high severity fire, aspects of forest structure were also important, including stand age and forest structure class. Forests younger than 60 years old and the structure classes associated with them exhibited a notably higher probability of high severity fire from those 60 to 120-year-old stands and some of the structure classes associated with them. Further work is needed to tease apart what exactly about these middle-aged stands seems to make them more resistant to high-severity fire under mild to strong winds. And lessons learned could influence the development of silvicultural prescriptions aimed at maximizing stand-level fire resistance. And I'll let Jeremy finish out.
Complaining about network connection. We're really excited about this data. We think they hold tremendous promise for addressing management and policy questions and improving model accuracy. What we shared today is preliminary because the data are not yet even fully in and compiled. For example, full growth, removals, and mortality reconciliation is needed to get the most accurate picture of carbon dynamics. The numbers I shared didn't account, for example, for tree growth between the pre-fire visit in 2020 or for trees that died before the fire. Our summaries don't begin to scratch the surface of what we can learn from a fully funded analysis. Standard FIA remeasurements on these plots are already baked into the FIA budget. They will occur, and as those data continue to roll in, even more questions can be explored. In the last talk today, Ori Chafe will address some of those long-term fire effects questions on the 2002 Biscuit Fire, where this FERS data was also collected. There's currently no funds to pursue these analysis opportunities, but we hope that that will change. Some of you may decide to help co-produce research with us using these data to address questions that are important to you and that lead to better management options. We welcome your questions. Thanks are due to our co-producers who funded the data collection and for the amazing field and office work that makes this database possible, not just those who collected the FERS data, but also the FIA crews who collected pre-fire data, the QAs who've worked with us on the protocol over the years, and the information management folks that got the data into usable form for our analysis. Thanks. Sure, that'd be great. Stand up and speak loud, and I will try to repeat your question, or Sebastian will. Why don't you pick someone? I don't have the right glasses on yet.
Yeah, right here.
There were instances where the remote sensing reflectance data more closely corresponded with fire effects, and did you recognize any patterns in those situations?
Yeah, I mean, can even back up to this slide. Yeah, so the question was, were there circumstances where the remote sensing data actually did match up with the tree mortality that we saw in FIA plots? And was there some nuance there between those relationships? So we can see across these categories, there is quite a bit of agreement. So, for low severity fire, usually we expect less than 25% tree mortality. For moderate severity fire, somewhere between 25 and 75%, and for high severity fire, greater than 75%. And so you can see a lot of the data distribution are in those pools, so we'd say it has moderate agreement with those classes, but then quite a bit of it is outside as well. It's hard for me to tell without digging into the remote sensing data a little bit more and looking at some different measures of spectral signatures or indices to understand why that's happening. So don't have a super good answer to your question, sorry.
Ripe area for research.
Yeah, right here.
I'm wondering about the bare soil burn severity. Were you comparing that to FIA data on soils or tree mortality?
Yeah, so this was actually on FIA data on soil specifically. Given bare is often used to assess soil conditions post-fire specifically, we wanted to match that up with the soil post-fire index we derived from the FIA data. And it's hard to necessarily compare the two and say one's right and the other one's wrong, but the general takeaway is that across the different bare classes, we see that there's a wide range of organic matter, percent organic matter cover seen on the FIA plots. For moderate severity fire, for example, we see that there's anywhere from absolutely no percent organic cover to greater than 85%. Yeah. Way in the back. So the question was, is there a relationship between the MTBS classification accuracy and different structural classes of forests or signatures? That's an awesome area of inquiry, and I think that would be worth looking into to see where, is there specific forest structure stages where classification gets worse, or canopy cover thresholds, things like that. That would be a great opportunity to dig into that further to see, where these products tend to fail the most and where they tend to succeed the most. We need some more effort from folks and funding to do that. So if folks are interested in pursuing that, we'd love to work with you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. I learned something new. The soil dropped. Anybody know that before, that the soil dropped? You could measure that from the DBH pins. I wish that our tribal partners were here. One of the conversations we've been having is the exposure of tribal resources following these fires, and it was certainly apparent because of the duff reduction, but that whole issue of the soil actually dropping as well. It's probably going to uncover even more interesting things that we never knew existed out there. So thank you, guys. That was a really great talk. Moving along in this same theme, Brian Harvey with the University of Washington, who I've been working with and never met for the last 2.5 years, so this is cool. He's going to be talking about spatial patterns of burn severity in Western Cascadia, characteristics, drivers, and implications for post-fire landscapes. Help me welcome Brian, everybody.
All right, let me get oriented here. Whoa. 1 second talk, I'm already done. Hit it twice. There we go. All right, thanks for the introduction, and I'm gonna produce some work that's kind of a double whammy of some results of the actual title of this talk, as well as a little bit of a hype talk for some of the work that some of the graduate students in my lab are gonna be presenting later today and tomorrow. So I'd like to first acknowledge my co-authors on the results that I will be presenting, as well as give a huge thanks to a lot of collaborators, partners, and funding and support that is behind this work, as well as graduate students and undergraduate students that are listed there. A lot of this work is supported by the PNW Westside Fire Initiative, as well as the Northwest CASC and many other funding support resources that went into this. All right, so let's start with a photograph, because who doesn't like a photograph? When we look at this picture, which is, if we were to imagine we were standing in the middle of the Riverside Fire, this is a little bit southwest of Ripplebrook, Oregon, we might have running through our head questions like, what is going on here? How big is this patch? Many of you might think, look at this homogeneous giant moonscape of a burned landscape, and have questions about how the forest might respond following something like this. And this is kind of a big motivating question for a lot of the research that I'm going to be presenting here. Specifically, focusing on this region of Western Cascadia, which is a subset of the west side of the Cascades, and hearkening back to Andrew Merschel's talk this morning, this is specifically focusing on the high severity fire regime, typically understood to be north of Salem on the west side of the Cascades and excluding the Willamette Valley and Puget Lowlands. And particularly areas where there have been historical records of some fairly large and high severity fires, at least as one piece of the fire regime, and probably a pretty important piece. And we're mostly focusing on two forest zones in here, the Noble Fir, Silver Fir zone at higher elevations, as well as the Douglas Fir Western Hemlock zone in lower elevations that kind of blanket the slopes of the mountains here. And so going back to some of the stuff that Andrew brought up this morning, which was a really great talk about what could be going on in this interval between large standard placing fires. We do know that at some point, these forests are bookended by large standard placing fires, or at least that has occurred in the past, and we certainly saw that recently. And So when we go from a 1-year post-fire to a 700-year-old post-fire, there's a whole lot of stand dynamics that have probably been studied in this part of the world more so than anywhere else on the planet. And if we think about what's actually going on in the landscape, it's a little bit different than that picture, that illustration from Bob Van Pelt, in that we are experiencing contemporary periods where there's a major deficit of complex early seral and instead a surplus of young and mid-seral forests. And then again, when we get into the late seral old growth, we've still got a deficit relative to the historical range or of variability in this ecosystem. Whoa, this thing's moving on me. All right. Okay. Most of what we know about forest fire ecology in this region is through retrospective approaches, right? It's only been recently that we've had an opportunity to kind of be on the front row and fasten our seatbelts and watch what's happening when fires are burning as well as when forests are responding. But we do have a lot of insights and things that we think we know about these forests that is essentially a rearview mirror where you can go into an older forest and reconstruct what happened. But now we've got this opportunity, and this is kind of the square area where our research is located, where we're looking at this with several different partners to look at the drivers, characteristics, and effects of fire in this region of Western Cascadia. Now, Crystal Raymond earlier talked about some of the work on the climate and weather drivers, so I'm going to focus this specifically on the burn severity patterns, and then a lot of the hype talk is going to be about the post-fire forest ecosystem response. All right, so let's zoom into the burn severity patterns. A subset of our team is basically asking questions about what are the characteristic burn severity patterns. There's been a lot of work that's looked at what are some of the drivers of burn severity in different regions around the world. There's been a lot of work characterizing the spatial signature of burn severity in parts of the world, but there's still some questions about what are the characteristic patterns and drivers of burn severity in this part of the world, and we've got this opportunity to now look at that. And so I'm mostly focused on question 1 here, but with a little bit of a nod to those east wind events and how they drive a big amount of variance in this system. All right, so a shot from the 1988 Yellowstone fires, where a lot of people following those fires learned a ton about how spatial heterogeneity, even in extremely large fires like this, is critical to ecosystem response and how that system is going to rebound following that. You name it in terms of anything we could put on this list that is important in responding to that heterogeneity, and that's especially true for stand replacing or high severity disturbances, right? That's the hard reset. That's where we kind of go back to the earliest points in succession in terms of a system responding. So now we've got an opportunity to kind of build a similar type of understanding about heterogeneity, its characteristics, and its importance in Western Cascadia here, using roughly 30 fires, depending on where you want to draw the line, where we've got now a satellite record of this. And so I appreciate the talk by Sebastian and Jeremy setting up the fact that there are some problems with using the out-of-the-box MTBS burn severity thresholds. And so we have having a little bit of a challenge with some of those same things of, are they telling us the right thing? What we've done is we've built a regionally calibrated burn severity atlas using several hundred burn severity plots on the ground that are specific to a range of different forest structure and conditions, particularly in this region, where we can take satellite burn severity indices, run them through Google Earth Engine using existing protocols, and then pop out maps of basal area killed by fire, turn those into classified maps, and then if we want, turn those into maps of stand replacing fire patches. And again, this is all calibrated with field plots, so it is, we do have a little bit of a trust in this data set relative to the out-of-the-box MTBS data sets. So using this data set, we have started to characterize in this region of Western Cascadia, again, specifically in this high severity, or this area mapped as high severity fire, what are the spatial patterns of burn severity over this time period? And first off, it's kind of a big number to throw out there that about 250 million, or sorry, that would be a really big number, 250,000 hectares, or about 600,000 acres, have burned since 1984 in the region. And most of that, kind of riffing again off of Jeremy and Sebastian's talk, has burned at high severity. So over half of that has burned at high severity, or greater than 75% mortality in terms of tree basal area. So quite a bit of high severity fire, but it's not all high severity fire. But interesting, and agreeing with the previous talk, there's kind of a dip in the middle where there's actually, even though it goes, the biggest class is from 25 to 75%, that's the lowest total amount of area that's burned at moderate severity. It's a little bit more of a feast or famine kind of burn severity pattern here, where high severity is the most, followed by low severity, and then moderate severity quite a bit less on the landscape. And the reason being is the way these fires typically burn, especially the large ones, in a spatial fashion, is the moderate severity is really just kind of a ribbon or a bathtub ring around oftentimes very large high severity patches. So there's lots of fire regimes where there are widespread patches of moderate severity fire. They're a little bit harder to define in this region, where instead they're more of a ribbon around high severity patches that are kind of separating high severity to either low or unburned on the other side of that. So now let's look at what fires are contributing to this in a pretty big way. So this is now a figure where we've got fires ranked from the smallest on the bottom to the largest on the top, and you'll probably recognize some of those names. Beachy Creek stands out at the very largest. And on the x-axis here, we've got the easterly wind component in meters per second. And so what you notice is the 6 largest fires all had most of their area burned during modest to extreme east wind conditions, using that threshold that Crystal set up of 4 meters per second. That's that dashed line, the vertical dashed line there. And to the left of that, you see some of those big fires had not only the center of gravity of area burned was in conditions that were windier than that and coming from the east, but actually quite a bit windier if we keep going further on that gradient. So as we all know, really strong east wind driven fires. Well, that's important when we're thinking about the spatial patterns of burn severity, because those 6 fires accounted for 88% of the total area burned in Western Cascadia in the recent decades, and they accounted for 88% of the high severity burned area over the last several decades. And that's not a coincidence, because once fires get to a certain size, they kind of converge on about 50, where am I going here? It's frozen. It's going to probably start bouncing all over the place now. Should I touch it? There, whoa, all right, pay attention, Brian. Okay. You notice that any fire larger than 10,000 hectares converges at about 50 to 60% high severity. So that's a pretty big amount of area when you sum it all up in terms of the impact of those fires on the landscape. In total, if we were to think about high severity or stand replacing patches on the west side, there's about 4,000 of them in total, ranging in size from smaller than a hectare to single patches, believe it or not, depending on how you want to draw the lines on the map, of 25,000 hectares of a single high severity patch. Most of those are really small patches, like similar kinds of distributions, but the very few largest patches, 12 individual patches of stand replacing fire, account for 72% of the total stand replacing area, or 90,000 hectares is just in those 12 patches, all coming from 6 east wind driven fire events. So when you think about that picture at the beginning, if we were standing in the middle of one of those patches, we might start to wonder, okay, how is a forest going to respond given a burn severity pattern like this? What's the distance to seed source in a patch that is that enormous? Well, fortunately, similar to what was found in things like the Yellowstone fires, those patches are not just a giant circle that's all area with little edge. They're complex in shape. And so what that leads to is that most stand replacing area, 50% of the stand replacing area, right? So almost 50% of the fires didn't burn to stand replacing, meaning they have surviving trees. Of the area that was stand replacing, half of that was well within striking distance of a live forest, less than 120 meters, which is well within the dispersal capacity of most of our dominant trees. 75% of that was within 300 meters, and less than 15% of that is way out there, like 500 meters or greater in these high severity patches. And where you would expect to see post-fire tree regeneration rapidly near those edges, this is probably where we're going to be seeing higher quality and perhaps more longer duration complex early seral habitat that is currently in extreme lacking supply across the western slopes. So we know that forests have recovered from fires like this in the past. If we go into areas that burned in the Yakult or Tillamook fires, or even others in more recent history, we can see them recovering. But what does the future hold? And it's really interesting to think about some of the work about future projections of fire size, fire frequency. And I'll just put a plug right here for first Pump Up Hype Talk. Michelle Bonaducci is a PhD student in my lab group who is working on some really cool scaling relationships as well as simulating patch size distributions into the future given fires of different sizes based on what we know in the observed record. So stay tuned for that at 9:25 a.m. tomorrow in this very place. All right, so let's go back to the post-fire forest ecosystem response. So that's what's happening, or at least a little bit of a snapshot of what's happening with the fires themselves, but how are these forests coming back? This is where we've got another subset of the team, which is focusing on several different research questions around post-fire tree regeneration, complex early seral conditions in the plant community, as well as what are the consequences of these fires for things like carbon and reburn potential, as we've heard a little bit about earlier today. And how we're doing this is, it's kind of cool to think about. It's a different site, sort of a plot network than the FIA network, where these are all post-fire plots, but strategically located in areas which I'll talk about in a second here. And so we've got 165 of them that are either completed or somewhere near completion in the next few years. We're sampling 2 to 6 years post-fire for our first measurements. And then there's a whole host of things that we're measuring here on this list. This little diagram on the upper left is not the master plans for the Death Star and Star Wars. That's actually a plot diagram just to demonstrate these are kind of like FIA spin-off plots where we're targeting certain things with lots of different subplots in them that's on that list there. And these are permanently monumented to be able to be resampled at intervals going forward, recognizing that succession takes a long time. And then these are the 8 fires that they're currently distributed across. And within those 8 fires, they are stratified across forest zone, so the silver fir zone down to the western hemlock zone, as well as stratified across pre-fire stand age of young stands, mid-seral stands, and old growth or late seral stands. And then stratified across levels of burn severity, including unburned plots, plots that burned at less than stand replacing, often as a low severity underburn, and then stand replacing plots at varying distances to the live tree edge or distance to seed source. All right, Hype Talk numbers 2 and 3 here. Later today in Flash Talks, Madison Laughlin is going to be presenting some of her graduate work on the post-fire tree regeneration patterns that we're seeing, and some of that with some really surprising early interesting things that are happening just a few years following these fires. And then Liliana Rangalpara is going to be presenting immediately following that on the plant community patterns in these early seral landscapes in this same plot network. And then final Hype Talk for the day here. Tomorrow, 9:50 in the morning, Jenna Morris is a PhD student who is working on characterizing the above ground woody carbon, and then specifically in this talk, she's going to be presenting some of the work on the post-fire fuels and potential for reburn in these that we'll be incorporating into some modeling work going forward. All right, all of this, we are interested in testing the effects of pre-fire stand age. If we go back to that early diagram and we plop on there the amount of area burned using estimates of stand age at the time of the fire from the gradient nearest neighbor data set produced right here in Corvallis. And we see that there's quite a bit of variability in terms of the different kinds of conditions that where the pre-fire forest was different going into it, and then different levels of burn severity. Most of that, again, high severity fire. And that is where we're probably going to have the hardest reset, obviously, and where those complex early seral conditions are probably going to be most obviously added back onto the landscape. Then you add in the dimension of all of that in a spatial context and different distances to seed source, and we can start to imagine these large fires, as much as at first glance we might think they have homogenized the landscape, they are actually happening across this template of lots of different really important factors and producing a whole ton of heterogeneity in the landscape that is really important in terms of bringing that heterogeneity back to a lot of these forests where it currently is at deficit levels relative to historical conditions. All of that is just a very beginning glimpse, and it's important to remember that these forests can have very long times between standard placing fires, and so we are really just on the first leg of a relay race, and it's kind of humbling and fun to think about the people who will be able to measure these plots similar to the FIA plots going well into the future, and keep this work going and insights coming. Okay, going back to this picture, what are some insights, at least some of the things that we're taking away so far? Spatial patterns of burn severity are really quite different and much more variable in the small fires, but then they kind of converge on a pretty consistent spatial signature in those large fires. Those are the east wind driven fires. Those ones have an outsized impact on the landscape patterns of burn severity, therefore an outsized impact on the landscape patterns of that hard set of complex early seral resetting the clock, or at least the potential for complex early seral. And all of that, burn severity pattern, pre-fire forest going in, distance to seed source, all that spatial variability is heterogeneous in its own right and is producing and likely to continue to produce a lot of heterogeneity on these landscapes going forward. So tune into those later talks in the symposium if you want to hear more about this research. I am happy to take any questions if there is time. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
My group has done some research on heat propagation in soils, and I'm just curious how, so heat typically doesn't go very deep in soils, even in a pretty hot fire. So I guess I'm wondering if you think there also might be some seed source that's buried in the soils that will survive.
Great question. So the question is about heat propagation in the soil from these fires and what impact that might have on soil seed banks. Great question. I mean, I think for a lot of the non-tree species and some of the seed banking species, that could be a big contributor. Another one that I know we're going to hear a little bit later about later today, and we've observed in a lot of these plots, is the aerial seed bank that can come from delayed mortality. So even though the heat isn't immediately killing the trees, if the trees hang on long enough to fire out another cone crop, we'll find areas where there's not an obvious seed source nearby, by 5 to 10 years post-fire, but there's still evidence that that tree didn't burn up a lot of the fine branches and potential cone source. So I definitely think there's, as large and severe as these fires are, they're abound with biological legacies in the soil and in the crown of these trees as well. Yeah, John.
Nice talk, great data. Thanks for coming down with that. As a matter of fact, the bathtub ring analogy, I'm going to steal that. I like that. And because of this moderate severity and trying to figure out where it is and all. Is part of the reason it's so light now, the 100, 120 years of fire exclusion and what that's meant for fuel continuity, relative to how even these large fires were happening centuries ago?
Good question. Can I ask a clarifying question? Sure. Specific to the bathtub ring effect, or?
Exactly. Yeah, was there more bathtub ring 400 years ago?
That's a good question. So John asked, is the bathtub ring effect that we're seeing a potential artifact of the continuity of basically like crown to crown coverage as we see in that one picture, right? And did it differ historically? Great question. I wish we had a crystal ball to see what the bathtub ring looked like on some of the historical, the Yakult burn and Tillamook burn. I have been really kind of blown away at how consistent that does seem to be on the west side relative to other fire regimes. And it really, I mean, to give you an example, we have intentionally tried to put in moderate severity plots and had the hardest time finding them because we can't fit a plot in the width of where it goes from high severity to underburn, essentially. So I don't know. It's a good question of how common that was historically. There's, you know, probably lots of reasons to believe it is an artifact, or it is a characteristic of the way these fires burn in this regime. It's also, anecdotally, it's common in other high severity regimes. If we think about the picture from Yellowstone in '88, right? Like you see the bathtub ring effect on brilliant display there as well. I also want to say, I think I need to credit Dan Donato for the bathtub ring effect, because I think he said that when we were out there one time. So I stole it from Dan. Now you can steal it from me. Yeah. One more question. Oh, or by the microphone over here. Should we go to the...
Do you want us to talk into this, Cheryl? Does this microphone work? Is this what you want us to talk into? Okay. So what was both the out-of-the-box Bear product and some of the spatial products you created, what was the minimum polygon size? And is that one of the difficult things to tease out with moderate burn severity? Because my understanding is usually with Bear, it's kind of a minimum 40-acre polygon. What were you using?
Yeah, great question. So the question is about the spatial resolution of the burn severity mapping data, both in the field and the imagery. So our burn severity data are coming from field plots that are a range of CBI plots that are meant to match the pixel size of a Landsat satellite, so 30 by 30, but in a circular form, as well as some of the larger field plots in terms of what we can use to ground check them. So the resolution is similar to what a lot of the other remote sensing derived burn severity products are. And honestly, you know, it's not, you know, it's more accurate, but it still has, you know, varying levels of precision. You know, there's error associated with it too, which is the dirty secret that nobody likes to talk about with burn severity maps. But
It's a lot of great work coming out of that lab up there in Washington, so look forward to seeing the rest of the talks over the course of the next day and a half. Continuing in the theme of climate and influences on our wildfires will be Henry Lee with the EPA. He's going to be talking about large influence of soil moisture on wildfires, biological disturbance agents, and tree growth in Pacific Northwest coniferous forests. Please help me welcome Henry. There you are. You were stuck up on it.
I did. I work for the EPA, and I lead a research project on climate change and forest disturbances and their effects on tree growth and mortality. EPA wildfire was only a topic to the EPA about 5 years ago. So my research primarily when talking about forest disturbances was drought and forest insects and diseases. And so wildfire was late. I'm late to the game of wildfire. And so my talk deals with a network of field monitoring sites that we established in the late 1990s. And I need to acknowledge my collaborators who spent most of the time in the field collecting the data. I'm a statistician, and I don't go to the field. I sit in front of a monitor, and these guys are ones that go out every month to collect and measure the trees at our permanent field sites. So according to Monty Python, and now for something completely different. So the background is that 2000 to 2021, that 22-year period was the driest 22-year period in over 800 years in the southwestern North America. And during that time period, those most recent decades, the frequency and scale of true mortality from drought, wildfire, and insects have increased in recent decades. And there are several papers by Matt Riley who looked at the same activities of wildfire and biological disturbance agents, and he found the same things, that mortality has increased in Oregon and Washington in recent decades as well. And question is, the interactions between drought, wildfire, and BDAs are not well understood. So there's a lot of literature looking at interactions of drought and wildfire, or drought and BDAs, or wildfire and BDAs, but there's still a lot that's left unanswered. So this is the US Drought Monitor figure that shows the drought in the last 2 decades. And you can see that from 2000 to 2022, there's a lot of years that 100% of the state of Oregon was in some state of drought. And 2015, that, according to Phil Mote, was the driest single year drought since 1895 in Oregon. So that's sort of what the year that I always use when I compare all other droughts to that year. And according to the US Drought Monitor, you can see that 2021 likely exceeded the 2015 drought. And on top of this, the bottom line is in Western Oregon, there's tree mortality that occurred. The whitebark pine were killed by mountain pine beetle at subalpine forests in Three Sisters from 1999 to 2007. So these trees were over 300 years old. This is the first time that mountain pine beetle were able to survive at those elevations and killed whitebark pine. So this was an unprecedented mortality event. And then in 2015, the Douglas fir trees around Tillamook died due to a combination of drought and Swiss newcast. This is the first instance of tree mortality of Douglas fir due to Swiss newcast in North America. It's never happened before. And then the 2020 Labor Day fires, which we've all heard about. And then in 2021, at one of my permanent field sites, Falls Creek in Central Oregon, a cluster of Douglas fir trees died from a combination of drought, wood borers, and Douglas fir beetles in 2021. And then, nobody's talked about it yet, but in 2022, we had the large mortality of white firs, true firs from fir engraver. And you can see that when you look at the drought monitor, these events of mortality occurred during very dry years. So there's some association between drought and mortality from, a combination of drought, insects, and fire. And this, when you're looking at fire behavior, somebody has shown the triangle for fire activity, and what's the key driver of fire activity is fuel. And according to Krawczyk and Moritz, the fire activity is either limited by biomass resources in dry forests, or biomass, what we call biomass poor regions, or fire activity is limited by fuel moisture content. So east side is dry forest, and so that's, east side is limited by biomass resources, and west side is limited by fuel moisture content. And so where you are, if you have biomass poor regions, you need moisture to produce vegetation, after which you produce enough biomass, then you need to follow that with a dry year to lower the fuel moisture content. But whereas on west side, if you have a biomass-rich region, then all you need is a dry year to lower the fuel moisture content. So that's pretty much that simple. And so if you look at the map of where fires occurred, 2020 was obviously the anomaly. 80% of the acres burned in 2020 was west side versus 20% east side, which is the flip of what it normally is. Normally 80% acres burned is east side and 20% is west side. And because I guess fire was late to my research, I have a network of permanent field sites that are these triangles. And we established these field sites in the late 1990s. And what we did was we installed meteorological stations, dug soil pits, and installed time domain reflectometers to measure soil moisture at varying depths. So we have continuous measurements of soil moisture since 1998 at these sites. And I also collected tree core samples at those sites plus some other sites in Western Oregon. So this is the soil moisture data for July at depth of 20 to 40 centimeters. And the black line, starting in 1998, that's what we measured. And because I was interested in relating fire activity in terms of area burned to soil moisture, I needed to back predict the soil moisture to include the years where the MTBS had data, but we only started measuring in 1998. So I had to backfill the soil moisture data. And what you see is that in the observed time period from 1998 to 2020, soil water levels decreased 80% in that time period. That's in Corvallis and Falls Creek. So Falls Creek is at around 530-meter elevation on west slopes of Cascade Mountains. Soil moisture decreased 8% from 1998 to 2020. The period from 1917 to 1936, that 20-year period was the driest 20-year period in 620 years in Oregon, according to ponderosa pine tree ring chronologies. And that was published by Keene in 1937. So that 1917 to 1936, that Dust Bowl drought, that was the worst drought in 620 years. And my instrumental data shows that from 2000 to 2021, that 22-year period exceeded that 1917 to 1936 drought by a wide margin. So 2000 to 2021 was an extension of that mega drought that was published in southwestern North America. So this was a mega drought that pretty much was seen in the whole western United States. So this is the tree ring data, and so these are the chronologies. The black is the Douglas fir chronology, and the red is hemlock. tree mortality from drought is not abrupt. When trees are drought stressed, it takes 30, 40 years to eventually kill the tree. And what you see in the tree rings is that the growth rates slow down 20, 30 years before mortality actually happens. And where we're seeing mortality, where we're seeing the growth declines are in the driest sites. So this is Western Oregon, which we consider as wet forests, but you see that in some sites in the Willamette Valley, so Woods Creek, that's right next to Mary's Peak. So that's basically the Willamette Valley site. The hemlocks and the Doug's fir are showing growth declines. And you also see growth declines at the mid-elevations on western slopes of the Cascade Mountains. And on the plot on, well, my left, anytime you get a growth reduction of 2% per year, so first year growth reduction is 2%, next year is 4%, next year is 6%, and so on. After about 30 years of that growth decline, that's when mortality happens. And so the site which has the greatest growth decline is Tillamook. And the growth decline started in 1999. Trees died in 2015. Falls Creek, tree growth decline started in 1993. Mortality occurred in 2021. It's about 30 years. So when you relate the growth to climate, this is the growth-climate relationship that I built for, and this is Falls Creek. And what you see is that the trees have been declining since 1993, and if you look at the live Douglas fir, soil moisture in the current year is the main predictor. And remember, soil moisture is decreasing, and that is accounting for the decline in tree growth. And if you look at the figure on, well, my left, when I plot the late wood against current soil moisture for June to September, it's a straight line. And the relationship between soil moisture and late wood growth, you can see that the late wood growth these trees have become more water limited starting in 1964. Before 1964, they were mainly energy limited. So some stands in Western Oregon, they're shifting from being energy limited to becoming water limited. This is a site that, remember, had 80% reduction in growth from 1998 to 2020. And you can see that main drop in growth, that was the 2020-2021 drought. Okay, so this is MTBS data, which everybody has looked at. But I'm looking at just looking at total area burned in West Side Oregon. So I'm ignoring the spatial, this is not spatially explicit, just adding up all the area burned in Western Oregon on an annual basis. And the black is the observed MTBS data, and the red is my time series regression model. And what you see is that soil moisture, current year, last year, 2 years back is the key predictor of fire activity in terms of area burned. So you're going to get more area burned if you get multiple years of low soil moisture. So it's not just 1 year of low soil moisture, not just 2 years of low soil moisture, it's 3 years of soil moisture. So 3 consecutive years of drought. That's what's driving. Okay. But you need wet conditions to enhance vegetation production last year, and then you get soil moisture, dry conditions current year. So that's the Krawczyk and Moritz model, is that even in wet forests here that are biomass rich, you still need moisture conditions to enhance the vegetation the previous year. And there's your 2020-21 drought. Eastern Oregon is different. Eastern Oregon is limited by fuel biomass production, so you need a wet conditions previous year, dry conditions this year. And the fur engraver, so this is the Furmageddon model. So black is the observed, red is the predicted based on this mortality climate model here. And it's again driven by available soil water, but not just 2 years back, it's 4 years back. So you need 5 consecutive years of low soil moisture to increase mortality due to the fur engraver. Flathead fir borer, same thing. And at Falls Creek, which is 90 kilometers north of where most of the mortality due to flathead fir borer occurred, in 2021, this clump of Doug's fir trees were killed by a combination of drought and the flathead fir borer. So this is what we call the rise of the secondaries. It's killing trees in places where they don't die unless it's really a drought period. Same thing with Doug's fir beetle. Same thing with mountain pine beetle. And it's driven by decreasing soil water. Every single one of these is driven by decreasing soil water. So what we're looking at is 2020-21. That's the driest 22-year period in the past 700 years in the Pacific Northwest. Regional trends in fire and insect activity are most strongly associated with available soil water. Regional growth declines and mortality are at where we're seeing the greatest vulnerability to fires and insects is at these lower elevations. So in the wetland valley and the mid elevations adjacent to the wetland valley. Those trees is where the soil moisture levels are declining the fastest. Tree growth are declining the fastest, and mortality is starting to happen due to the flathead fir borer at some of these lower elevation sites. So these, what you consider as wet forests, some of them are no longer, they're less energy limited, they're becoming more water limited and being more stressed and susceptible to mortality from fire and insects. And if you don't have soil moisture data, all you need is look at where the tree rings are declining fastest. And tree ring data is a good proxy of available soil water, by the way. Okay, I guess I'll stop there.
Questions for Henry? They're all stunned that we're in a festival.
No, John's got one.
How much of the soil moisture pattern is just tied to leaf area,
how much of the soil moisture decline is due to leaf area and temperature. It's primarily driven by warming temperatures and increasing vapor pressure deficit. So increasing evapotranspiration is basically what's driving the decline in soil moisture at these sites.
Thinking about the soil moisture declines, how does it relate to the organic matter in the soils? It's important. Hold on that water.
Well, how much of this soil moisture is related to organic matter in the soils? There is a relationship in the sense that as the soils dry, there's more air, and so as the soils are drying, soil temperatures are increasing, and there's now more, the soils are shrinking, and so that there's more pockets of air. And so I guess in terms of organic matter, there's probably a lower rate of decomposition and just an increasing or decreasing ability to hold moisture in the soils as it dries. So it's sort of a spiraling effect in that as the soils dry, their ability to hold water decreases. And organic matter, I think, is decomposing at a slower rate, and so that you're getting pretty much less absorbing soils.
So you think that the water is more important than temperature? That you can more break down?
Yes, water is by far more important than temperature.
Hi, Henry. This is Dee Dee. I think we're all looking at the question from our own perspectives, whether it be in the trees. I'm thinking of from a salamander's point of view. And especially on your last point, when you were talking about the lower elevations, I'm thinking as you go up into higher elevations where you have higher stream densities and you have the moisture, the stream effect essentially coming out from streams and the greater moisture, and that's where my salamanders live.
Yeah.
What do you know about soil moisture gradients during these droughts relative to that stream effect? Is it getting smaller?
There's a strong positive correlation between soil moisture and stream flow. Also, as you get up to higher elevations, soil moisture is not decreasing. So at my high elevations field sites at around 1,200 meter elevation, soil moisture levels that's where soil moisture levels are really not decreasing much at all over this time period. So it's only these sites that are below the snow line that we see the really big decline in soil moisture. But at 1,200 meter elevation, soil moisture levels have really not dropped much at all.
So I would suggest that there's a stream density component there where you get up in those areas that have very high dendritic networks of streams, also about 1,000 meter elevation. So it'd be interesting to look at some of your soil data relative to proximity to streams, and there are some predictions that that lower third hill slope could be quite buffered from soil moisture gradients.
Could be.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
So takeaways, we no longer live in a rainforest, we live in the Dust Bowl. Not sure how I feel about that. and we need to figure out how to keep our salamanders moist. Things for you to ponder as you go to lunch today. Places to eat, I would recommend Googling eateries near me. Actually, it works really well for finding things here on campus that are within a 15-minute walk. So there's plenty of places to go check out. We will be back here in this room at 1:30. Many of the posters are set up, so if you want to get back early and take a look at those, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you to all the speakers this morning. That was really great. We're having plenty of questions just here in the room with the 200 people that are here. So your questions in the chat will be captured, and we will direct those to the speakers that you were questioning, and they will get answers back to you. We promise to try to make that happen. So it's kind of the best we can do. All right, moving on, continuing the theme of history and vegetation and climate change and how we're maybe in the Dust Bowl now and we didn't even know it, and we're no longer the moist forest, but maybe we were not the moist forest at some other time in our history as well, and that's the kind of thing that Buzz can talk to us about. He's going to be giving you a 3,600-year history of vegetation and fire dynamics from the Bull Run Watershed Management Area. It's up on the Mount Hood National Forest. So he's with the Portland State University. So help me welcome Buzz Nanavati.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. First and foremost, thank you so much to the Portland Water Bureau and the Mount Hood National Forest for being part of this project. It's an absolute privilege to be up in the Bull Run, and the conversations that have followed have been fantastic as well. So yeah, 3,600 years in 20 minutes. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. Cool. All right. So today I'm talking to you with my paleoecologist cap on, which means that I rely a great deal on records like pollen and charcoal and other little bits of plants that fall into lake sediment and gets preserved through time. And this project essentially got its start with a relatively, at least to me, simple question that Professor Andres Holz posed to me in a meeting. With the 2020 wildfires just in the rearview mirror, how did past ecosystems recover from fires in the past, right? It seemed relatively simple enough to me, and so the first thing that I jumped to was the wealth of research that's been done in this region. There's loads of sites. And so here you can see just a selection of those sites and their interpretations. Each individual site here is plotted next to each other, and then the y-axis is time, the top being present, where 0 is 1950 Common Era, or AD, and the very bottom is about 15,000 years ago. And so the period that I want to draw your attention to is between about 11,000 and 7,000 years ago, which is this period when we had just come out of the last ice age, temperatures quickly changed, quickly warmed up, summer incoming solar radiation was at its highest, and all of that resulted in a period where we had high fire activity relative to the rest of this time period. And this resulted in some pretty interesting plant communities, including abundances of Douglas fir co-mixing with alders, and then loads of other open forest taxa like grasses, ferns. But a lot of those studies, the resolution for those samples are between 100 to 500 years per sample. So this doesn't really help us address our question of what happened after each individual fire event, asking questions about what is succession in this paleoecological record. And that brought to the forefront in our head this idea that we need to go back and kind of do what Megan Walsh has done in other places, where we look at higher resolution samples for pollen to try and get at this post-fire successional narrative, which Andrew and Brian have already highlighted very well. And really just kind of looking at this question of what happens? Do you have this quick sort of regeneration of forest following fire? Do you have your forest kind of having to compete with shrubs for decades before it starts to recover? Does your forest have to fight against alders before it actually has a chance to recover? Or do you have this hodgepodge mix of heterogeneities, different fire sizes, types, that result in a very complex narrative? And then throw on top of that all of Alan Tapley's work showing that just depending on the fire severity, you can achieve any of these goals by any number of means. So it gets really complex really quickly, but what does this look like in these longer term records? And so to address this, we turn to Upper Goodfellow Lake, which is in the Bull Run Watershed Management Area. And we chose this site because it's kind of in that ideal sort of analog for some of these landscapes that burn, this mesic Western Cascade ecosystem dominated by Douglas fir, Western hemlock, Western red cedar, and then as you start to go higher and higher, especially Pacific silver fir in this area. And on top of that, the Bull Run watershed itself is an incredibly important water source for the Portland area. And this area was particularly chosen because of the wealth of dendroecological research that has also been done, pointing to these large burned areas, especially 1493, when we have the Bull Run fire event. And you can see the location of Upper Goodfellow Lake shown in the little circles. And you see that that site may or may not have actually burned until 1873 after that. And so a fire like the Bull Run is something that should show up in our records. So we were really excited to go and core that lake. And so here's a map showing the lake's location. You can see that just to the north there's a nice big hillside, and same to the southwest there's a small one. And we hypothesized that if you had big severe fires burning across those hillsides, we'd have increased erosion into the lake. The lake itself is about 3,000, just over 3,000 feet in elevation, and about a quarter mile in diameter, which makes it a great repository for pollen and charcoal from within 3 to 5 miles, with a bulk of the pollen and charcoal coming from within 1 mile. And so we know based off of information sent to us by the Forest Service that this area was logged between the 60s and the 80s. But still to this day, you can clearly see where that hillside is. There are still some pretty old stands there, the red locations being higher, older canopy layers. And so getting into the bulk of the data here, one thing I want to walk you guys through a bit is the context of temperature change over time. And so here I have plotted a series of 3 different temperature reconstructions that show essentially a scaled anomaly, so kind of like a z-score of the temperature. And the very top being recent, so kind of that 0 being 1950 common era, if you can think about it like that. The very base being 3,600 years ago. What we have is a general decrease in temperature through time. And then right about 1,000 years ago, we have a brief warm period. This is referred to as a medieval climate anomaly. It's a warm period that shows up throughout the northern hemisphere. And then we have a statistically significant, like a major cold period called Little Ice Age. And this Little Ice Age period, based off these hemispheric records, generally suggests some of the coldest conditions in thousands of years. And it's interesting to keep this in mind because the bulk of our old growth forests either established then or lived through that period. So turning to the charcoal record, our understanding of fire deeper back in time, what we see here is charcoal accumulation rate, essentially the amount of charcoal accumulating in the lake through time. And once again, plotted by depth and by age. We see really clear peaks, and you can see statistically significant peaks in charcoal, like basically what we counted, shown as the pluses and minuses. The minuses just being peaks surrounded by some pretty noisy data, so there's a little bit of uncertainty there. And in general, what we see is fire frequencies as frequent as 200 years per fire initially, and then it's slowing down. And so this is the time when I want to point out that a peak in charcoal, as we interpret it, is a statistically significant fire as far as the size, severity, or proximity to the lake. And so many of the fires that Andrew talked about earlier, these low severity, smaller fires, are missed with this method, at least using the peak detection method. And so we see a thicker peak about 1,700 years ago, 1,800 years ago, which could have been multiple fire events back to back to back over about a century's time. And then another bigger peak followed by a couple subsequent smaller peaks. And then right about 500 years ago, we have a peak. That's the Bull Run fire, so we assume. And the very uppermost peak, that's actually likely a signal from the slash burning following clear cut in that area. And we can also use a proxy to talk about soil erosion into the lake. And we use magnetic susceptibility, which is essentially the minerogenic input of surrounding soils into the lake itself. And what we see is after that fat charcoal peak right about 1,700 years ago, we have a period of a few hundred years of increased erosion. And then it kind of drops back down to low levels until what we believe to be the Bull Run fire. We have another massive increase in erosion. What's going on with vegetation? So vegetation is plotted along the x-axis, each taxa, and then the values that are being presented are in percent abundance. And the fine dashed lines kind of shadowing the darker volumes are exaggerations that show like a 5 times exaggeration so we can see what smaller taxa are doing. The horizontal dashed lines that you see are statistically significant changes in pollen assemblage, which we interpret to be very important changes in what the ecosystem looks like. So initially what we see is that there was actually surprising amounts of pine early on. This was likely pine being blown up from the Sandy River Valley, so being blown uphill. But in general, what we see from about 3,600 years ago to about 2,000 years ago is an increase in our western hemlock. And after that thick peak in charcoal, we have a massive decline in hemlock, followed by an increase in alder, followed by an increase in Douglas fir, followed by the recovery of western hemlock, kind of like that textbook narrative of post-fire succession. Happened once. Fast forward through 3 more fires, we now have a landscape where Douglas fir is starting to do better. We start to have western red cedar starting to do better. And remember, that time period was a little bit warmer, transitioning to a period that was quite a bit cooler. And that final transition to that cold period is associated with that Bull Run fire. And so that Bull Run fire occurs during this colder period, and we see this surprising post-fire succession narrative here where we have our increase in alder, yes, but what's happening with Douglas fir? It's not increasing yet. And what we actually see is western hemlock outpacing Douglas fir in its recovery. Why does this happen? One possible explanation is that seed sources remained, so perhaps when the Bull Run fire burned, this lake was just right on the perimeter of what was mapped out for the Bull Run fire. So perhaps this part of the Bull Run fire, yes, it was close enough to cause a statistically significant peak, but perhaps it just wasn't as severe. Perhaps it left some western hemlock alive and allowed it to propagate relatively quickly. Another way to look at this record is by using different pollen ratios to get at different narratives. And so here we have charcoal plotted along the x-axis with present, once again, like 0 being 1950 Common Era, on the left, and 3,600 years ago on the right. The black line is charcoal. We have our peak still marked. The green line is a proxy that we're calling our old growth proxy. So it's basically a ratio of western hemlock to Douglas fir, with more positive values equating to more western hemlock, lower values, more Douglas fir. The orange, a proxy for canopy closure, essentially western hemlock to grasses and ferns. And so what we see is that after the first few peaks, we have a relatively open landscape that first we have that big increase in Douglas fir, and then we have a period of over 1,000 years where western hemlock is just hanging out in a relatively closed canopy forest, regardless of multiple fires occurring. We do see ticks up and down, and some even associated with fires, but it maintained, it persisted. And what we see after this big fatty of a fire event at 1,700 years ago, 1,800 years ago, is a massive decrease in canopy cover, a massive transition to early mid-successional types, including more Douglas fir, followed by post-fire recovery, which we discussed. And then after a series of 3 more peaks, we have a decrease in canopy, a decrease in our western hemlock towards a more mid-successional sort of narrative. This is occurring during this medieval climate anomaly, this warm period. And then we enter the cooler Little Ice Age, and that's when we have our peak with the Bull Run fire, which is followed by a very quick recovery of western hemlock in this equation. Another way we can look at this is through a superposed epoch analysis, where this the dark black line is our 0. That's basically the point at which we have a peak in charcoal. That is our fire event. Then the x-axis, we have negative 200, positive 200. Those are years. So to the left, we have years before the fire. To the right, we have years after the fire. And so in general, what we see, with the blue line being a smooth trend of the means, like what's going on, and the dashed lines being the 95% confidence interval. So what we see is that alders tend to quickly recover within the first 200 years of a fire. Douglas fir is not as clear. Douglas fir, in this particular ecosystem, with this particular statistic, didn't appear to be as affected as we expected by fire. And it also did not recover, or it just recovered much more quickly. Western hemlock quickly declined and then took centuries to recover. And perhaps even in general, taking more than 300 years to return to its pre-fire state. But what's also important here is that there is a great deal of variability surrounding all this. And I intend to play around more a little bit with the statistics to try and figure out if we can kind of narrow that variability, but variability seems to be one of the buzzwords today. So some conclusions and takeaways from this, starting at the bottom of the core, so earliest in the core, from about 3,600 years ago to 2,000 years ago, pine, open forest taxa abound. They give way to mesic, more late successional communities. And during this time, fire was varying. These large, significant fire events were varying between 200 and 400 years. So this, in my mind, may have looked more like this uneven cohort, heterogeneous fire event. There's a lot going on in the landscape, a lot of complexities. Then we have our textbook case that happened once in 4,000 years. It's the allness to Douglas fir to Western hemlock narrative. Then between about 1,400 years ago and 800 years ago, we start to see a little bit more variability in what's going on with the climate, as far as the temperature, I should say. And between these changes in temperature and changes in what's going on with the fire, as they're becoming perhaps more dominated by mixed severity, low severity, more frequent fires, we see a lot more variability going on in the landscape. Then we had the Bull Run fire, 1493. This happened, once again, at the beginning of that cooler period. It's a lot more difficult to say what's going on because we don't see something that we didn't expect to see, alder giving way to Western hemlock giving way to pseudotsuga. So I kind of suggest here that we likely had a mix between two narratives going on, and it'll be nice to tease that out more as we go ahead. So I'll just leave you all with kind of a cautiously optimistic takeaway here. Western hemlock forests have persisted for at least 3,600 years in this landscape, regardless of these changes in fire and small changes in temperature. However, with current, present, rapid increases in temperature, there is some evidence out there to suggest that we should be concerned. So that's why there should be some caution with this optimism. And so I'll stop it right there and take any questions.
Plenty of time for questions. Plenty of time. Everybody's heads.
So, yeah, since we're waiting, I'll also bring up that we do have some future work. We do have some work that we're doing right now at Gordon Lake in the Willamette National Forest, and Mineral Lake closer to Rainier. And as part of that project, we're actually working with DNA specialists. So we won't just be talking about vegetation and fire. We'll be able to address everything from algae to elk, hopefully. So a lot coming out soon. Yeah, as far as talking about the difference between this record and other paleoecological studies in the area, the main difference is in the sampling resolution. Megan Walsh has done some high-resolution research in the Willamette Valley, but this is going a little bit higher in elevation to the Mesic Western Cascades. As far as things that we're learning from this that surprised us, it's the resolution of information that we're getting. That is like really the novelty of it. So I don't, we would likely have missed the fact that Western hemlock outpaced Douglas fir following the Bull Run fire in our records had the resolution not been better. We would have assumed that post-fire succession would have followed the alder, Douglas fir, hemlock narrative for every large fire. In this record, would we have sampled at I'm doing air quotes for the people who can't see me, at a normal sampling resolution. So anything new that we are providing is coming from that. And so that's basically these dynamics between post-fire recovery, not necessarily looking how we expected it to look. And then also being able to provide a kind of a chronology of saying it takes 300 years in these records, and that itself varies between peaks. So. Yes?
Hey, Buzz.
Hey, how you doing?
So, in your cores of Goodfellows Lake, were there some other constituents you saw in those cores about inputs from outside sources?
Are you referring to what?
Volcanic ash?
Oh yeah. So I don't know if you have my slide still. Anyone? No? I do have a supplementary picture. So we went back this. Thank you so much. We went back this past summer and collected a 6-meter long core that went back likely 14,000 years. And one of the cool things about going back that far is you go through the eruption of Mount Mazama. And so we have a 2-inch thick deposition of ash from Mazama. And then going back farther, I believe it's Ashcroft Butte, Ashoft Butte, that's right next door. We have some like pretty honking big tephra depositions that could have been from that as well. So there's definitely input coming from other sources like volcanic sources. Absolutely. One more question. I can't see anyone, so I think we're good. Cool. Thank you.
We'll invite him back again when he has the whole record, back to 14,000 years. And when you get to, 4.6 million or something, we'll have you come back again. That's a long-ass core. Moving right along. Next, there's a little change on your agenda. Camera Nafisi was not able to be with us today, but one of his co-authors is going to deliver that talk. It's Meg Krawczyk. She's an associate professor here at Oregon State University in the School of Forestry. She's going to be talking about fire refugia, old forests, and northern spotted owls, a synthesis of clear concepts, trends, and tool sets for local to regional conservation planning. So tell us how to make it work. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Off we go.
Help me welcome Meg, everybody.
Yeah. Hi. And it's so great to see everybody here. This is really wild to see so many faces. It's a little uncomfortable, actually. We also have co-author Jeremy Rockwaite. He'll be presenting a little bit of the end bit here. So bringing together some of the work on fire refugia that we've been dabbling with for many years now, blending them with conservation interests in thinking about old forest and spotted owl conservation. This is a neat little setup here. So co-authors, I can look down here, I guess. Cameron Nafisi as lead, Ray Davis, Jeremy Rockwaite, Garrett Meggs, Matt Riley, Jiquang Yang, Stacy Jury, and me putting up the tail there. All of this work moving forward. So fire refugia in the Pacific Northwest. I want to get us into some terminology to start off. Gosh, what are these things that we're talking about? They're the places that burn less frequently or less severely than the surrounding landscape. So when we've been thinking about these patterns of burn severity, I'll speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone. There are these places that burn less frequently or less severely. I want to highlight that these places are not necessarily unburned, and in fact, low severity fire or underburning is actually critically important to maintaining some of these refugia moving forward. And so we're thinking about these as places that are refugium or a refugium from high severity fire, sort of an easier dichotomy there. Why are we thinking about these fire refugia, these concepts? Wildland fire is an important ecosystem process that supports biodiversity, but at the same time, we have increasing worry about erosion of ecosystem services due to increased severity and types of fire. So we've got some icons there on the screen. A northern spotted owl, when we're thinking about severe losses to high severity fire, increasing concern about loss of owl habitat. To fire, we look at the picture at the top right, or sorry, at the top left here, showing scorch patterns in old growth forest high up onto the bole of the tree, but maintained as fire refugia. And we heard from Andrew and a number of other folks today just thinking about this role of fire in cultivating and curating older forests through time in the region. And then that satellite photo on the far right showing the 2017 fire hotspots, the smoke in the air, sort of the beginning of our wake-up call in our wet side forest to thinking about the role of fire at a big scale. So this is a graph from Ray Davis and the Northwest Forest Plan monitoring cycle. We see we see years across the x-axis going back to 1986, and on the y-axis we've got federal lands in the region, millions of acres. And we've got a couple of different things going on in this graphic. We've got those red bars showing area burned, fire activity ticking up, 2017 and onward. We've got that old growth metric across the region in the light and the dark green, showing sort of a steady, relatively steady bar through time up until those later years where we start to see losses, as well with northern spotted owl forest or northern spotted owl habitat and this concerning drop-off as we interact with more and more fire. So how do we plan for conservation in the face of increasing fire activity? And that's where this fire refugia work and the fire refugia project has stepped in to help with our thinking about the places on the landscape that persist through high severity fire. So the goal of this project was funded by the USGS Northwest CASC back in 2017-2018 time period, was to map fire refugia in the Pacific Northwest, to model the drivers of fire refugia. Where do they hang out? Where is that hang time located in geographic space? And then to share with scientists and managers. This nice call out to Cheryl's starting bit here of communicating and working together and figuring out ways where the science we do can crosswalk into management actions. So map on the far right shows the study region, essentially the bioregional assessment area of the Northwest Forest Plan. You see the yellow, that's a drier forest, or the yellow is a moisture forest component, and the red is a drier forest component, and we divide up the region into. And when we're thinking about these drivers, we're using our friendly neighborhood fire behavior triangle to think about fuels, topography, and weather as constituent pieces of where fire refugia occur on landscapes in contemporary fires. So today I'm going to whip us through really quickly some of the work, a brief overview of what I call the fire refugia suite of models. What are the patterns and drivers of modeled fire refugia probability, including these ideas of blowups and normal fire weather and where refugia persist under those. We've seen that theme come up multiple times today of these different, really phenomenally different behaviors in blowup versus normal conditions for fire spread. And then we have two case studies to explore fire refugia models in general. This is the touchdown piece of, gosh, how does the modeling work with conservation needs and planning, sort of testing them out to see how they work in the world of old forests and the world of spotted owls. So looking at testing against 2021 fires, as well as looking at northern spotted owl habitat and northern spotted owl demography to understand how our fire refugia models can help us understand persistence of those features on the landscape. I'll give a call out, a nice pickup from Brian's a little round tour of call outs earlier this morning. Come check out our poster if you want to find out some more details of what I'm talking about here. So, the models of fire refugia and severity. I'm focusing on fire refugia here today, but we also have fire models for intermediate severity fire and high severity fire that sort of all play together in understanding this contemporary geography of fire. The moist forest region, the dry forest region, you see in those different colors, and two scenarios of models, fire weather and a fire weather plus fire growth, or sort of a blow-up E-term that allows us to get at some of those behaviors. These are boosted regression trees, sort of statistical models. Not going to go into a lot of detail other than to say that we have a response variable, 1, 0, are you a fire refugium or are you not, based on Landsat burn severity mapping, using a 10% basal area mortality as our cutoff there. And a whole suite of explanatory and exploratory variables, vegetation fuels, topography, daily fire weather and climate, and this fire growth variable that I'll tell you a little bit more about. So we're using contemporary data, 2002 to 2017, and then we tested on the 2020, 2021 fires that I'll show in a bit. A bunch of fires to sample from and using a sparse sampling procedure there. Do not read this table other than to see that we use vegetation, topographic template, fire weather, and fire growth as those explanatories, and ask a bunch of things about how these different variables might contribute to explaining spatial patterning in fire refugia. These are spatial hypotheses, essentially, about how fire works in terms of fire effects. This fire growth term I want to introduce us to is essentially this extreme, or essentially allows us to understand when fire is moving more slowly versus more extremely, fast or rapid extreme fire spread events, using that MODIS hotspot methodology that we heard about from Crystal, I think it was Crystal, earlier this morning. So we're including that as a term in our statistical models. When the particular pixel burned, was it burning under conditions where the fire was moving slow or moving really fast? And what we see are really different fire effects in terms of refugial patterns under those different conditions. So I'm going to be talking about different model scenarios, the fire weather and fire growth models. And those are ones that only include fire weather terms in them, and then the model that has fire weather terms as well as fire growth. So that was a whirlwind. That's our modeling setup overview. And I want to just give us some key model outcomes here before we get into the weeds of digging into some of those case studies, which is where I think some of the really exciting and interesting pieces come to play. So I've got some panels up there on the left. They show the statistical response curves. Don't look at them. Come to the poster and see them. But they show these variable relationships that are interpretable and intuitive based on what we know from fire behavior, which is promising. What we see is that in both of those ecoregions, the moist and the dry, they have broad similarity in drivers. We've got vegetation and topographic template playing a key role as predictors. Biomass, functional traits being of key importance, topographic position being of key importance in terms of whether you maintain or are persisting as fire refugia. In particular, live tree biomass, an old growthiness characteristic or a mature and old growthiness characteristic, gets you increasingly likely to maintain or persist as fire refugia. Topographic template, low slopes, valley bottoms, and northwest aspects, again, shouldn't be a surprise. All of these pieces are kind of known from what we know of fire behavior, but here we have them pulled into a model statistically that allows us to make predictions across a geography. That's the really winning mix here. And then from those fire weather variables, we see higher temperatures and lower relative humidity, essentially vapor pressure deficit, are eroding fire refugia. And so we have these, as I mentioned before, these key model outcomes that match with what we kind of already know about how fire works, but wrapped together in this multivariable model. So what this allows us to do is develop map predictions of persistence of fire refugia across this entire region. Using the fire weather only model, we can develop these neat scenarios under low, moderate, and extreme RH-min and Tmax because of those relationships. Similarly, with that fire growth and fire weather model, we can make predictions about what happens at 10th, 50th, and 90th percentile conditions for RH-min, Tmax, and fire growth as well, those blow-up conditions. So blow-up fires and quote-unquote normal fires. And you can see I've got a couple of panels over there on the right. We've got this neat web tool, this EcoVis web tool that allows you to go into particular geographies and explore the spatial patterning under different scenarios, as well as a neat little gadget at the bottom that shows the variability in drivers and how they change spatially across the landscape. So, running along here, case study 1. Here we go, touching down into seeing, okay, we got these models, they seem to make sense. We've got a good groove going here. How do they play out when we tackle out of sample validation and understanding what we see across the landscape? Case study 1, exploring with the 2020-2021 fires. Here, we divided up the fires within that sample into being either quote-unquote normal fires or those that exhibited fast rates of spread. Those are blow-up fires. And here what we have on the y-axis is the mapped RDNBR, so the burn severity on that y-axis. And then we've got old growthiness on the x-axis. We've either got not old growth, that's the other, core or edge old growth. What we see in that first panel with the normal fires is that burn severity tended to be lower in old growth, either core or edge. When we go into the blow-up fires, everything burned hot and high. So you're losing most refugial qualities. So that just gives us thinking about crosswalking to old growth. Here's the crosswalk that actually goes to our fire refugia models. So we've got these models that we built from 2002 to 2017. Can they provide some useful prediction about what we saw in 2020 and 2021 under normal fire conditions and extreme or blow-up conditions? What we'd expect to see, and I've got the mean RDNBR on that y-axis, and then we've got our predicted refugia probability on the x-axis. If these models are doing relatively well, we expect to see that negative relationship. I won't go through much of the detail here, but we do see overall a negative relationship showing that our models are able to predict future outside of the building conditions, do a reasonably good job in most cases about thinking about where across the landscape we have fire refugia. Under both normal fires and relatively well with blow-up fires, there's a little bit more trickiness that goes on in there. But I think it's particularly exciting to see that we do have that relationship that we would expect to see under those blow-up conditions. That means we've got something durable here, even under those most extreme events. Case study 2 is thinking about northern spotted owl and fire refugia. So I want to think about northern spotted owl habitat in relation to fire refugia. How are those co-playing on landscapes? And then demographics, and that's where I'll hand things over to Jeremy. So this first one, it's a tale of 2 wildfires looking at northern spotted owl habitat. We've got a geography here for reference, the study region, and you can see we're looking at the Slater fire. Both of these are 2020 fires, and the red salmon fire in the Trinity Alps wilderness. We'll get off free by saying this is in Oregon because the Slater fire has a little nibble that goes into Oregon. So these are different kinds of fires. One would be considered a blow-up fire and one, quote-unquote, a normal fire. So that patchwork that we see is the burn severity across those landscapes. So the red salmon fire just sort of crept its way around, moving across that landscape for about a month, resulting in this fire effects pattern, with red areas indicating high basal area mortality, and the bluer areas are fire refugia. Here's northern spotted owl habitat. Back to 1993, mapped using the Glenn et al. Method for mapping northern spotted owl habitat. You can see suitable in green, and in beige we've got not suitable across that Trinity Alps landscape. Here we have a wildfire in the 2000s overlaying on that patchwork. By 2017, we see this nibble back. I'll just sort of compare those two, back and forth, nibbling back. Then we have the 2020 fire across that landscape, again nibbling back on spotted owl habitat into 2021, into 2022. You see this sort of erosion back into what seems to be this topographic template of lower hanging locations. When we overlay all those together, what we see are areas in dark green that were persistent through time. They stayed on the map. Areas that were ephemeral, that they came into the map potentially as a function of fire exclusion, during that time period, and those in pink were places that were removed from the map as a function of fire. And then here we get to the loose association, but we're trying to increasingly get to a better association. We crosswalk that with our fire refugium maps. So where are the places on these landscapes most likely to persist and resist as northern spotted owl habitat? Do we have some strength and durability in the fire refugium models that we've created to make a prediction about where the best bang for your buck is to maintain those forests? I think we've got a little bit of something here. The Slater fire, that blow-up fire, not so much. Not as much of a relationship, but as we saw from those examples, we're not expecting to see much. There are different behaviors under normal and extreme fire conditions, but there are some fire refugia persisting through there. I'm going to pass things over for the last few minutes to Jeremy to talk about more spotted owl stuff in the context of demographics.
Yeah, sorry folks, you can't make it a full day without hearing something about spotted owls. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the research that we've recently done looking at the demographic effects of fire to spotted owls. This data incorporates fires from the fire-prone portion of the Northwest Forest Plan area and across 6 of the demographic study areas, the long-term demographic study areas. And if you look at this left panel here, we see we have the apparent survival on the y-axis and the proportion of nesting roosting cover that is lost due to higher severity fire effects on the x-axis. And hopefully this shouldn't come as too much as a surprise to you, but what we see here is as the extent of higher severity fire increases, apparent survival rates of spotted owls decrease. On the right-hand graph here, we have another relationship between the proportion of nesting roosting cover that's lost at higher severity fire, but this time on the y-axis we have the probability of territory displacement or abandonment. And again here we see as the extent of higher severity fire increases, the probability of abandonment, territory abandonment also increases. So those should be no-brainers. Some other research we did a few years ago, this is from a subset of the larger data set that I just showed you, from fires that occurred in 4 different years using a before-after control impact study design in northwestern California in the Klamath Province. We looked at some similar effects, but instead of probability of displacement, we looked at recruitment rates, so basically turnover of individuals, so new birds replacing old birds on a territory. And on the first graph on the left here, we have apparent survival, again, on the y-axis, and then we've got 4 columns indicating years in which fires occurred. The histograms on the bottom are sort of the relative proportions of low, moderate, and higher severity fire effects that occurred in those fires in those years. And right away you see the fires that occurred in 1987, 1999 really had no effect on apparent survival rates of spotted owls. I should mention the horizontal dashed line is a group of control birds who were not affected by fire recently. Well, at least since 1987. If we look at the 2004 group, we see, if you look at that histogram on the bottom, we can see that year was characterized by pretty higher severity fire effects, and apparent survival accordingly took a pretty big hit. The 2008 fires were sort of a mixture in between, and we see a little bit of a reduction in apparent survival also, compared to the pre-fire years on those sites. If we look over at the right-hand graph here, here's the recruitment rate estimates, and you see not a lot going on for the first 3 years of fires, 1987, 1999, and 2004. There was no real impact on recruitment rates, but what we see in 2008 is we see a pretty big jump in recruitment rates. So what that's basically telling us is there's more turnover on those territories that burned in 2008. So now I'm going to try to put that into a little bit of context here and tell another tale of 2 different wildfires, but this time using fires that were used in those previous 2 analyses of the slides that I showed you. One being Panther Fire, that again was sort of a normal fire event that Meg mentioned, and the other being a relatively small but pretty intense blow-up fire, the Sims Fire that occurred in 2008. The one commonality between these 2 fires is that they were both had 3 territories that were occupied by spotted owls pre-fire consistently. So if we look at the 2008 Panther Fire, this fire actually reburned these 3 territories that initially burned in the King Titus Fire in 1987. They actually burned another time in between. So these poor individuals burned 3 times since 1987, but I haven't added that to this figure. Both of those fires burned under moderate severity fire conditions, and you can see there's a real nice heterogeneous pattern of burn severity. All 3 of these territories remained occupied after the fire. So if you recall back to that previous graph where we saw the recruitment rates increase with the 2008 fire effects, these birds in this territory, because we think there's these cumulative, from the perspective of a spotted owl, these sort of short interval reburns sort of act as their cumulative effects, right? So these higher severity fire effects, they're not going to go away in a 20-year time span that a spotted owl is residing on those sites. So these cumulative effects have sort of degraded the habitat quality of those areas. So we see a little bit of a drop in survival rates coupled with an increase in recruitment rates. So we think what's going on is the habitat quality in these areas has been reduced to marginal. So these birds can only survive for a couple years before they either die or move on and find a different territory. But the key piece of this is that they're still occupied. So they're still consistently occupied to this day. If we look at sort of the resulting pattern, the other thing I wanted to show you here is, I hope you guys can see it. I was sitting in the back of the room earlier and I was like, oh my gosh, I hope my slides are big enough. But the black squares represent the post-fire owl locations. And you can see they're pretty much generally aligned with those blue lower severity fire effect areas. So then if we switch out the figure with the sort of the persistent nesting and roosting forest, we see again here that those post-fire owl locations are again aligned with where the nesting and roosting covers persisted post-fire. And if you overlay the refugia map on that, we see again there's some pretty good alignment. So what I want you to take away from this is this refugia map does a pretty good job of predicting the persistence of this nesting and roosting forest post-fire. Oh, and also the spotted owls appear to be relating to that somehow as well. So if you contrast that with the Sims fire, which we would consider a blow-up fire, here on the left image we've got sort of the collection of the 3 clusters of annual locations for those 3 territories. The next right image is sort of the burn severity map, and you can see that large patch of red and yellow basically just erased all of that nesting and roosting cover within the perimeter of the fire. The owls on those territories, on 2 of them immediately abandoned those sites, and they were found, 3 of the 4 birds were found about 10 to 15 miles north of there the next year. The last territory that sort of eked out a little bit of an existence on the sort of southern portion of the burn perimeter, where you see there's a little bit more persisting nesting and roosting cover, stuck around for a couple of years before they left. And I think if we were to sort of go through a time series of subsequent years after this, we would see some secondary fire effects sort of that might explain why those birds eventually left. Interestingly, this is the fire growth model that Meg had mentioned, and even though in this case the spotted owls don't persist in that landscape, we see that even with the fire growth model that the areas where nesting roosting cover does persist seems to be predicted fairly well with that fire growth model. You can see the areas where there's relatively higher probability of refugia. Yeah, the nesting roosting cover persists, but presumably not enough for the spotted owls to eke out an existence. Take homes.
Sure, I'll take us home. There we go. Thanks, Jeremy. Good stuff. So let's wrap things up. Ideas for everyone to take home, what we want to share with you, that there's interpretable predictability in the modeled locations of fire refugia from this fire refugia model suite in both in both the moist and the dry forests of the PNW when we look at this modeling. Accounting for fire behavior in refugia models seems to be critical for capturing those different domains or effects of blow-up versus normal spread events, and I think this is an important part of a lot of fire work moving forward. The fire refugia models validate well with those out-of-sample 2020 and 2021 fires and illustrated refugial capacity of the older forests under normal conditions. We can think of these as locations with longer hang time. I mean, old forests have long hang time. That's how they got to be old. But as we think of these forests persisting into the future, we need to look at the locations that are most likely to persist. What are their topographic templates, their locations, their compositions, and their structure that allow them to persist with increasing challenging fire weather conditions? Spatial pattern and locations of modeled fire refugia seem to be aligning with these northern spotted owl habitat persistence locations and demographic impacts. And so this is exciting for thinking not only about old growth, but for old growth habitat and associated species, and looking for ways to conserve them moving forward. Number 5, lastly, this overall points to a value for conservation planning of old forests and associated species, region-wide and at project level in terms of opportunities. I want to call out, if we've got enough time, a few particular examples for thinking about that application, because this is really where I would love these conversations to go from today. Regional planning, thinking about where the late successional reserve network and old growth forests, again, are most likely to persist through high severity fire events. What can we do with that information in terms of modernization of our Northwest Forest Plan region with that focus on mature and old growth forests? For spotted owl, where are the places that we would be most impactful in removing barred owl, because we're also going to have highest persistence or most likely persistence through wildfire events? Those are regional questions. Project level planning with project teams going through ideas of trying to understand where on landscapes for any individual project area we might use the refugia maps and the high severity maps for thinking about where to make project level decisions related to old growth and early serial management. So I'll thank a whole bunch of people who have contributed to thinking, and we've got some question time. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
I always like to listen to Meg talk because she understands that in order for science to have impact, there needs to be communication, follow-up communication. They can lay out all the facts and figures, but then there needs to be a conversation after it about what you actually are going to do with it. She's great at being part of those conversations. So next, before our break, one more. Cole Doolittle with the Marquette University and working at the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest on the mighty Willamette National Forest. Exploring how microclimates and biotic factors influence post-fire forest plant communities. Please help me welcome Cole Doolittle.
Okay, yeah, my name is Cole, and I'm a graduate student at Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so it's a pleasure to be out here. I'm usually just out here in the summer, so everyone says it rains all the time. Now I understand. It does rain all the time. Before I get started, I do want to talk and thank all of the people that make ideas and projects like this possible. All of these ideas were workshopped and implemented by the LTER disturbance group at the Andrews, Dave, Meg, Joe, Andres, and Catalina. I'd like to thank my lab mates, a couple of amazing undergraduates that I worked with, Megan and Ariana, and the field crews and funding that make work like this possible. So for the next 20 minutes, I'd like to focus on this central idea. What can wildfire teach us about the fundamental drivers of biodiversity? This includes what we can learn from the biotic drivers of biodiversity, such as species interactions, as well as the abiotic drivers of biodiversity, resource availability, climate, etc. But before I go into it, a quick roadmap. First, I'll be giving a history background and some information on the study site of this work. Then I'll jump into the biotic drivers of biodiversity and what we're learning from understory responses to fire. And then we'll swap over and talk about post-fire microclimates and what we hope to learn in the future. So if you were to hop on Highway 126 outside of Eugene and head up into the Willamette National Forest, you would reach the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest LTER. This is an NSF-funded long-term ecological research station that was established in 1948. There's a map of it there on the right. It's 6,400 hectares and covers nearly 1,000 meters in elevation. One hallmark advantage of the Andrews is the availability of long-term data sets, including a forest inventory stand system, the reference stand system, which is a network of quarter-hectare plots that were established in the 70s. This figure on the right is from one of the original publications on the reference stand system that characterizes plots, these reference stands with moisture on the x-axis and temperature on the y-axis. So these plots cover a variety of different functional habitats and tree environments that are representative of the Cascade Range. In 2020, as I'm sure you're aware, the Holiday Farm Fire ignited just a few miles south of the Andrews, and it eventually would burn roughly 400 acres of the Andrews at a mixed severity. So these are some photos from the fire crews fighting the fire in the southwestern corner of the experimental watershed. Here's another map of the Andrews, and if I zoom in, I can overlay the remote sense burn severity map so you can get an idea of, we're just down in this bottom southwestern corner of the H.J. Andrews. The H.J. Andrews proper burned at a low to mixed severity with isolated patches of higher basal area mortality. Thankfully, for those of us interested in fire effects, we also have the Hagen Research Natural Area, which is right nearby, where the fire burned at a higher basal area mortality more thoroughly, which helps us characterize that high severity end. This is what our mid to low severity sites look like. It's primarily an understory burn that consumes the duff layer in many locations and the top layer of soil, leaving exposed roots and scree behind. So to explore how wildfires are altering understory communities, we set this goal of connecting these forest inventory plots to understory surveys that'll help us explore how the abiotic factors affecting the understory change and how the biotic factors that are affecting the understory change following fire. The advantages of this approach is we gain a more complete picture of the overstory, understory, and abiotic factors influencing fire regeneration, and we can leverage these long-term plots in a way that may have only been a distant possibility in the mind of the researchers that established them 50 years ago. So in 2021, just months after the fire, I began establishing a network of 80 meter squared plots along a fire severity gradient. In these plots, all individual plants are identified, tagged, and measured through successive years. These plots are also entirely co-located with those long-term data sets, as I mentioned, and they're paired with either a Douglas fir or Western hemlock adult, which are the dominant species in these watersheds, and allow us to characterize the negative pairwise biotic feedbacks to get at those biotic factors influencing biodiversity. Here's what the typical study site looks like. That gray circle there is the forest inventory plot, and in those plots I identify Douglas fir or Western hemlock adults and establish these meter squared plots right along the base within 3 meters of the base of these trees. And here is what these plots look like. Classic meter squared plots in burned areas. On the left there is an unburned plot, the understory of the Northwest. And then on the right there is 1 year after the burn and 2 years after the burn, which is where we currently are at. We just finished our second survey this past summer. Because I just have one interval of data, I don't have a ton of work to share, but I am excited to talk about some of the work that undergraduates that I've been working with have done. So here are survival rates for the two dominant seedling species. We have Western hemlock on the left and Douglas fir on the right. And as we increase in basal area mortality, our proxy for fire severity, we don't see any effect of on the survival of Douglas fir, but we do see this strong effect on the survival of Western hemlock, which have an extremely low survival probability at high severity burn sites. During this time is when the infamous 2021 heat dome occurred, which provided a unique opportunity for an REU I was working with, Megan, to explore the seedling abundances in plots we were establishing, and she found that while we were finding a lot of western hemlock seedlings before the heat dome. We found very few after. And so that may be a reason why we're seeing a decrease in western hemlock abundances, but I also think that's probably due to life history. And this past year, another undergraduate student I worked with, Ariana, was investigating how ceanothus was regenerating and surviving after fire. This is a fire obligate nitrogen fixing species that's of particular interest for its role in the nutrient cycle. And she found that ceanothus was surviving or performing better in higher severity burn sites. So all of this, including the understory herbaceous surveys, just some background demographic information. I'm not going to take the time to go into all of the herbaceous data we have, besides to say that the trends that we're seeing follow the typical patterns of post-fire understories in these west side forests. Some of the fireweed is already taller than I am. We did see an increase in herbaceous richness from this first two surveys, but no effect of fire severity. So beyond these demographics, we hope to use these plots to understand how biotic interactions maintaining biodiversity change after fire. Specifically, we measure a biotically mediated limitation to growth and survival and population growth called conspecific density dependence, or CDD. CDD describes a relationship where demographic and population growth rates for a species is mediated by the density of conspecifics nearby. So this advantages rare species, which are rarely near a conspecific, and this sets the carrying capacity for common densely aggregated species. And it's most influential at early life on survival in early life stages, such as those in a post-fire environment. So here's a graphical depiction of this biotic process. As you increase conspecific density, you decrease the likelihood that an individual will survive. What this does through time is it stabilizes populations and allows multiple populations with equivalent fitness to survive together in a local environment. We know that this predicts species richness both globally and locally, and we know that it varies along abiotic gradients. What we don't know is how this process operates in burned environments. But we think that as we increase burn severity, we decrease the role of CDD in the environment. This is primarily driven by natural enemies, species-specific natural enemies like pathogens and herbivores that aggregate around densely located individuals. And so as the fire comes through, we think we probably neutralize this negative effect, but we don't know. And so that's what we're looking at today. So we just have this one interval of data, but I'm going to show you these negative pairwise feedback charts. So on the bottom there is the paired adult species that's right next to the plot. And I'm going to be plotting the survival probability for these two species, western hemlock and Douglas fir. For each of them, we expect that they perform worse under a conspecific adult and better under a heterospecific adult. So the Dougs should do worse under Doug adults, and the hemlocks should do worse under hemlock adults. And in low severity fires with this one interval of data, we don't find that interaction. Instead, we find seedlings are generally less or are underperforming under a western hemlock adult, but there's no influence of conspecific or heterospecific communities. Same thing for high severities. We would expect to see the same type of feedback, maybe a bit lower survival with the fire severity, or we expect to see that these interactions disappear, and instead we don't see an effect of the conspecific or heterospecific. And indeed, that's what we see. We just see that seedlings generally perform worse under western hemlocks, no interaction term. So there's no significant feedbacks. These classic biotic feedbacks that are present in our forests seem to be disappearing in burned environments. And seedlings are just generally less likely to survive under a hemlock. Why that may be, I'm not quite sure, but I'm interested in figuring that out. So we do find low survival of hemlock seedlings relative to Douglas fir, which correlates with fire severity. And we found high mortality of those seedlings after the heat dome event in 2021. Both seedlings seem to not do well under Western hemlock adults, but there's no evidence that there are biotic feedbacks, negative CDD, influencing the survival of these seedlings at these very early cereal stages. So next, we're going to keep this going, right? We're going to continue to resurvey these plots every year, and we're going to develop some high-resolution fire severity and community density metrics. And we're interested in quantifying more of these abiotic processes that may be influencing the biotic factors, including light availability, soil chemistry, and the soil microbiome, as well as some of the microclimatic factors that I'll talk about in a second. So while we've spent the first part of this talk talking about the biotic drivers, I want to swap over and talk about the abiotic drivers, the other half of the coin, particularly microclimates, or site-specific temperature and humidity regimes that are moderated from macroclimatic extremes. The protected understory of the forest where the macroclimatic extremes are mediated. We know that microclimates are important for influencing the physiology, behavior, and stress of organisms, as well as defining climate refugia. And we know that microclimates are important in many ecosystem functions, including carbon storage and sequestration. What we don't know is how residual forest structures influence the evolution of microclimates after a fire, and how those resulting microclimates feed back to influence the understory. And so we're trying to connect multiple data sources to get a complete picture of the fire effects, the microclimate, the macroclimate, using those long-term forest inventory plots and the understory surveys to explore the long-term evolution of microclimate and then translate that microclimate to the fire environment. And again, we're leveraging this long-term data in a new way, and we have this mixed severity fire with a variety of topographic positions that allows us to thoroughly answer this question. So we've established these microclimate arrays in 2022, just this past summer at the Andrews, and we're measuring the above-ground temperature and relative humidity, as well as the surface temperature and moisture just below the surface. These plots are split between young and old forests, and they're also located with those long-term inventory data sets. They're also paired with the understory plots, so we can look at microclimates as mediators of the biotic interactions between understory plants. So I don't have much to show here besides some of the low-resolution preliminary data that we collected from 2021 to 2022, which shows that high-severity sites are consistently more variable in daily temperature. We need more time, and we need to go back out and collect this high-resolution data that we've put out this past summer. But we're interested in seeing if these effects translate to both the residual structure of the forest and the future condition of the understory. So we'll keep tracking these microclimates through time to follow the evolution of the buffering capacity and estimate how variable post-fire microclimates are. And then we're hoping to compare these microclimates between young and old forests and answer this question, to try to get at this question, how are the fundamental drivers of biodiversity and the factors influencing plants in our forests changing in burned environments? So far, we're finding that those biotic interactions, such as CDD, seem to be neutralizing or weakening in burned environments, and abiotic factors may be essential for determining the understory composition and the existence of refugia after a fire. And with that, I would invite you to stay tuned for more. Hopefully, I'll get to talk and share more as we continue to learn about these forests. So thank you. I'd also be happy to answer any questions if somebody has one. Yeah.
First, I wanted to applaud you for tagging seedlings and understory vegetation. That's really interesting. And I was wondering if you might be able to get your concept dependence question with just your seedling data. I realize that it wasn't designed that way, but that's a place where you might have a lot of biotic interactions and map things. I don't know what it looks like, but that might be something that you might look at.
Yeah, the question was whether we could tackle conspecific density dependence with just the seedling data. And I think, yes, we will try to do that. The study was designed to take into account the outsized effect of the nearby adult. But we will definitely look at the seedling on seedling competition type effects as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, back there.
I was just wondering how you kind of set up these two stages. Is it is it abiotic or the biotic? And I'm wondering, based on what you were kind of believing it right, you're suggesting that CDD might be breaking down post-fire. But I'm wondering if it's just that microclimatic variable really drives early post-fire response, and over time you have more of that CDD coming in. I mean, do you really think it's a breaking down, or they're just operating over different time scales?
Yeah, so the question is CDD really breaking down, or is it just a longer time scale? Is it operating on a longer time scale? And I think our prediction is that CDD, this biotic process, may neutralize or weaken in burn environments, and then over time regenerates as we get more of the natural enemies, those fungal pathogens and herbivores, returning to the burned area as conspecific densities increase and competitive interactions become more important to determining individual success. So yes, I think what we're finding generally is that those abiotic factors are way more important after a fire, and the biotic factors will come back over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole, and thanks all the rest of the speakers we've heard since lunch. Hallmark of the H.J. Andrews, that will be a long-term study, so we'll bring you back in another 20, 30, 40, 50 years to keep telling us the story, right? It's actually a 200-year study on the H.J. Andrews. I think we're in year 35 right now. So how logs rot. These are things that take time. So it's break time. We will be back here in this room at, what am I looking at here? 3:05. So you got 20-minute break. There should be refreshments out in the hall. Remember to have conversations and think about how these facts and figures can be used in your everyday life. See you back in a bit. All right, we're going to get started here in just a second. If you could come on in, shut the doors in the back, have a seat. Bring your coffee, hot cocoa, tea. No adult beverages yet. The setup bar will not be set up until 5. Going to be starting in just a minute. Yep. Come on in, have a seat. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm just going to start talking. Just a reminder that there will be a social at 5 o'clock, between 5 and 7. There will be a cash bar out there in the lobby, as well as some really great snacks from OSU Catering. I don't mean pretzels and peanuts. I mean some like finger food salmon. It's called the Northwest Platter. So I think it's worth sticking around for. And you can carry your little plate around and chat with all of the poster presenters out here in the hallways. So that's kind of the intent, is for you to mingle with those folks and have conversations about their science out there. For the next couple of sessions, I'm going to turn facilitation over to other folks, besides not me, some other folks. We're going to be turning up the fire hose just a little bit because these are going to be flash talks. So they're only going to be 15 minutes. And then there will be questions and answer sessions at the end of the flash talks as a group. So to start, the first section is going to be on delayed mortality, which is something a lot of us are seeing out in our forests here 2, 3, 4 years after our wildfires in Western Oregon. Things we thought were going to live are not. It's kind of depressing, but it is the way it's working. Andre Holz with Portland State University is going to facilitate the next section of these flash talks. So Andre's coming up.
Hi everyone, we're very excited to be here to present this session, this very preliminary incipient work that we have here today. We're going to start with Matt Raleigh, then we're going to have Alec Dyer, then I'm going to present on behalf of April Hersey, and then I'll close the session talking a little bit myself. And with that, it's all yours, Matt.
Great, thanks for coming out. It's really nice to see everyone. And I first just wanted to start acknowledging my co-authors, Aaron Young and Jeremy. And today I'm going to talk about remote sensing of post-fire delayed mortality, sizing up the elephant in the room. And I think the truth is that, delayed mortality is not really an elephant in the room necessarily. There's studies around the world that document that trees continue to die after fire. It's a slow process. There's been a lot of investment in western forests recently, looking at individual trees and delayed mortality over time. But we still really lack information on the magnitude and extent of delayed mortality at landscapes and regional scales. And so in terms of remote sensing, I think delayed mortality is a bit of an elephant in the room. We've heard a lot about these Landsat-based burn severity maps today. Very, very common. They're a great tool, wall-to-wall coverage back to the early 1980s, looking at spatial patterns and the extent of burn severity. But they're currently limited to really either immediate or one-year assessments, and so they don't capture that delayed mortality. So I have two objectives today, and the first is to describe and validate this method that we've come up to assess the extent and magnitude of delayed mortality, and that work is going to cover fires in Oregon, Washington, and California. And then we just put together some summary results from a handful of fires in the Oregon Western Cascades for a little bit of a local look at what might be happening with delayed mortality. So the method that I've come up with is, it's really, really pretty simple. Usually when we make these burn severity maps, we take an NBR value here. This is an NBR value from a single pixel of a Landsat image and how it changes over time. And we usually take this pre-fire value and a post-fire value and difference it, and they correlate pretty well with different metrics of burn severity on the ground. But what this method does is it takes a whole stack of Landsat images, and for 5 years out, it selects the lowest pixel where that NBR value bottoms out, and then composites them for each pixel across the whole fire. And you use that as your post-fire image. And so this is I showed this. One of the potential limitations is that while delayed mortality is happening, we also have post-fire greening, things are growing, shrubs are coming back, and so it potentially is a little bit limited the further out we go where we can see this rebound where NBR comes back up, even though trees may be dying. That may be just a limitation. And so validation for this has been a real challenge. The silver bullet would be some plots that were measured before, immediately after the fire, and then for the 5 years following. And I've been searching high and low for like 3 years now. I have a couple sets. They're not quite the silver bullet I've been looking for, and so we've been relying on this high-resolution imagery to try and validate and give us a sense of whether or not this method actually works and can capture delayed mortality. And so we selected 6 study fires across Oregon, Washington, and California, so quite a broad gradient and biophysical settings. And they basically had to have 1-year post and 5-year post NAPE imagery to look at. And what we did was we took our Landsat pixels and drew a 30 by 30 meter footprint, and then within that we estimated live tree cover and the number of live trees at that 1 year and 5 years so that we could difference them and look at change. And so we do okay. That change, that decline in NBR is significantly correlated with the canopy loss here. It's not as strong as we see with like DNBR and basal area mortality, but we seem to be capturing something. It's just a little bit stronger with the number of trees that died. And so as that decline between 1 and 5 years increases, we see that more trees die. But there's quite a bit of variability, but there's a signal there. So what we did was we came up with a threshold. And so what you see here are sort of the distribution of NBR decline values and whether or not we observe delayed mortality or not. And what we find is if we have this threshold of about 110, if that NBR value declines by about 110 over those 5 years, we have about a 78% accuracy rate in identifying where delayed mortality occurred. And we have pretty balanced omission, commission errors. So we're pretty confident that we can get at that extent question with delayed mortality. This is what some of the maps look like. This is the Dollar Lake fire, north side of Mount Hood. These are some of the other fires from across Oregon, Washington, and California. And then I have just sort of what some of the NAPE images look like corresponding with those patterns of NBR decline. And what really jumps out is that we have these really spatially clustered patterns of this NBR decline. The red is where we have an NBR decline of greater than 200, so that's way past that threshold, and then the white is greater than 110. So yeah, highly clustered spatial patterns, tremendous variability among fires in terms of the extent of how much we see that spectral decline, basically ranging from 20% in these Dollar Lake, Mother Lode, Cascade Creek, those are all, I think, West Cascades fires, to a low of the Yukonom down there in the Klamath Mountains at only 6%. And then Table Mountain is East Cascades of Washington, and Aspen is Southern Sierra. And so moving right along, I've sort of given you a preview of the method. We wanted to just take a look at what things look like in the Western Cascades. And so we selected 7 study fires. Basically, we had to be sure that there was no salvage logging in them because that can sort of mess up our remote sensing signal. And using that same method with NBR decline, we estimate the extent of delayed mortality between that 1 and 5 year period. We compare the distributions, so how are the distributions of burn severity values shifting over time between 1 and 5 years? And then we compare landscape patterns. How do those post-fire dynamics or mosaics change over time? And then we take a really quick look at the extent and magnitude of NBR decline among some different vegetation types. So this is our handful of fires from the Western Cascades. These are all in Oregon. And again, we see quite a bit of variability in terms of the extent of delayed mortality. And so this would be the column way on the right, ranging from about 2% in the Clark Fire. This was a relatively low severity fire at lower elevations in the Western Cascades to a high of upwards of 30% in this Middle Fork complex. Just a glimpse at what the changes in the maps look like. This is the Warner Creek Fire, I think 1991, outside of Oak Ridge, Oregon. What I've done here is I've classified these into, unburned, low, moderate, based on some burn severity thresholds that I've developed for immediate post-fire assessments. And I think when you look at a map like this, it's not overwhelming in terms of what's happening with delayed mortality. But when you zoom in and take a closer look at specific places inside the fire perimeter, you can see there's quite a bit of change. And so on this top here, we can see this patch of moderate severity fire growing quite a bit. In B, down on the bottom right-hand corner, we can see our patch of high severity fire. It sort of gobbles up some of the live residual lower moderate severity patches in the middle and expands at its perimeter. And then C, we have this unburned, very low patch that really decreases in area and shrinks. So something like a fire refuge is really shrinking in this case. And so a couple, just some glimpses, some other ways to look at this Warner Creek Fire. These are the distributions of burn severity values. The top is immediate, the bottom is 5 years post-fire. And what you can see is this real shift towards higher levels of burn severity. On the right, this is what's called the Sankey diagram. It allows us to sort of track the fate of individual pixels. And so we can see this unburned, very low, gets cut in half in this case, with most of that going up to low, a little bit more going up to moderate. And then if we look at the bottom, for instance, you can see that the amount of high severity fire increases by about 7% there. Just a super quick look at some of the other fires. These are kind of the bookends of that variability in terms of the amount of delayed mortality we saw. This Clark Fire, again, low elevation, sort of western hemlock, Douglas fir, not much delayed mortality that we could pick up. Warner Creek is the one I just showed you, so you can use that as a little bit of a reference for the magnitude of change. And then we have this Middle Fork Fire, which the distribution looks a little bit different than Warner Creek, but we can see, again, this large decrease in the unburned low and subsequent increases in the moderate. And so the next thing we wanted to look at is how are these patterns of delayed mortality or spectral decline affecting some landscape patterns. And so what we did was we took all those fires together, and this is just a size class distribution of the patches of high severity fire. And the big thing that I want you to look at here is that we have this 25 or 30% increase in the area made up of these really large patches. So what that means, if you remember Brian's talk, is that seeds will probably have to travel additional distances to get in there and have successful regeneration. So that's some of the implications there. In terms of unburned or very low severity, sort of fire refugia, we see large declines in the area, but we really see these big decreases in the larger patches. And so these fire refugia that can be very important for species like spotted owls and things like that. The abundance of them is decreasing. The patches are smaller, and they're likely more fragmented as well. And then finally, just a last look at sort of different forest types and how delayed mortality might be operating across them. We see a pretty strong trend here in elevation gradient, with almost 50% of the fire that's occurred in the mountain hemlock zone experiencing NBR decline of greater than 110. So that's our threshold for where we see it. And I have a little histogram up there of that 50%. A little less than half of it is really quite high, above that 200 NBR decline threshold. Pacific silver fir, we see a little bit less, but still quite a bit, 40%, that's probably experiencing delayed mortality. And interestingly, our Douglas fir, western hemlock, lower elevation forests, we see only 17%, so far less. In terms of late successional or old growth forests, about 33%, so a pretty big chunk. And again, of that 33%, about a third of that is really at that high level of greater than a 200 MBR decline. And so with that, just some conclusions. The jury is out there, and I'm really interested to see if people are buying this or not. But I think that this NBR composite method, it's capturing something. We're capturing some signal of delayed mortality. And yeah, we need more validation. And I mentioned before, we are working with some plot data with basal area mortality, and are hoping to be able to bring that in, but we haven't quite found that silver bullet yet. So the NAPE is really what we're basing this on at the moment. Extent is tremendously variable, but ranges from 2 to 30%. I think our high elevation forests really appear to be the most vulnerable based on this small sample of West Cascades fires. Implications, smaller, probably more fragmented patches of fire refugia and larger patches of high severity fire, and more loss of old growth late successional forests. And then finally, I think once we can sort of get people to buy in or get this validated and get more confidence, I think it will really open up a lot of opportunities to expand some of the delayed mortality work that's been done on the individual tree level to larger scales. And there's just, I think, a lot of options, refining estimates of old forests and looking at effects of fires on carbon storage and things like that. So just some real quick acknowledgements, funding from the West Side Fire Initiative and the Right Seed, Right Place. And then Jane Curtis has been really helpful. She did some work in the Warner Creek Fire, and Phil and Micah have been sharing some data from the Park Service. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Oh, okay. All right. I can't believe I got it all in 15 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Also happy to be here. My name is Alec Dyer. I'm a current graduate student in geography, and I'm working with Andres. And I was actually supposed to have a poster, and on Thursday, a spot opened up. And now I find myself here, and I had to create a presentation over the weekend. So, life as a graduate student, right? Thank you. So, a lot of this stuff is going to be very preliminary, but I'm hoping to draw out some really interesting trends and things to look at for the future. And specifically, delayed mortality, I'm kind of working off the ideas that Matt just presented, but focusing on the Labor Day fires and how delayed mortality might be currently happening there. So we had the whole story of delayed mortality, and it decreases the amount of fire refugia and gonna have over time limit forestry generation, also have influence spot owls and all that. Try not to repeat stuff too much. But the questions we can ask about what's going on at the Labor Day fire specifically, is it happening? If so, to what degree, where, and when? So I wanted to set the scene a little bit. Looking at the 5 mega fires that happened during the Labor Day fires in the Western Cascades. And if we want to look at, say, the kind of pre-fire drought before it happened, this is a plot by Riley et al. In 2020. And you can see that on the top part of the graph is the EDDI, Evaporative Demand Drought Index, that measures measures moisture at the atmosphere surface level. So we can see that there's a lot of dry conditions, especially 1 week prior to the fire that's on the right side. And then we look on the bottom, we have the energy release component, which is about the fuel aridity. And while pretty dry, especially right before, at the lower end of it, where that Archie Creek fire is especially dry and lots of dry fuels to burn. We can all look at this temporally, and what you all know today, that these fires are mainly driven by easterly winds and arid conditions, with the first part of the fire happening with both wind and aridity, and the second part with aridity only. And one interesting fact about this fire that maybe differ from other fires in the past is that this heat dome happened in 2001 after the fire. It was about from late January to mid-July, and it had really high above average temperatures around here in the Western Cascades specifically. And I think that actually this heat dome might have a really big effect on delayed mortality, and that's something I want to look at in this research. So my first research goal is to quantify the spatial and temporal trends of delayed mortality using some maybe to high resolution, probably just mid-resolution satellite imagery with validation data to do that. And I'm estimating delayed mortality with RDMBR. However, I'm adjusting this original formula to account for just delayed mortality by looking at instead of the pre-fire MBR, the immediate MBR, and then seeing how that MBR changes over time, just like MAP. So if I make a little graph that's more specifically about the Labor Day fires and how I'm calculating delayed mortality, I'm also looking for the minimum MBR after the immediate portion of the fire. And here, I'm actually calculating the immediate portion of the fire at October 2020. And that's because if I say the immediate burn severity is the next summer in June, July, there could be some delayed mortality occurring from that fire that won't be captured separately from the immediate mortality. So by adjusting where the immediate burn severity time frame is, we can hopefully see some trends in delayed mortality, and the heat dome might be one of those trends that we find. Boom, heat dome, right around there. And this is kind of a spiel that goes through the rest of how I'm calculating it with the mean composite and looking at the minimum. And also, I have a little question mark up there saying that I think that we're going to need some different thresholds in order to calculate or say group burn severity into some kind of thresholds of like low, medium to high that we'll need validation data to do so. And so if I look at some of these maps, on the left column, I'm showing the immediate burn severity. And I'm actually using the same thresholds that Matt Riley found in 2017 for the Western Cascades. And there's something very different about these burn severities on the left side versus what we've seen today. I'm not actually capturing a lot of really high severity classes in this. And I think that's because of my time frame that I look at from actually here, October to December, because I wanted some more imagery to look at. And that's very different. And so perhaps we're seeing a lot of that really high severity in the fires and all these other photos because that heat dome effect has potentially had an influence on that. And then we could also look at the delayed mortality, and that's shown in the red, so the more red, the more potential delayed mortality. And like Matt found, it's also very clustered, and it's from these maps, it looks very significant. However, this is still preliminary, so more detail and research is needed to back these up. And I also want to mention that I removed any salvage logging that happened post-fire. And if you want to learn more about that, go see the poster by Aaron and Matt after this. And so I want to just kind of go over some exploratory statistics of the data that I've grabbed. And before that, I had to do a bunch of filtering, and I kind of want to bore you too much, but taking out the salvage logging, taking out any roads or water. I'm also looking at, I don't want any pixels that had a major disturbance after 2016, but prior to the fire, because I'm looking at some GNN data that was from 2017. And then I'm also seeing a lot of really big outliers so far in my RDMBR values for immediate and delayed. And so I wanted to clip those for the sake of this talk. And that's something I'll need to look into later. And I'm also just focusing on some potential vegetation zones that we might be interested in. And with a grain of salt, my results. But first, some theory. If we think about our immediate post-fire RDMBR values, so that's like your, whatever you say, like your, right after the fire, that's your burn severity values, or RDMBR values. And as time progresses, if it moves to the left, as shown in green, we'd say that's recovery because the change in RDMBR is lower, or change in MBR is lower. But if it goes to the right, we're actually seeing a potential more decline. So more tree mortality, or may not necessarily tree mortality, but more injury. Trees are declining in their health. If that original curve starts going down and becomes more wide, delayed mortality could be happening more randomly at maybe some areas more, some areas less. And if it gets maybe shifted and squished, delayed mortality is likely happening at a specific, say, burn severity. Maybe it's moderate, maybe it's high. And so these are the RDBR values that I've found so far, with the immediate in black, and then the delayed mortality in 2021 in green, and delayed mortality in 2002 in blue. And we do see a bit of a shift to the right, indicating that delayed mortality is occurring in these plots. And if we make some plots of immediate RDMBR on the x-axis and delayed RDMBR on the y-axis, 2021 is on the top, 2022 is on the bottom, we see a pretty linear trend between those two. And so we can kind of hypothesize that, and from what we understand in past literature, that delayed mortality is really a function of the immediate mortality, how much burn happened originally. We can also look at RD and VR values by burn severity. Actually, see, like I mentioned, I don't have a lot of values in the high burn severity range. And if we break it up into the delayed 2021 and delayed 2022 again, we can see some interesting trends where for the delayed mortality in 2021, they're all above 0, so delayed mortality is occurring in either of the group. But if you move to 2022, the high burn severity RDMA values drop pretty significantly to a median around 0. So that could be telling us that we can hypothesize that for delayed mortality for high burn severity, the trees are likely to die within the first year. We can also ask some questions about where mortality is occurring. This is just elevation by burn severity group. And we can see that kind of unlike what we can expect, for the high burn severity group, we have most of that happening at low elevations, but what we kind of would expect to see in higher elevations, more cooler mesic forests, that they move fire prone, so fires are more likely to happen around there. And if we look at slope, it kind of just follows our understanding of normal fire mechanics, where high slope equals high burn severity. If we're looking at cover class, in the low burn severity, there's not a lot of difference between the closed, moderate, open, and sparse cover classes, but low severity, I think I said. But in the moderate burn severity, the closed and moderate cover classes are actually showing higher delayed RDMBR values in 2021. So, and if we look at 2022, we also see higher RDMBR values in the moderate burn severity in the middle for those colors in red and yellow. And so I think that this might be due to increased competition for resources within these closed canopies. If trees are close together, they might be injured by fire, and not enough resources, or not enough to let them all survive, and only a few do. Or it could be a factor of just high burn severity through the canopies there. And then we can also look at how forest structure influences delayed mortality. There's not much, so we're looking at this is looking at the density of trees. And if we look at some of the delayed values again, in the moderate, we see some trends towards positive. Very slightly, the data is very variant, which needs to be fixed, absolutely. But if there is that positive trend, so as the density of trees increase, you have more delayed mortality. That just kind of talks about more of that competition that I mentioned. And I think this is not the last one, but stand to age. We don't see a lot of high burn severity in old trees. So most of the high burn severity is in the lower age trees, which we expect. Those thin, young stands, they just burn really high severity. And if we look at that versus delayed, these are actually flipped, my bad. 2022 is now on top, 2021 is on the bottom. But we see a pretty linear trend, especially in the low and moderate severity classes, with age on the x-axis and delayed mortality on the y-axis. So as the age of trees get older, there's more delayed mortality there potentially. And we think that this just could be because it's likely for the younger trees to die immediately, and so they don't have the chance for delayed mortality, like they're already dead. So might just only see delayed mortality happening in those older growth forests. And lastly, how did the heat dome influence delayed mortality? Well, I was working very hard to try to get some interesting trends here over the weekend, but unfortunately it is still a question mark to me. And I look forward to doing this more, and if anyone has any ideas and wants to talk more about this, I'm super happy to do so. Some of my hypotheses, though, include that trees that are in a high density closed forests will experience more delayed mortality as a result of the heat dome, just because of that increased competition for water and other resources. And then also taller trees will be influenced more by the heat dome. They're already probably potentially hurt from the fire, and so their ability to suck water up from the ground, the taller they get, is more difficult. So those also might be more prone to delayed mortality. And one of the important part of this this project is to make sure that we are validating this data, and I'm going to be doing that with FIA plot data that Jeremy Freed and Sebastian Busby talked about earlier, and that they have about over 200 plots available that were remeasured right after, 1 year after the fire, and then hopefully I can get some more years afterwards where it's got to be a good, necessary to do this. And also, like Matt was talking earlier, I can also use some really high resolution imagery for some validation, such as the plan scope imagery at 3 meters, or maybe even that NAPE imagery at 1 meter. And I want to do this at multiple scales, so looking at Landsat, the pixels are at 30 meters, and then at Sentinel, which it can range from 10 to 20. So looking at how maybe this happens at the stand level versus the landscape level. And the second part of this project is looking at the drivers. Why is delayed mortality happening? And maybe with those exploratory statistics that can help me understand why. But I wanted to create a boosted regression tree model in order to tee out some of those more maybe nonlinear relationships. And some of the proposed drivers, they can be broken up into direct and indirect drivers. So a direct driver would be really just like the fire effects, the amount, like maybe the amount level of burn severity, and that maybe their cambium necrosis happens, so they're no longer able to survive. And then there's also those indirect factors that I talked a little bit earlier, potentially competition, the heat dome. And really, I want to throw the kitchen sink at this and see what comes out. Boosted regression tree models are great because they are non-parametric. They do not care about the distribution of your data. They can identify nonlinear relationships, and they're pretty fast. And I just want to end with maybe not some major conclusions, but some thoughts about the future work and expectations of this project. And so we're going to need to validate these observations. Okay, and I'll go through this quickly. But I think the most important part is thinking about the heat dome, and specifically thinking about if we're using MTBS that looks at a year later to look at what the immediate mortality is. That might not be the case of how to do this because of that heat dome, and that might be something really interesting to look at. So stay tuned. I'm happy to talk more if you have any ideas about that, and thank you.
Great. Again, thank you everyone to hang out here in the afternoon for this session. We're very excited with this work. And I'll be presenting the work entitled Post-Fire Delay Mortality in Douglas Fir and Western Hemlock following the 2020 Holiday Farm fire at the Andrews. And I'll be presenting very preliminary results. While I'm presenting today here, this work is actually being led by April Hersey, which is an NSF REU undergrad student at PSU who couldn't attend today. So you're all familiar with the idea that we're having increased fires, but maybe you are not, or you assume, I've not seen this figure, that the 2020 wildfires actually are an amazing representations of the trends that we're seeing today across the West. So if we were to build a model around burn area and also droughty conditions, the 2020 really fits very well that model. And also that relationship is tightly to a warmer atmosphere, as we heard earlier this morning from Henry, that is largely due to atmospheric aridity and fuel aridity as well. So across the West, and particularly across southwestern US, we see more frequent and severe drought that has been observed in recent decades, as well as possible impacts of post-fire delay mortality. So increased post-fire delay mortality can substantially reduce the extent of fire refuge over time, as we heard from Matt, as we've heard also from Meg earlier, limiting natural tree regeneration that in turn can promote forest conversion to alternative or even non-forest states. As also Matt alluded, it's unknown really the effect of post-fire delay mortality can have on carbon sequestration and overall carbon dynamics on this west side very rich biomass forest. Previous work in dry forests, primarily in California, but also in the southwestern US, have shown that extensive delay mortality due to pre-fire competition and drought was reflected in pre-fire reduced radial growth of the actual rings of the trees. But how does pre and perhaps also post-fire competition and drought, especially we think about the heat dome, affects radial growth in these trees in mesic west forests and ultimately also post-fire delay mortality? We expect that as Matt presented, there will be quite a bit of variation due to species traits and forest types. But we really don't know. 5 years prior to the 2020 Labor Days, we experienced a remarkable snow drought in 2015. And again, in 2021, an outstanding heat dome that, as David Shaw here, as the expert in the room, assured us we would expect substantial delay mortality due to it. So our overarching question and working hypothesis is that what are the patterns and possible drivers of post-fire mortality in mesic forest? And how do these patterns and drivers vary between iconic fire-resistant, from a trait perspective, and also fire-sensitive conifer species? So here, as you can see, we have time on the x-axis, radial growth of the trees. We have a snow drought in 2015, and trees get a hit, decline in tree growth. And then we have the 2020 fires, and then the trees that survive the fires actually then get pushed down like a double whammy by the heat wave. And so we are thinking about compounded stress of events. Our study design was fully conducted within the old growth that exists within the boundaries of watershed 2 at the Andrews. That is 400 or 500 or so years old growth, and where we had samples both Douglas firs and fire-sensitive western hemlock. Our sampling to collect tree cores occur, again, here's the Andrews. This is the southwestern corner that, thank you, Cole, for the introductions to the Andrews. This actually is a burn severity conducted also in October, the month after the actual fire, where in yellow you see a low severity all the way to high. We paired trees of each of those two species by life and dead, of course using the species, but also the size. Many of these trees were so tall that we couldn't really see how tall they were, but from allometric equations that are common in the area, we started using DBHs as a proxy of how tall they were. We also controlled for slope, proximity between the live and dead ones, as well as also the remote sensing derived severity and also the char rating, or the charring really, rating near the ground line. As you can see, we tackled mostly trees that actually have been barely crawled. The Andrews was primarily, or this watershed was primarily burned during the non-windy second part of the 2020 fires. And so there was really no burn, and the crawling was just underneath. The actual boundary of the fires extends higher up, and the satellite sensors could not really even pick it up. After walking quite a bit for 1 or 2 days, we were not really satisfied with what the remote sensing images were telling us, so most of our actually pairing was conducted based upon Sharon Hood's char ratings near the ground lines ranking, which is this. And so again, our response variable is radial growth during the entire growing season, but as well separated between spring and summer of early and late wood. We collected 160 cores from 80 trees total, 40 each, and double core each tree. And our predictors were the DBHs, tree height, char heights, minimum, maximum, bunch of different variables. We also measure the basal area factor using different values for different species surrounding each of these focal trees as a proxy of tree scale competition. We also look at organic matter death, again, thinking about the soils that were burned or sinking, as well also gradient of slope. April and other people in the lab, thank you so much. April again spent hours and hours, Andrew knows well if he's still around, hours and hours, days and days, weeks and weeks, sounding, processing, counting, delineating, cross-dating, and this is where we are. All the cores have been already cross-dated by early and also separated by late and also separated by whole range, so that again we can look at questions associated with just spring or just summer or the entire growing season. And the next pending steps where April is right now, it's developing chronologies. We roughly core only the last 100, 120 years or so. Some of these Douglas firs we would need several of us to go around, so we're not interested in those questions going back in time, and also we didn't have meteorological weather station to actually do the analysis, and so that was enough. We're going to be looking at growth trends by period. We know that after 2000, for the most part, the Western US have been actually in an increasing aridity trend, and we would like to test for that, how trees are actually growing, both biomass-wise, but also how they are growth in terms of their sensitivity to climate. So we're going to be looking at climate relationships, again, by season. Some of the very preliminary field results that we have actually from the field data sheets that we can show here in this corellogram, where in the squares I've highlighted the main takeaways, which are tree mortality is associated for Douglas fir only with the charring height, which is quite intuitive, with the percentage height that is charred, and also with trees that are snapped, which is also very intuitive. But actually, it's not the case in Western hemlock. In terms of the competition at the tree scale, we found, I think, an interesting story here that we still need to further unpack, which is the idea that higher competitions tends to be associated with larger trees. That is to say that as we have larger trees that actually are being sampled, we see a clustering of usually younger or smaller trees around it, which makes sense if the ones that are around them are shade tolerant and they're clustering around a shade intolerant tree species like a Douglas fir. Slope, that is to say, that is the flatter it is, there is more competition. That is also sensible. Char height, it's negative, so that is an interesting story here. That to me in crown scorch says that the denser those forests, the actually less injuries those trees received. And then the way we are interpreting these results is that because this was a relatively minor conditions in terms of fire weather, we are interpreting those results that denser patches within these old-growth forests provide more shade, and that actually suppressed or ameliorated, at least to some extent, the actual injury of those focal trees. And also, crown scorch, percent crown scorch is associated with negatively with DBH. That's to say, the smaller the trees, the focal trees, the higher the scorching. Again, same story, different narrative in terms of the analysis and also the takeaways, respectively, for Western hemlock. We see that tree mortality is associated with crown scorch, but not of whether or not the trees were actually snapped. Focal tree competition was associated negatively with deep bark charring at the base and also negatively with slope. That is to say now that if a tree had higher competition nearby, it seems that it also deterred the actual charring at the base, but did not necessarily explain the scorching of the crown as it did for Douglas fir. Deep bark charring was associated with higher slope, which makes sense with how fire moves, higher sizes of the trees, which it's a bit counterintuitive, and then also higher height of being charred, which I think it's a correlate of those. Next steps, that seems like a common of this stage right now. We need to finish, actually the cross-dating is done. This slide has a couple of weeks. Determine pre-fire growth trends, determine climate growth relationships, model tree radial growth responses to drought events, and also looking at the effects of climate and weather variability on post-fire delay mortality at the tree scale of this lower elevation forest. And with that, I would like to thank you. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. So today I'll be presenting our first little bit of a pitch of the group's work that we're doing here. And we're trying to look at bigger pictures as different narratives and stories are fully actually developed. And so we're looking at drivers of post-fire delay mortality in these temperate rainforests, although maybe now they are seasonally dry forests and we should stop using the word rainforest in the P&W. While I'm the one presenting today here, most of this work has been led by current and former grad and undergrad students, including Sebastian Busby, Ilpor Hersey, and also Alec that you just heard about. While you're all well aware that we're facing an unprecedented increase in fire activity across the West, including the P&W, and after these three talks, hopefully it's more solidified the notion that post-fire delay mortality is an important yet understudied ecological process. Also, and that while the large-scale MTBS assessment of burn severity is useful, but it doesn't really tell the entire story of tree and forest mortality, we can start actually looking at this particular issue more in detail. While there is ongoing research on post-fire delay mortality, just showing in the previous talk a couple of the work in the warmer and drier California and also southwestern US, we're still at a really incipient stage. And there is lots to learn about the underlying mechanisms of delay mortality. A relatively recent piece, the review piece that highlights research gaps, includes the following. There is a big need to quantify uncertainty and incorporate new regions and new species. And that goes, of course, into the functional traits of those species to resist and recover from fire, of course, through the lens of post-fire delay mortality. Conduct basic physiological research on proximate and ultimate causes of fire-induced tree mortality. And if I may add, and using also an elephant, but in a different sense, we think that there is also a need to identify and integrate cross-scale patterns that can feed into understanding the drivers of post-fire delay mortality for a more comprehensive understanding. In parallel, there's been regional to global scale studies on drought-mediated mortality that have been reported, and tree height is actually a pretty good predictor, among others, of tree vulnerability, in the absence of fire, of course, and also tree mortality due to drought, which in turn could potentially explain some of the findings of post-fire tree mortality. As an example of the importance of post-fire delay mortality, a study by Geronimo et al. Reported that in the California Sierras after the ring fire, that most delay mortality was composed of larger and taller trees. And out of all the trees that actually have died, which was post-fire mortality, that is to say, a quarter of those happened very early, between 1 year and 4 years post-fire. Furthermore, in dry forests, extensive delay mortality due to pre-fire drought is reflected in reduced radial growth and competition, as I showed before, but we don't really know the story for our formerly wet forest. And again, what's going to be the story due to the heat wave of 2021 on delay mortality after the 2020. So in our group, we have a number of ongoing efforts to answer some of these questions using spatial statistics, GIS, remote sensing, sensors of radial growth and microhydroclimate, field surveys, and also tree ring techniques to better understand patterns and mechanisms of post-fire delayed mortality so that we can translate this science and inform a better management, including the work, again, that Alec and April are leading. We're also monitoring continuously post-fire, the impact of the post-fire heat wave on delay mortality across different burn severity classes, stratified by tree height, and also looking at tree scale competition and low elevation Doug fir western hemlock forest at the Andrews. In here, we have a pilot studies just focusing on western hemlocks, where we are collecting data on a semi-continuous way since July 2021 on radial growth changes, microclimate, and soil water content and potential. We also have been looking at the effects of climate pre and post-fire on post-fire delayed mortality by tree height and also tree scale competition, now at high elevation silver fir and mountain hemlock forests in the Cascades. We're looking at two sites. We're looking at the 2008 Nile Ridge fire at Mount Hood and also the 2011 Shadow Lake fire right nearby Mount Washington. These two sites were part of a larger study that was led by Sebastian Busby on patterns, drivers, and implications of post-fire delay mortality in temperate conifer forests of the western US. And I'll be presenting most of those results here for the remaining of the talk. This work is currently in revision, and the questions are, what is the spatial extent of delay mortality? How is delay mortality related to initial burn severity, soil moisture, and topography? And how do fire and biophysical drivers predict delay mortality? Sebastian used 30 fires from the southern Rockies, northern Rockies, and the Cascades, 10 in each. In each of these fires that were studied, at least had to have 75% forest and occurred between 2008 and 14. And each of them at least had to have large patches of high severity, 10 hectares or larger. And again, we're looking at upper montane subalpine forests for the Cascades and northern Rockies, and sparser, drier conifer forests in the southern Rockies. To answer these questions, the task entailed quantifying large-scale patterns of post-fire delay mortality between 1 year and 5 year post-fire. This work turned out, as Matt also alluded already, to be quite challenging in terms of detecting remotely the actual signature of mortality and delay mortality as vegetation recovery greens up, and on the other end, in an opposite direction, tree mortality signals continue to develop, and that is quite confusing. Sebastian, due to that challenge and due to the also availabilities of images of high resolution, including Planet and NAPE, we ended up using a 5-year post-fire period that we proposed as a useful compromise for quantifying what we call representative delay mortality at the landscape scale, yet under limited vegetation and tree recovery, which help us reduce classification errors. As I alluded to, he used Planet Eye satellite imagery at 5 megapixels, then following a classification workflow developed by Kyle Rodman of binomial maps that were created and validated using NAPE and conducted on each fire perimeter individually. Data analysis, the response variable, again, is the probability of post-fire delay mortality. He used fire effects, immediate fire effects at the 30-meter resolution using the RBR metric, topography and soil moisture, climate moisture deficit, both long-term 30-year average and also post-fire, immediate post-fire. And we also rely on boosted regression trees, and this way also delay or not delay mortality logistically models. Results. So quite a bit of delay mortality. Here you have the list of the 30 fires on the y-axis, on the x-axis. Delay mortality as a percentage of the initial 1 year post-fire. And then in green, you have the Cascades, purple in Northern Rockies, and brown, light brown, the Southern Rockies. So there's quite a bit of variability from year to year, from only 5 all the way to 25 of the original fire perimeter found in the High Park fire in the Southwest. As you would expect, the actual variation is less, but it still exists when we look at the patterns at the ecoregion level, between 12 and 16. To me, surprisingly, I had expected the Northern Rockies to actually experience higher delay mortality than the Cascades. If we look now at the actual drivers of post-fire delay mortality, and this came up also before, the idea that we have different, perhaps, edges or margins of populations that are more stressful. One of them could be drier, colder. The other one could be wetter. One of them actually enhances the idea of mortality due to that fire injury. The other one promotes competition. And so many out of the 9 predictors that were analyzed, 6 of them report U-shape responses. This is the figure that Meg told you not to look at. So these are partial dependence plots showing predictors of post-fire delay mortality, probability order from the most important to the least important, from the left to the right. And color responses curve and variable importance percentages, if you can read it from the very back of the room, in each panel are associated with ecoregion specific. So for instance, in black, we have the average of them, and then in purple, we have the Northern Rockies. The most important predictor was the actual immediate first-order burn severity, 1 year post-fire, across all 3 regions, explaining, on average, 21. This is so small, I cannot read it. In sparse forests in the Southern Rockies, increased post-fire delay mortality resulted from both higher immediate mortality, but also post-fire competition with rapidly recovering shrubs. And so as you can see, we have the actual increase in burn severity. I don't see the red dots, but somewhere in there, I'm colorblind, so I don't see the reds. But to the opposite values, you have a positive relationship, whereas the yellow-brown of the Southern Rockies actually also increased mortality with very low severity. And the way we explain that is that, again, remember that this immediate is 12 months after the actual fire. During that time, we interpret that under very low severity of burn severity, there was an increase in a rapid response of mostly shrubs. The second most important predictors were elevation. Again, we have our U-shape nonlinear relationship at high and low elevations, but again, not an intermediate. We can think also not just immediate fire refugia, but actually a post-fire delay mortality refugia in the middle or mid conditions. And perhaps more intuitive, the idea that at lower soil moisture conditions, we see more delay mortality. The third most important predictors were drought, both in the long term, in a sense of long-term productivity, as well as post-fire short-term departures, plus some in and under weather conditions that, again, we alluded to competition. Interactions were actually very interesting as well. The strongest interactions turn out to be between drought, both short and long term. Here you can see for all recon regions in the x-axis, you see post-fire climate moisture deficit, departure or deviation from the long term, and just looking at the post-fire. On the right panel and on the left panel, you see the longer term as an average annual deficit. And then in the y-axis, you see the best individual non-interactive predictors, the RBR burn severity metric. And so you can see that Post-fire delay mortality response intensified due to interacting high moisture deficit as well as high burn severity. So for both metrics of climate, at higher values, we see where the higher delay mortality took place. However, if we unpack that summary of the 3 ecoregions into individual region stories of findings, we see first very large variation among ecoregions, with the strongest ecoregion specific interactions at the bottom in the Southern Rockies and the weakest all the way up in the Cascades, and some in between patterns and the Northern Rockies. Differences in interaction thresholds suggested here with my red rectangles and squares suggest that ecoregion specifics, again, back to functional traits, landscape patterns, sizes of the patches, and so on and so forth, from the dominant tree species all the way to forest type and understory types and overall productivity really are interacting and explaining these results. My summary takeaway is that conifer tree mortality is related to fire effects occurring and are occurring at an ecologically important rate beyond 1 year post-fire at larger landscape scales. Initial burn severity, a 30-meter resolution, is a strong proxy for both fire injuries but also of competition that drive post-fire delay mortality responses, especially at trailing and leading edges. Fire injuries and/or competition interact with average and post-fire droughts to intensify mortality responses. Post-fire delay mortality responses are likely to have the greatest negative impact on forest recovery in dry, sparser conifer forests of the Southern Rockies, and potentially elsewhere with dry conditions or with very rapidly drying conditions. Although forest type and ecoregion specific, we think that the 5-year proposed window here for post-fire peer analysis might be an imperfect yet useful compromise for quantifying post-fire delay mortality at a landscape scale in the Western US. And with that, thank you so much. We have 7 minutes for questions. Maybe we could start with Matt, and then Alec, and then me, April, and then me, Andres. Or, I don't know, any preference?
You can get Sebastian up here, too.
Yeah, Sebastian is here if you want to ask him questions. Yes.
I have a question for Matt or anyone in the panel, really. I guess anecdotally in the forest, I see fire trees producing a lot of cones and seeds. So does the literature speak to how these potentially delayed mortality trees might be producing more seed? And if so, pairing that with delayed mortality mapping and locations could help managers determine where potential seed sources coming into large fire areas. Yes. So the question, I guess, was whether there might be stress crops that are produced after that, and I'm not real sure about that. I think Andrew Larson's work in the Warner Creek fire, they found a lot of regeneration, suggested that, but I'm not quite an expert.
Yeah, actually, maybe we should ask that questions to Sebastian, but that was part of one of his chapters, that he looked at the actual regeneration that was not there due to the delay mortality. And observationally, anecdotically, there were many sites that you would see the clumps of seedlings or saplings, and there were no adult live trees. You want to add something to that? We should repeat the question. I don't know if Sebastian listened to the question from the back.
Sorry, I didn't completely capture the question, the original question.
I think the part of the question was, sort of looking at how the loss of cones and live trees following delayed mortality might affect subsequent regeneration patterns. Is that? I guess, do fire-killed trees that are about to die produce more cones, and therefore is that something to pair with delayed mortality mapping to understand reseeding potential in a large fire area?
That's a super good question. I don't have an answer for you, as I unfortunately didn't assess that. I don't know that we have a super good understanding yet on seed production in response to disturbance events. I know that there's some research on it, but it's a tricky, being able to quantify seed production and do that field work to actually look that up is pretty difficult work. And in response to a disturbance specifically, you're gonna have to move really rapidly to start measuring things, as opposed to being in a situation where you're maybe just monitoring a site continuously over time and you have funding and resources to do that. But could be potentially an experiment to check out in a place like the H.J. Andrews Forest, which has been monitored for a long time, but has experienced this opportunistic fire event, and now the conditions are ripe to start studying that. So it's an interesting topic. I hope someone looks into it.
Andres, I think this question is primarily for you, but maybe others can talk about it. To what extent can these studies pick up on the effects of post-fire erosion, flooding on delay mortality? Is that even a factor? I'm thinking specifically to a couple of the fires in the Southern Rockies, High Park and Waldo Canyon were followed up by some pretty severe post-fire flooding and coastal erosion. I don't know if that's going to be widespread enough to show up in things, but is that something that could at all affect post-fire delay mortality?
Yeah, actually, a paper came out like 3 months ago or so, looking exactly at that using the 2020 wildfires. But if you recall, the 2021 year was fairly dry, so there were not necessarily important rainfall events in terms of intensity. So to some extent, and similar to what Buzz talked about, what a basin can capture from a paleoecological standpoint, the actual erosion might not necessarily only related to the amount of delay mortality or severity in the first place, but the intensity of that rainfall. So in 1991, there was a small fire that happened on the gorge that was reburned by the 2017 fire. In 1994, we had a lot of atmospheric rivers, and there were big landslides there. The fire wasn't that big, but the actual atmospheric river was huge. And so really, slope and stability might be as important, if not more, than delay mortality.
It's mostly for Matt, but to what extent were abiotic factors considered as comorbid factors, particularly insects and disease? We haven't dug into that yet. We haven't. That was sort of strictly a methodological look in some results, but I think that's one of those next steps once we start feeling confident with our maps, is to bring in some of those sorts of things.
Yep.
Really good stuff, Andres and team. Just trying to wrap my head around that last part you were saying about higher severity. I think you used RBR being associated with higher post-fire mortality. But at some point, your initial fires killed all the trees. How do you kind of parse that out?
That's a great question. I think especially when we start at this thinking about the stage of translating what this means from a management standpoint, I think that's super important. I don't think that we have actually put much thought on that, in terms of if there's anything left, right? What are thresholds or what are patterns within the high severity burn? It's very different if you have 76% mortality or 95. So the role ecologically of those little bits of trees that are left, it's super important. And so how that threshold actually, what's the shape of that curve, and how that in turn affect delay mortality, no idea. Great question.
I'll just add a little bit of extra context to, we're often thinking about fire severity in terms of a 30-meter pixel, right, which is actually an aggregation of a lot of trees. So, with some of the results Andres presented in relation to that RBR, while you look at that 30-meter pixel and assume all the trees are dead, when you zoom down into a 5-meter higher resolution remote sensing imagery product, you actually see remaining trees still in that patch. And so, the hypothesis is that fire effects were particularly high within that high severity fire patch at a larger scale, and that led to fire injuries on the individuals that are left within that patch at a higher severity, and in compounding factors with drought and other competition, other pieces increases those individuals' likelihood of experiencing mortality over time. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so if you look at, I think a lot of the work that Sharon Hood and Morgan Varner and Phil have done, it's that initial injury to the tree, crown scorch, or however they measure it, that is consistently pops up as their best predictor of whether or not that tree will die in the future. And I think what we've sort of been seeing is that it scales up at that pixel level when you aggregate.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Rosen with the Forest Service, the Pacific Northwest region in Portland. Now that we've heard about delayed mortality, up next are some flash talks on early soil forests. So we'll have 3 different flash talks, followed by a group question and answer at the end, like we just saw. So first up is Madison Laughlin from the University of Washington.
Awesome. Hi, my name's Madison, and I'm excited to share with you today some of the highlights of my master's research, looking at the patterns and drivers of conifer regeneration following stand replacing wildfire. I might breeze through some of this context, it's kind of been covered, but obviously wildfires in the Western Cascades have received a lot of attention recently. The 2020 Labor Day fires are a sobering reminder that large wildfires do happen. Yeah, thanks. Large wildfires do happen in this system, and that we need to learn more about these fires so that we can effectively manage them, especially with the uncertainties of a changing climate. For this talk, I'll be focusing on the regions of Western Cascadia that are characterized by infrequent, large, and stand-replacing wildfires. And the fact that these forests burn at a relatively infrequent fire return interval presents some unique challenges to understanding fire in the system. And this is kind of highlighted by this map here, which is showing wildfire activity over the last 30 years. And you can see in the East Cascades, there's been quite a bit of wildfire activity. In the Western Cascades, there's really only been a handful of fires, and a lot of that has been over the last 10 years or so. And this recent wildfire presents a really unique opportunity to get on the ground right after fire and better understand some of the immediate post-fire recovery dynamics that are really hard to get at solely relying on retrospective methods. So for this talk, I'm focusing on tree regeneration, which is a critical mechanism of forest resilience. And as we all are aware, our Pacific Northwest forests have immense ecological, economic, and cultural value. So really important to understand how these forests are coming back and what factors may be driving some of the patterns we're seeing. And successful tree regeneration, specifically in stand replacing burn patches, relies on availability of a seed source, dispersal of that seed source into the stand replacing burn patch, and then conditions conducive to seedling survival. So we asked, how is post-fire conifer regeneration across Western Cascadia affected by pre-fire stand age, burn patch size, and topoclimatic conditions? For this talk, I'll be focusing on pre-fire stand age and burn patch size, but I love to talk about this, so if you see me outside this talk, I'd love to expand more on some of our other findings. Okay, so to go about answering this question, as Brian alluded to earlier, we've established 165 long-term monitoring plots across 8 notable wildfires that have burned in the last 5 to 7 years. And our goal we aim to sample these fires 3 to 5 years post-fire. So for this talk, I'm just using a subset of the data of these 4 red wildfires on the map on the right. And all of the plots I've included in this analysis are within stand replacing burn patches. We stratified plot locations by forest zone, so lower elevation warm forest zone and higher elevation cold forest zone, and by pre-fire stand age and structure. So we've got our young, mid-seral, and late-seral plots. And for the rest of this talk, when I refer to seedling abundance, I'm talking about regeneration rates, so the total number of seedlings per hectare per year. We used a generalized linear modeling framework to model seedling abundance as a function of pre-fire stand age, burn patch size, and topoclimatic conditions. Okay, let's get to the fun stuff. First, I'm going to focus on the findings related to pre-fire stand structure. But first, I want to set up some of the expectations we had going into these analyses. Under traditional narratives, we normally associate this early seral conditions right after fire with shade-intolerant species. So this includes Douglas fir, noble fir, species that thrive in that highlight environment. And then our shade-tolerant species, like western hemlock and Pacific silver fir, are typically associated with later succession and becoming co-dominant in the overstory in late seral forests. Okay, this figure on the left is showing pre-fire stand age on the x-axis and our modeled seedling abundance on the y. And so our first big takeaway is we found that as pre-fire stand age increases, so does overall regeneration abundance. And this suggests that maybe there is increased seed supply into stands that were late seral at the time of fire. And one potential explanation for that could be that given our plot, the star on the image, given that our plot was late seral at the time of fire, potentially that nearest live seed source is also late seral. Research has shown that late seral forests produce a higher volume of seed and typically have longer dispersal distances. So this is one potential explanation. Another explanation is that late seral forests probably have the highest probability of individual trees surviving that fire, and either outright surviving or surviving long enough to be able to put out a viable seed source on site. So kind of connects to some of the conversations around delayed mortality we were just hearing. But further research is needed to get at those underlying mechanisms of increased seed availability in stands that were late seral at the time of fire. So not only did we find that regeneration abundance increased with pre-fire stand age, but so did conifer species diversity. So this is a similar figure, but on the y-axis, we've got Shannon Diversity Index of our conifer species. And some photos of our most abundant conifers, which included Douglas fir, noble fir, western hemlock. Before I go into this graph, I want to set it up. So on the y-axis, we've got our conifer species, and they're arranged by relative shade tolerance. So Douglas fir, noble fir, shade-intolerant species are at the top, and our more shade-tolerant western hemlock species are at the bottom. And it's on the x-axis, we've got percent of plot species are present, and they're separated by pre-fire stand age. So in our young plots, so these are plots that were young at the time of fire, we saw noble fir and Douglas fir, consistent with what we would expect to find in an early seral forest. But as we increased in pre-fire stand age, we saw a greater diversity of conifer species. And interestingly, not only did we see our shade-intolerant species, but we also saw quite a bit of co-establishment of shade-tolerant species as well. And to put that in perspective, western hemlock was nearly as abundant as Douglas fir across our warm forest zone plots. And this is consistent with some retrospective studies that have suggested co-establishment occurs on the west side. It was pretty common across our plots, and may suggest this pathway is a little bit more common than previously thought. And it has some pretty interesting implications for future forest successional trajectories. Because you would imagine in a co-established stand, you'd have more heterogeneity in species, size, and structure of forests. I'm going to speed through the rest of these results because I'm running out of time. But unsurprisingly, With respect to burn patch size, we found less regeneration abundance as you got farther away from a seed source, but we still had pretty robust regeneration up to about 400 meters. And this suggests that the interior of standard placing burn patches are areas that are going to be slower to regenerate with trees. But this could provide a really unique opportunity to manage for disturbance-created complex early cereal. This condition is one of the most scarce on the landscape in Western Cascadia, even more scarce than our late cereal forests. And Liliana will talk more about some of the coolness of this habitat. Okay, key takeaways. First, forests appear to be regenerating fairly well after standard placing fire in the Western Cascades. Late cereal conditions may foster resilience to severe fire through increased seed abundance and diversity. And finally, the interior of those large standard placing patches are likely to be areas slower to regenerate with trees. And yeah, again, these findings highlight the importance of late cereal conditions and maybe suggest an opportunity to manage for complex early cereal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Liliana Rangel-Parra from the University of Washington.
Hello, everybody. My name is Liliana Rangel-Parra. I'm from the University of Washington within the School of Environmental and Forest Sciences, and I'm excited to share my talk today titled Composition and Diversity of Early Cereal Forest Communities Vary with Burn Severity and Pre-Fire Stand Age Following Fire in Western Cascadia. First, I'd like to start off with a quick round of acknowledgements. I'd like to thank the collaborators that I have the honor of working with on the larger PNW Westside Fire Initiative project. I'd like to thank my committee members, funding, and the support of the Harvey Lab and field crews. For without all these people, this work would not be possible. To set the stage, as we're familiar with, increased fire activity in the Western Cascadia region is providing us new opportunities to explore the short-term dynamics of forest regeneration following fire. And this is particularly important considering how rare fire-generated early cereal habitat is in this region, comprising less than 0.1% of the forest condition in this region. So what comes after fire? These complex early cereal forest communities. These are the plants that occupy the forest directly following fire up until tree canopy closure and dominance. And as you can see along this lifespan, the lifespan of these forests in this region, this is really a short window in time at this green box to be able to study these complex early cereal forests. These dynamics in this complex early cereal forests are rapid and dynamic. You can see 1 year to 3 year to 5 years post-fire, an array of differences in abundance and dominance of herbs and shrubs. As well, another complication is the fact that these species are short-lived, and so going into a stand, 150-year-old stand, you can use the trees to look back retrospectively to see how forests came back following fire, but that's evidence of the understory species is lost, so we aren't able to gain insights unless we have these complex early cereal forests to study. Temporally, they're diverse, but spatially, they're also incredibly variable and diverse. Within the region of Western Cascadia, within a single fire perimeter, all the way up until the same mountain ridge and just opposite aspects, you can have incredibly variable different plant community responses. This high level of plant diversity in the complex early cereal forests scales up to diversity across a range of taxa in these ecosystems. And this also scales up to diverse ecosystem provisions and human ecological relationships in the Western Cascadia region following fire. So zooming in, what is driving these differences in these plant communities? Well, looking at other regions, we found that pre-fire stand age helps dictate the ingredients going into fire. So you can imagine that fire burning a young stand versus a late cereal stand will dictate potentially shade tolerance of species going into the fire. And what comes out of the fire as a result is burn severity, or that change in vegetation caused by fire. So you could imagine either greater continuity of plant species in a low severity fire, or greater change after high severity fire. So to address these knowledge gaps and questions, although relatively little is known about early cereal forest regeneration in general, what is more known is about conifer regeneration than the understory plant species. As well, we are not certain how these two predictor variables will affect the complex early cereal plant communities in Western Cascadia. So I'm going to ask, in Western Cascadia, how does community composition and diversity within and among stands vary with pre-fire stand age and burn severity? For the approach, this is, again, part of that larger, broader collaborative project. We're establishing 165 post-fire monitoring plots across Western Washington and Oregon in 8 notable fires. However, for my slice of the data, I'll be focusing in on these 4 fires that are bolded and burned sometime between 2015 and 2018. We sampled them 2020 and 2021, and that gave us a range of 3 to 5 years post-fire for this data. Across this region, we set up 86 1-hectare plots stratified by those 2 predictor variables. So pre-fire stand age was binned into young, mid-cereal, and late cereal, and burn severity was binned into unburned, low severity, and high severity. And unburned is sort of our pre-fire analog to be able to compare with other burn stands. In each plot, we had 12 subplots. We identified the species all herbs, shrubs, and deciduous trees, and then we visually estimated the ground cover percent, sort of what you can see on top here, to see how dominant each species was. Overall, there was 206 species present across all conditions, unburned and burned. 84% of those species were found in post-fire conditions, and 40% of those species were unique to post-fire conditions, which is a pretty significant proportion. So getting into that first question on community composition, I'm going to be going over an NMDS ordination, and I'll help break this down in a second. But focusing in on the lighter dots that are smaller, each of those is a plot, and essentially the closer they are to each other in space, the more similar their composition, the farther apart they are, the more different their composition. And then taking into account those 2 predictor variables as a combination. For example, this larger, more opaque symbol, this blue circle, is showing the young unburned mean response. And so again, I'll help break this down. So this blue hole is showing our unburned stands, pink is low severity, and this darker red is high severity. And then the symbols are denoting the pre-fire stand age. So circle is going from young, unburned to high severity. Triangle is mid-cereal, unburned to low to high, and square is late cereal, unburned to low to high. And to get into some of the takeaways of this finding, we found that regardless of severity, fire was a catalyst in shifting composition away from this unburned community composition. So you can see that there's really little overlap between the blue and then the pink and red community composition. However, there was a narrower range in community composition in low severity stands relative to high severity stands, which had a lot wider range in plant community composition. So high severity fire may act as more of a catalyst for stochastic responses, whereas low severity fire might be more of a selective filter of community composition. To get into diversity, we looked at species richness, which is the raw count of species present in each plot. And then we looked at Shannon Diversity Index to give us a sense of evenness. And regardless, richness and evenness was consistently high within plots, despite the different compositional differences that I just covered in the previous question. The one exception to this was the unburned mid-cereal species richness, which was relatively low to significantly lower than 3 other combinations, but also just lower in general. And this might be due to the fact that mid-cereal unburned conditions are, as we know, really dense canopies, let in very little light to the understory, and so therefore might be limiting how many species are able to be present. So together, we have high richness and evenness within stands, as well as high compositional differences in beta diversity among stands. And to conclude, within stand diversity was high for most combinations. Compositional differences, on the other hand, were strongly driven by burn severity, leading to high among stand diversity in these burned landscapes. And finally, the unburned mid-cereal forests, which is currently the most abundant condition in Western Cascadia, was relatively low in species diversity, but when they did burn, they got the biggest boost in species diversity. These three takeaways will help us document a baseline of complex early cereal forest recovery, especially in light of potential changes in climate and fire activity in Western Cascadia. As well, this will help us build an understanding to foster and manage these early cereal habitats in this landscape, considering how rare they are. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to questions coming up soon.
And final talk of the day, we have Oriana Chafe with the PNW Research Station.
Hello, my name is Oriana Chafe, and I'm an ORISE Research Fellow at the Pacific Northwest Research Station and a graduate student at the University of Oregon. And today I'll be sharing a project that I'm working on with my mentor at the Pacific Northwest Research Station, Jeremy Freed. And we're looking at 20 years of post-fire recovery in Western Oregon using a spatially balanced forest inventory sample. So while we all, I think in this room, are aware that we know a fair amount about the post-fire trajectories of frequent fire ecosystems, our understanding of post-fire landscape is less refined for systems like the West Side, where fire is relatively frequent occurrence. So this work focuses on how variability of the pre-fire forest conditions influences fire behavior and how fire behavior shapes the immediate post-fire landscape. And then putting that into further context, how the post-fire landscape develops over time, such as by returning to pre-fire conditions following the expected successional trajectory or deviating onto an alternate trajectory. Now, this is challenging to study because these systems are hard to predict exactly when, where, or where not a fire might occur. And so that gets an interesting challenge that we have of trying to get pre-fire data to compare post-fire ecosystems to. So by integrating annual forest inventory and analysis data, like explained by Jeremy earlier this morning, that has been collected over 20 years with prior periodic inventories, like the current vegetation survey, which goes back to the early 1990s, we're able to look at the post-fire trajectories of plots that have burned over the period of 1994 to 2018, and have both pre-fire as well as 2 to 3 post-fire visits. And I'll say that while linking annual and periodic inventories is no small challenge due to differences in sampling protocols and plot designs, we're able to utilize the portions of the various plot footprints that overlap to look across time at these sites. And so for this project, we first conducted a spatial overlay of all periodic and annual forest inventory plots within the fire perimeters throughout Western Oregon and Washington. Today I'll be focusing on Western Oregon. And we then subsetted these spatial overlay to only include places that had either had pre-fire inventory data as well as 2 to 3 post-fire visits. Hence why I won't be covering anything about the 2020 fires. Sorry, we don't have post-fire data yet. So our data set contains roughly about 340 plots that are within the perimeters of 70 fires that burned throughout Western Oregon in the period of 1994 to 2018. And these plots span the Western Cascades and the Southern Oregon region, with approximately 60% of these plots located down in the Klamath ecoregion and 40% in the Western Cascades. And almost all of these plots are located on public land due to the periodic inventory sampling designs. So for today, I'll be highlighting a case study focusing on the 2002 Biscuit Fire Complex. And the periodic and annual database that we're assembling includes approximately 180 plots that were burned in the Biscuit Fire, with pre-fire data from an average of 5 years pre-fire. And then over the first 1 to 2 years following the fire, these inventory plots were sampled through a supplemental fire effects survey. And then subsequently, these plots were censused as part of the annual FIA program, where each plot is visited every 10 years. So we have 2 post-fire measurement windows spanning 2 to 8 years and 8 to 18 years post-fire. So first we'll look at the fate of individual trees through the post-fire period. Here we've got the proportion of trees that survived the fire broken down by size class. We see that the survival rate was higher in larger diameter trees, with a median survival of 0, 33, 76, and 100% for trees that are 1 to 5 inches, 5 to 9 inches, 9 to 20, or greater than 20 inches respectively, moving from left to right. However, when we continue to track these trees throughout the post-fire period, we see that delayed mortality plays a part. No small surprise after the previous panel. And the overall survival rates drops from a median of 38 to 31%. And I'll say as a quick caveat that a subset of trees were not able to be reconciled through the change in inventory protocol, so they've been excluded from these estimated survival rates, but we don't expect them to significantly impact these estimates. So now scaling up from the individual tree level to the stand level, we see that stand composition is an important component, as approximately 3/4 of the stands that had been dominated by softwood conifers pre-fire lost less than 25% of their basal area. But in comparison, approximately 1/4 of the hardwood-dominated stands lost more than 75% of their basal area. And while this makes sense from a fire resistance perspective, it doesn't take into account variations in the post-fire regeneration strategies of these different groups. And so now we'll shift and start thinking about how forest structure changed over the course of the post-fire period, taking into account the cumulative effects of both delayed mortality and regeneration on a plot level. So to start, we're going to step through these graphs from left to right. And on the y-axis, we have trees per acre and on the x-axis, the temporal sampling period. So the shaded beige area denotes the change from the pre-fire to immediately post-fire period, while the unshaded area includes the 2 post-fire sampling periods of 2 to 8 and 8 to 18 years. So we have softwood conifers on the top and hardwoods on the bottom, and the individual lines show what happened at each plot, whereas the black line denotes the mean. And the listed proportions in each box indicates the direction of change from immediately post-fire to that last post-fire measurement, and shows how many plots either increased or decreased or maintained their post-fire tree density over those subsequent 2 decades. So for the 1 to 5 inch size class that we have here, we see that there's the variability in regeneration strategies plays a part in the initial post-fire landscape, as even though both tree types were reduced to approximately 50% of the original trees per acre, over the course of the post-fire period, hardwoods began regenerating into this size class and regained 96% of their original TPA value, whereas conifers remained down at approximately 20%. So next we move into the 5 and 9 to 20 inch size classes, and we see that medium-sized trees continue to decline on average. Some softwood plots increased over the course of the post-fire period, likely low-severity plots with trees that matured into this size class, but overall medium-sized trees continued to decrease in density. And lastly, with the greater than 20-inch size class added in, ultimately these larger 3 size class maintained approximately 50 to 70% of their original tree density, with the exception of very large hardwoods, which did not fare very well. So tying it all together, these data show that the immediate and delayed mortality affected trees and stands differently depending on their size class and type, with variability linked to differences in fire resistance and regeneration strategies. And much of the work thus far has gone into assembling this combined periodic and annual inventory database, which is exciting because it's going to provide a lot of opportunities for analysis in the future. And so we're planning to tackle the things like the fate of post-fire dead wood, understory vegetation trajectories, long-term, immediate and long-term carbon pool transfers, and post-fire fuels, et cetera. And while I focused on the Biscuit Fire today, we plan to expand this out to the 70 fires over Western Oregon and Washington. And what I've highlighted today really shows how the forest inventory and analysis program data can really offer a unique opportunity to compare post-fire landscape to what the pre-fire conditions were on the ground, with applicability to a rich suite of questions related to land management. And forest inventory data is really enhanced by supplemental fire effects studies, which provide a window into that immediate post-fire landscape. And as a lesson learned, I'll say that it's really important to consider both the short-term and long-term uses of any monitoring data, because you never know who's going to come along 20 years later and want to make use of the data you have. And also, with any monitoring program, any potential protocol changes really should carefully consider the pros and cons, since that can really complicate analyses down the road. And finally, with this, we'd like to offer thanks to all who've made this data happen, to Don Gedney and Dave Azuma on the FIA research team in 2002 who lobbied for the data collection, to Dave Cleaves and Sue Willits who funded it, to Terry Jane for supplying a field protocol that we could adapt, and all the crews who've collected the data over the past 3 decades. And with that, thank you so much, and please follow up with any questions or interest in the topic. We'd love to hear from you.
Now we have about 10 minutes for questions. We'll invite Madison and Liliana back up. So if you can move to a microphone in the room if you have a question, or yell from where you are. Madison?
I was curious of when you look at distance to seed source, whether if you look upslope versus downslope or to the predominant wind direction, whether you found differences there in the actual distance, and how, if so, whether that changed by tree species.
Yeah, so the question.
So we're going to repeat the question.
Awesome, yeah. So the question was asking about, so we looked at distance to seed source, but are there any other patterns when you look at whether that seed source is upslope, downslope, or in the direction of prevailing winds? That's not something we incorporated into our models, but something that I have thought a little bit about as, yeah, we know other factors like that do influence seed dispersal distances. But yeah, not something we explicitly incorporated into our models.
I have a methods question, kind of. When you're talking about seedlings per hectare per year, is that seedlings that sprouted in that year? How do you deal with seedling age?
Yeah, so it was a question about seedlings per hectare per year, and if that just includes seedlings sprouted in that year, and how we deal with age. Yeah, for the sake of the 10-minute talk, I kind of skimmed over some of those methods, but we measured 2 classes of seedlings. So seedlings under 10 centimeters in height, we just tallied the number of individuals by species within a half-meter radius subplot. And then for seedlings greater than 10 centimeters in height, we did actually count for each individual, record their species height and age using the whorl counts or bud scars on the seedlings themselves. Yeah, did that answer your question? Awesome.
I had a question about the understory work from the person in the middle. I'm sorry, I spaced your name. What did you look any at different life forms in your richness and abundance categories. I saw you had evenness, so you must have some sort of measurement of abundance. And can you talk a little bit about what sort of life forms you're seeing, if you're seeing any exotics, that kind of thing?
Yeah, great question. So to summarize, looking at life forms of the richness and diversity, and we did look at that. I did cut that out for the purpose of this talk. It did seem to vary with pre-fire stand age. So off the top of my head, I think in young stands, grasses were more likely to come back. In mid-cereal stands, I think shrubs were more likely to come back. In late cereal stands, herbs were more likely to come back, or like increase in relative abundance, I should say. In regards to non-native versus native species, it really seemed like it wasn't very prevalent for non-native species to be like, I would say like in full effect in a high severity stand. It felt like more like far and few between, so yeah.
Any other questions?
Do a follow-up on regeneration. Did you see any patterns in years after the fire, kind of using your seedling counts to get at that question of not just delayed mortality, but delayed regeneration?
Yeah, so the question is asking if we noticed any patterns with years after the fire. I guess to clarify on your question, are you talking about like between 3 and 5 years post-fire, did we notice any differences in abundance? Yeah, so our Goodell Creek fire, we sampled at 5 years post-fire, and that fire tended to have like the highest species abundance, highest abundance overall of regeneration rates, and you could see that between 3 and 5 years, like the height growth on some of those seedlings was pretty impressive, but in general, like no strong patterns between our 3 and 5 year post-fire. I'd be interested in returning to these sites, the same sites over years to get kind of answer that question better.
Thomas?
Past 5 to 10 years, it seems like there's been lots of papers kind of from around the western U.S. pointing out forests aren't recovering following fires. Doesn't seem like it's quite as bad here. Am I going too far in saying that? Sort of give us some kind of ballpark assessment about where your all studies compare with some of the work coming out from drier interior western U.S.
Yeah, that's a great question. So to summarize, how do the results we're seeing in Western Cascadia compare to some other systems in the West generally where there's documenting regeneration failure and whatnot? And I'd say, yeah, it's hard to say at 3 to 5 years post-fire. This is kind of a snapshot in that immediate post-fire window, but it's, from a first glance, pretty impressive how much regeneration we are seeing in this immediate 3 to 5 year post-fire window. And just for perspective, I think 85% of our plots met or exceeded forest practice minimums. So what Washington DNR at least goes out and their minimum threshold, our plots are exceeding that in 85% of stands. But be curious to see like track survivorship over time. But yeah, in general, I would say from a glance initially, it seems like Western Cascadia, they're coming back strong initially.
Yeah, and I'll just add as a component for the down in the Klamath, I think there's a large question in terms of when we have forest burn at high severity, whether it comes back as forest or if it shifts to chaparral, shrub-dominated chaparral. And I haven't gotten into that yet, looking at the biscuit fire, but I'm really curious to see. I mean, I think we see some of the conifer stands persisting, but then, yeah, factoring in the competition with shrubs, it definitely will be interesting in thinking about effects on reburns. If you're likely to have a reburn happen again, is that going to just kill your seed source for conifers? So, yeah, definitely an interesting question. Thank you.
Yeah, and then to give a little plug-in for the complex early cereal forests, because it's so rare in this landscape, although the trees are coming back strong, it is interesting and important, I think, to have that complex early cereal ecosystem present to provide those really high biodiverse like processes, services, and functions that you can't necessarily get by just planting trees, let's say. So, yeah.
Time for one last question.
Hello. My question, maybe it's for the group or not, but my question is, were there any species or group of species that dominate the post-fire regeneration that have the potential of outcompete the establishment of the main tree species?
So the question was, were there any species that outcompeted establishment of
Post-fire
the dominant
regeneration
species?
yeah. Thank you.
Were there any species in the post-fire environment that outcompeted the dominant species?
I mean, any species or group of species that maybe establishing after the fire, maybe post-fire regeneration, that maybe they can outcompete the establishment of the main tree species. Basically like an interaction or something that maybe you see that maybe a shrub or group of shrubs or herbs that maybe are dominating after the fire in these areas.
Yeah, one example I feel like, and especially considering distance to seed source, where live tree species are really far away, and so that might be, a confounding factor. But one shrub species that really came back strong is the Ceanothus genus in general. Really just sort of shaded out everything underneath to where there was really little conifer regeneration. But again, that could be due to distance to seed source and available trees seedlings. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys want to add anything.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's interesting. Some of the plots we sampled at 3 years fire, just for fun, have gone back 5 years fire, and it seems like things are rapidly changing in this 3 to 5 year window. So, where was I going with that? It'll be interesting to continue to follow these forests and kind of suss out what competitive dynamics are occurring.
Yeah, and I'll add to that while I don't have data for this yet, but talk to me in a couple of months or so, and so the FIA data would be perfect for answering this kind of a question in terms of having real accurate on-the-ground pre-fire data and then being able to compare it later and see what we're seeing 20 years down the road, whether it has been outcompeted or not. Great question.
Thank you so much. Come find the panelists later if you have questions.
Alrighty, we're gonna button this up. Thank you to all of the speakers that we've had throughout today. I think they did a tremendous job. I think you heard a lot. Yo, let me button it up with you guys. Woo, woo. I know you all want to run. I have a couple things to say. Thank you to all the speakers that we had, and thank you all for your attention today. I warned you about the fire hose early on. You survived the fire hose. I hope you were able to transform some of those facts and figures and findings into real meaningful conversations out into the hallways. And I hope you'll continue to do that over the poster session, which is next. There should be a Seafood Northwest social buffet table out there for your dining entertainment for some, while you wander around and look at the posters. And a cash bar. There are real soft drinks there as well, so you don't have to get toasted. You can just get a 7-Up. That's fine. Reminder, we're going to be back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., not 8:30, 8 a.m. tomorrow for another day of dynamic presentations. And have a safe evening. We'll see you in the morning. Thanks.